Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Hey, Grizzlies, I didn't hear you. You got to say good morning, okay? We members of the international mock jury, okay? Good morning, Judge Everett. Should we all sing it? Good morning, Judge Everett. Okay, here we go.
We are about to resume with the examination of Sgt Corbitt. Before we get started today, I did want to ask you as a group, we are still good on the snacks? Everybody has enough?
Love the judge. Okay, let me also ask, as a group, are we good on snacks? I think we're good, right? We're good on snacks, lunch boxes, snack boxes, all of it, right? I'm good on caffeine. I only eat like once or twice a day, so I'm good with eating. But I do have coffee. Okay, so here it is.
Headed back to Costco this weekend if need be, but let the bailiffs know. Ms. Dugan, you may examine as necessary.
All right, so before we go back to your PowerPoint demonstrative, I want to show you one thing. And before I show it to you, Judge, I'd like to offer State 64 JJ into evidence by stipulation.
That's correct, Your Honor. 64 JJ is admitted at this time.
Sgt Corbitt, does this appear to be an email from Donna Harvey at gmail.com?
Yes.
Okay, subject, bad news.
Correct.
And it was sent on June 25th of 2013 at about 11 p.m.
That would be GMT or UTC time, so we would need to subtract 4 hours from that to be local time, but yes.
Okay, thank you. So sometime the night of June 25th of 2013.
Correct.
And that was the same day as I believe the plan of action email that we saw yesterday from your PowerPoint, which was sent just a couple of days after Wendy's relocation was denied.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in this email sent about 5 days after Wendy's relocation was denied, from Donna and Harvey to some friends, does it say, not in the mood to talk right now, and hope you'll understand. Wendy's hearing for relocation was denied. No chance at the appellate level for an appeal. We are all very disappointed. We'll talk soon, I promise. Love, Donna.
That was a big day for Donna, hey? Also, I'm not trying to on purpose matchy with the prosecutors, okay? But I'm glad I do.
Yes.
Does it appear her understanding is it's denied and there's no chance for an appeal?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, well, let me switch you back over. Thank you. Okay, so where we left off yesterday, we went through some of the emails showing Donna Adelson's involvement in the divorce, text messages showing her venting to Charlie Adelson about the divorce. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statements to law enforcement in 2016 after his arrest, that he and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee not only in the month of July of 2014 to kill Dan Markel, but also made an additional trip in the month of June of 2014?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate that from the phone records?
Yes, we were.
Okay, so now I want to go in chronological order then, from the start of the June trip all the way through the July trip when Dan Markel was murdered. How did Garcia and Rivera get to Tallahassee for the June trip?
In a rental vehicle.
And were we able to find the rental contract for that vehicle?
We were, yes.
All right, can you show that to us?
Yes, so this is slide 107. I'm referencing here a rental contract from Comfort Rental Car in Miami. And again, yes, this would be the vehicle that was rented to come to Tallahassee for the June trip.
What date was the car rented?
So looking at the details here, we can see the date out, and I'm looking to the right side of the screen here is June 2nd of 14. And we see at the bottom here the vehicle is due back in 6/5 or June 5th of 14.
Okay, so it was a 3-day rental then.
Correct.
About what time on June 2nd was it rented?
Well, presuming the 24-hour rental periods, as it is due back at 8:50 p.m., then it would have been rented around 8:50 p.m. on the 2nd.
8:50 p.m. on the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. What type of car did Garcia rent for this first trip to Tallahassee in June?
Again, looking to the right here of slide 107, it is a silver Nissan Altima.
And the contract was signed by Garcia?
That is correct.
Does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that contract?
It does not.
Are there any phone records to show how this rental car was picked up?
Yes.
Did you get location information from Magbanua's records that night that helped shed some light on that?
We did, and this may be the time to point out, for Mr. Garcia, his carrier was Metro PCS, kind of transitioning into T-Mobile at that time, and we were unable to obtain location records for his handset for the June trip. We do have location information for Ms. Magbanua and for Luis Rivera, but we do not have any records with location for Mr. Garcia for this particular time frame.
Okay. So what do we see here?
So what we see here is just a map depicting Ms. Magbanua's residence at the time and the location of the Comfort rental car near the airport here. And as I progress to slide 109, this is representing the cell sites that Ms. Magbanua's handset communicated with the evening of June 2nd. And we can see on the right-hand side of this, around 8:25 p.m., her handset was communicating with a cell site that would be near her residence. At 8:34, she's now communicating with a cell site further to the west. And then we see at 8:53 through 8:58, she's communicating with a cell site that would be servicing the area of the airport or Comfort rental car. And this will be consistent with her handset traveling from her residence to the area of Comfort rental car.
And would that put her cell phone then consistent with Comfort rental car around the same time that Garcia is renting that car if there's 24-hour rental periods with that contract?
Yes, and we see here slide 110. Again, we're depicting the particular sector that her handset was using by the large red arrow. And we can see that that sector would specifically be consistent with servicing the Comfort rental car. We see she has events from 8:53 through 8:58 on that particular cell site and sector. And as we recall, the rental contract vehicle was due back at 8:50.
Does she stay in that area for a while, or does she kind of immediately return back to her residence?
So what we see next, we saw those events through 8:58, and then we have an event at 9:17. And then another event we see to the right, this is slide 111. To the right side, we see cell sites at 9:43 and 10:01, which will be consistent with her returning to her residence. So she does stay in the area of Comfort for a short period of time.
Okay. Did you look at her records to see who she was talking to during this trip to the car rental and back?
Yes.
Okay. Who was she talking? Okay, I'm sorry. What do we see here?
So this is a summary of the call detail records. Previously, we saw the actual raw records as they come from AT&T. We saw that there was a lot of information on the page. So with our analytical software, we're able to produce these summaries, which allow us to assign names. We can convert the date and time to our local time, and it just makes it easier to read those call detail records. So this is just a summary of the calls for the subjects that you see here for the evening of June 2nd around the time of this rental car.
So who was she talking to on the way to Comfort Rental?
Geico, the 800 number that returns to Geico Insurance.
And is that the first line up on the call detail records we see?
It is, yes.
And does Geico Insurance sell car insurance?
They do.
Now, obviously we see some of the co-conspirators talking to each other here in the call detail records. Do we expect most of these co-conspirators to be talking to each other on a daily basis, given that some of them are family members, some of them are dating, they have relationships outside of this crime?
Certainly.
Okay. Are you going to be walking us through in your presentation today certain time periods of communication between the parties that stood out in this investigation?
Yes.
What causes a particular period of time to stand out?
The particular times of interest would be those that overlap with physical events or specific events in the crime, in the conspiracy of the crime. So this is the evening of the renting of the vehicle that Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera are going to drive to Tallahassee in to commit the homicide. So this seems, in the scheme of things, to my understanding, the first kind of physical doing act of this homicide. And so that would be a relevant time frame to look at.
Okay.
I just love this witness. He's so confident. I love that, and I think he's about to just display it all in his presentation, right? Michelle, thank you so much. You said happy day 4, Grizzly. Thanks for all your hard work on this crazy case. This case is so crazy, right? Oh my word! I mean, here and there. Tell me, do you feel sorry for Donna Adelson being 75 years old on trial? You know, she's just a sweet granny in her little cardigans. Why is she even on trial? Do you feel sorry for her or not? I want to know. You know, because I think sometimes if people don't know the case, they might think shame. What have they shown so far? Oh, they're going to show. I feel sorry for Dan Markel's family. I mean, Dan Markel was 41 years old and killed. He had his whole life ahead of him. It's absolutely terrible, right? Okay.
All right, so using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication between the parties for this particular significant time, this first car rental for the first trip to Tallahassee for the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes. And so using the timeline, we will kind of look at what's happening as far as Ms. Magbanua's travels compared to who she's communicating with when. And this is taken from that same exact summary that we just saw. But as I move on here, we see that in the time frame, we saw the cell sites of her traveling to the area of Comfort Rental Car between approximately 8:25 and 8:53 p.m. is when we see that she has the phone call to Geico.
Okay, was she talking to Garcia at all during that drive to the Comfort Rental area?
She does not have any communications with Mr. Garcia during this time frame.
Since they don't have communications with each other, could that be consistent with her giving him a ride to the car rental since he is the person who rented the car at that time?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation. Overruled, the witness may testify based on his analysis of these records.
It is certainly consistent when we don't see communications between two parties that they could in fact be together and have no need to actually call one another.
Okay. They could just not be together and also not talking to each other.
That's correct.
All right. But the reason that this could be consistent with her giving him a ride there is because once she's consistent with that area, it seems that that's the time that the car is being rented.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, who attempts to call Katherine Magbanua once she is consistent with Comfort Rental, dropping off Garcia?
So again, at the time frame, her handset would be consistent with the area of Comfort Rental. We see an incoming call from Charlie Adelson at 8:57 p.m.
After Magbanua, if she has dropped off Garcia at this point to rent the car, and this car ends up obviously being the one that is driven to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, who did she call on the phone at this point after Garcia is dropped off?
So again, from her cell sites, we saw she had an event at 9:17, which was kind of the first indication that she was moving away from the area of Comfort Rental Car. And what we see is that at 9:17:58, she places an outbound call to Charlie Adelson.
So as soon as she's no longer in the area of Comfort Rental, she's calling Charlie Adelson.
Correct.
How long is that conversation?
A little over 25 minutes.
What time do they get off the phone?
Approximately 9:43 p.m.
Okay, 9:43 in about 25 seconds, it looks like.
Correct.
Right after Charlie Adelson hangs up with Katherine Magbanua at 9:43 and 25 seconds.
Stop it. He called his mom, didn't he? Tell us. He called his mom, right?
Who does he call less than a minute later?
Charlie calls the Adelson residence.
Adelson residence. What do you mean by that?
The home phone or landline phone for Donna and Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so this is a landline that presumably they would both use that's located in their house.
Correct.
Okay, and how long does that conversation between Charlie and the Adelson residence last?
Also just over 25 minutes.
Who does Katherine Magbanua call once she is back in the area of her home?
What we see in just after 10, she calls, text. There's a few communications back and forth here with Sigfredo.
Okay, do Harvey
See, these call patterns are going to be very interesting because they say it's like it continues before the murder and after, where it's from Katherine Magbanua, it's Donna to Charlie to Katherine Magbanua to Sigfredo, back to Katherine, back to Charlie, back to Donna, the whole time, just like that, the whole time. So this is going to be very interesting, right? And thank you so much. You said love your channel. Give the kitties a kiss for me. You mean 20, right? Because every time they have to have 20 kisses, and they know it.
Adelson and Charlie Adelson then talk on their cell phones that night.
Yes, there are two calls, and we can see 10:16 that Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson. At 10:27, Charlie Adelson calls Harvey Adelson.
So this is Charlie and Harvey talking on Harvey's cell phone, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, does Charlie Adelson call or receive calls or messages from Donna Adelson's cell phone that night?
Not that night, no.
So if Charlie Adelson talked to Donna Adelson on the phone that night, then it would have been that 25-minute call to the landline right after he hung up with Katherine Magbanua, is that right?
Calls for speculation.
Overall, he is not definitively saying what did or did not occur, what might have been possible. You may continue.
So yes, it is possible that he spoke to Donna, and that would have been on that landline call.
Because then he talks to Harvey on Harvey's cell phone later that night.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through any other calls or texts between any co-conspirators that night?
So we see an additional text between Katherine and Sigfredo, and then Katherine calls Charlie again 10:41 p.m. For about a 23-minute phone call.
Are you familiar with, I want to go back to this landline call. Do you mind going back to the slide right before this? Are you familiar with statements by Charlie Adelson from the 2016 wiretap in this case that we'll hear beginning later today, where Charlie Adelson tells people on his cell phone that he'll call them back on a landline?
Yes.
As someone who's familiar with technical operations of law enforcement and wiretapping, is there a perception that talking on a landline is safer than talking on a cell phone?
Yes, I think that may be a perception.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson most often talk to Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson on their cell phones or on the landline?
Most frequently on their cell phones.
Okay. But we see that after he gets off with Katherine Magbanua that night, he does call the landline.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is right after the car is rented, the rental car.
Correct.
All right. What percentage of total communication does that Charlie Adelson has with Donna and Harvey is to their landline?
I'll have to move forward here just a little bit. We had talked about the call from Katherine to Charlie. There's a final call or some communication between Ms. Magbanua, Mr. Sigfredo, Mr. Garcia later that evening of the 2nd. And then to get to your question, and this is slide 122, just a breakdown looking at Charlie Adelson's communication records and trying to eliminate all the duplicate events that we saw previously where one phone call may make 3 events in the record. So trying to whittle all those down. What we see in this time period between May of 2014 through August of 2015 is 28 communications with the landline and 1,378 with the combined cell phones of Harvey and Donna Adelson. So a little under 2% of the calls to the residents.
So during that little over a year time span, he only has 28 calls ever with Donna and Harvey's landline. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of those is that 25-minute call right after Magbanua would have dropped Garcia off to have the car rented.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he did not participate in the car rental for the June trip to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Were you able to corroborate that with the phone records?
Yes, so looking at slide 123, we see Mr. Rivera. His cell sites are in the blue, listed by the blue dots here. We see that his cell sites are consistent with the area of his residence and a significant distance away from the comfort rental car.
Do we have any other evidence that shows who rented the car for this June trip to Tallahassee on June 2nd?
Yes.
What's this?
So there was a citation issued to Mr. Garcia driving that rental vehicle, that Nissan that we saw from the rental contract at Comfort. And this is the evening of June 2nd.
Okay, and what time did he receive this traffic ticket?
9:48 p.m.
So would this have been approximately an hour after 8:50 p.m. and about an hour after, or about maybe 45 minutes, I guess, after Katherine Magbanua is leaving the comfort rental area?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was he in when he received his traffic ticket?
It is a four-door silver Nissan.
Okay, so it seems as if as soon as he rented that vehicle, within an hour, he's getting a traffic ticket in the vehicle.
Yes.
And are you familiar with Jeffrey Lacoste's statement that he drove a silver Nissan sedan at the time that this happened?
Yes.
Now, this traffic ticket that Garcia received, this would have received, or it would have created a record in law enforcement databases that he was in possession of this Nissan silver sedan, right?
Correct.
So after he got this traffic ticket, what did he do?
Well, what we saw was an additional comfort rental contract where it would appear that he returned the Nissan and obtained a different vehicle. So this is slide 125, and we can see that on June 3rd, he now has a blue Hyundai Sonata.
And does Rivera's name appear anywhere on that rental contract?
It does not.
All right, and that's on June 3rd, you said?
Correct.
So what can you tell us about the travel of Mr. Rivera's handset on June 4th of 2014?
So what we see, again, just looking at Mr. Rivera's cell sites, represented in blue here, we can see that in the early morning hours of the 4th, on the lower right hand of slide 127 here, we can see he has activity in the Miami area. And as time progresses through the early morning hours until just after noon, he continues to communicate with cell sites that would be consistent with travel from the Miami area to Tallahassee.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he and Garcia did surveillance of Dan Markel at a park near Dan Markel's home during that trip?
Yes.
Was his phone ever consistent with being in a park near his home, Dan Markel's home on Truscott Drive?
Yes, and slide 129 here, we see that, again, the blue dot representing Mr. Rivera's cell site usage is close to Mr. Markel's residence, which is indicated here on the top right by the flag and the address of Truscott Drive. And in addition to his cell site location, we talked previously about having some GPS information from the rental vehicle, and we can see by the square icon there that there is a GPS location for the rental vehicle, again, in close proximity and actually at, I believe that's Winthrop Park there.
Just in case anyone's feeling lost because there's so many people involved in this case, Dan Markel lived at that Truscott Drive address there in Tallahassee, and he was an FSU professor and the ex-husband of Wendi Adelson. And he was 41 years old when he was shot on July 18th of 2014. But here they're talking about a first trip that the Hitmen did in June. Now, when they say Rivera, Luis Rivera, you can see at the bottom there, right? He was the getaway car driver. He was a Latin Kings gang leader. And he also purchased the gun that they used on Dan Markel. But Sigfredo Garcia, he was the trigger man. He's the one that pulled the trigger that killed Dan Markel. So when they say Rivera, you know, that one is Tato. When they say Sigfredo Garcia, that one is Tuto. Now, Sigfredo is the ex of Katherine Magbanua, who she had 2 children with, right? And Katherine Magbanua was sleeping with Sigfredo Garcia and Charlie Adelson somewhere around the same time. So kind of, you know, seeing Charlie a bit, seeing Sigfredo a little bit. She's testified to that yesterday as well. So that's how she connects. She's the intermediary between these 2 and the Adelsons. So it's just, you know what's so scary is when you see this, like, look how close they were. Like, you can see this little blue dot here where the hitmen were in June of 2014. And here's Dan Markel's house. Like, to think that they almost killed him more than a month before. Wow, that is so scary, right? But then they just went on. They went back. They actually went back, meaning they could have thought, let's rather not do this. Let's just rather just, no. This is all so calculated, so planned. There's so many people involved, so many people communicating. So I'm really glad that they're showing all of that. Robin says, for the mods who do amazing work with their fast fingers, thank you so much. If you want to support the mods directly, because remember, YouTube takes 30%, but I'll make sure they get spoiled, okay? You can buy them a coffee on their mod coffee link, which I'll put in the chat right now.
And if they're located right there where that blue square is on the map, and the killers are familiar with the type of car that Dan Markel drives, would they be able to see then his ingress and egress from Trescott Drive onto Benton Road?
They should be able to see him passing on Benton Road, yes.
And after this GPS ping near Markel's home, where does Rivera travel at that point?
What we see in the next slide, 130 here, is that immediately after that, we see the cell site usage starting at the top around 3:25 p.m. and continuing through until the late evening hours of the 5th would be consistent with traveling back to the Miami area.
Does he get back in looks like the early morning hours of June 6th?
That's correct.
Close to 12:47 a.m.?
Correct.
Now,
I mean, the first and second time, they actually stayed over there. So, like, they really had time to think. Now, being Kate MGTC said, I snorted when you called them Dumb and Dumber yesterday on the banner. Well, they are. But, yeah, they've got no regard for life. I mean, they had criminal records already, rap sheets. They were gang leaders, Rivera specifically. So, you know, I'm not surprised by their behavior. But just to think how much time they had to think about all of this, and then the communication with Katherine, with Charlie, and then with Donna Adelson and all of that. It's just so sick to think Dan Markel had no idea. You know, he was just living his life, fighting for his kids, going to work, going to gym. I mean, it's just horrible how he died. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's see.
did you look at the communication between all the co-conspirators during this trip to Tallahassee to see if there was any opportunity for information to be relayed?
Yes. So what we see, again, from the time of the rental car on the second through the 4th, again, to answer the question, is there an opportunity for communications to occur between these subjects? This, again, is another summary of the call detail records, just showing the communications between, again, the primary subjects of the investigation.
Okay, and how much were they talking?
So in that time frame, if we go back to kind of our organization here and split out, we can see just numbers of communications or attempted communications. These may be text messages, calls, but just records of communications or attempts. We see that there are a number between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, and between Magbanua and Garcia. And then as that continues, so for the total number of communications, we can see those between each of the subjects.
Okay, and is Katherine Magbanua the only one who is talking to Garcia or Rivera during that trip on this chart?
That's correct.
And is Charlie Adelson the only Adelson family member who talks to Katherine Magbanua?
That's correct.
And do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
I'm sorry?
do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going next to June 7th, which would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel on this trip. Earlier in the presentation, yesterday, right before we broke in the afternoon, we saw we're back in March of 2014. Donna Adelson tells Charlie Adelson she has to talk to him about something private while she's on the road on the way to Gainesville, and says to erase this text. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And then a few minutes after she sends that message, she says the subject of the private call is going to be about Dad's birthday.
Correct.
Dad's birthday gift, actually. Is that right?
Yes.
And she does not tell him to erase that text where she's saying the subject of the private call.
That's correct.
Now, in June, specifically on June 7th, did Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson exchange texts about this birthday present for Harvey Adelson again?
Yes. So slide 137, we see two chats between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, where Charlie indicates he's okay, have fun, still working on Dad's B-Day present. And Donna Adelson responds, I know it's a tough B-Day being 70 and all, but I know you'll come through.
Okay, and this still working on Dad's B-Day present would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel.
Correct.
Okay, and this birthday present was mentioned back in March. Would that be about 4 months before Harvey Adelson's birthday?
Yes.
All right, going forward to July 3rd. Was there an evite to Harvey Adelson's birthday sent to Wendi Adelson that day?
Yes, a reminder email that was sent on July 3rd.
Okay. And when is the party?
So as we see, kind of focusing in here on the details of this email, the party, friendly reminder that Donna's event is coming up on Saturday, July 5th, 2014 at 7:30 p.m.
Okay, and was it addressed to Wendi, and we blurred out their names, but her two sons, and listed Wendi and her two sons' last name as Adelson?
Yes.
Was Dan Markel still alive on July 5th of 2014?
He was.
And what last name, an Adelson, though, is listed as the boy's last name here when this is sent?
And I'm sorry.
Sorry, Adelson is listed as the boy's last name, though, regardless of the fact that Dan Markel is still alive on this date?
That's correct.
Damn. So they listed Wendy's sons, they were age 3 and 4. Okay, they listed their names as Adelson? But their names were not Adelson yet. After Dan Markel was murdered, within a year, Wendy said it took a year, to change their names legally to Adelson. Really erasing Dan Markel entirely. That's just so sick, right? Sussex Sandra said, it always amazes me how your true personality shows up in your face as you age, unless you get Botox and surgery, of course. Donna was an attractive woman, but her soul is now showing in her face. I think what's also amazing is how one's, let's say, true personality shows up in your face as you commit crimes. The glow down is like, wow, like really, especially for someone like Donna. Donna, you should have known this is going to be a really bad look for you. Like, oh my goodness. Yeah, she does look very different. And I think the mask is off. And I think there's no more speculative narcissistic supply. She's just, wow. So what a way to spend retirement, huh?
And this was about 2 weeks before Dan Markel was killed?
Yes.
Now, Donna is listed as the host here, but was there further evidence in the records that Donna Adelson was not only the host, but was also the person who sent these evites?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
There was at least one other email from the Donna Harvey at Gmail account to Evite, inquiring about whether the Evites had been sent. The title of the email, I believe, is "Have my 14 invitations been sent?" She's following up. It is signed by Donna Adelson, following up on whether those Evites have actually gone out, and it indicates that basically she's unfamiliar with the process, but she had listed the attendees under the contact section on their form.
So she's the one that's listing the invitees for the contacts for Evite.
Per that email, yes.
And checking to make sure the invitations did get sent through the Evite service.
Correct.
And does she also send a message to another person saying, did you get the Evite? Did you get my Evite?
Yes.
All right. I want to move on to then a couple of days later, July 6th. So would this be the day after the party?
Yes.
Okay. What message was found in the Cellbrite of Wendi Adelson's cell phone on July 6th?
So this is slide 142. There is a text message from Wendi Adelson to Dan Markel asking if he is in Tallahassee for the dates of July 14th through the 18th.
And she says she wants to know because she wants to know if she can have the kids on the 16th.
Correct.
And he replies, yes, you can.
Correct.
So chronologically, this would have occurred after the trip to Tallahassee in June by the killers, but before the July trip to Tallahassee when Dan Markel was actually murdered.
Correct.
Now, the dates that Wendi Adelson is asking Dan Markel about, what is significant about those dates? What happened on July 15th?
Those dates encompass the rental car and the trip to Tallahassee and ultimately Mr. Markel's death.
Okay. So July 15th was the day that the killers rented the car to come to Tallahassee.
Correct.
And then they were in Tallahassee from the 16th through the 18th,
Correct.
with Dan Markel being killed on the 18th.
Correct.
And where was Wendi Adelson when she sent this message?
So
Oh, thank you. Let me ask you about this. Was there already a schedule in place as to who would have the kids during those dates that Wendi Adelson asked Dan Markel about?
yes, there was. So this is an email from Wendi Adelson's Gmail account referencing the schedule for the children for this particular time. And we can see in the email that Mr. Markel is listed to have the children the 11th through the 17th.
And the date she was asking about is the 16th?
Correct.
And in the top of that email, does it say that she gets the kids every Wednesday anyway?
That she has the children every Wednesday anyway?
Yeah, the last sentence. I imagine you'll have the chance to have them on Wednesday nights during the weeks in May, June, and July?
Yes, that she would imagine to have the chance.
Okay. So what she was asking about seems to already be established in this schedule that was already established in January, 7 months earlier.
Correct.
All right, so where was Wendi Adelson when she sent the message to find out whether Dan Markel would be in town that week?
So that message was sent the morning of the 6th, and the closest cell site or event we have with location, she's communicating with a cell site in South Miami Beach, that would be consistent with the continuum.
And the continuum was the residence of Harvey and Donna Adelson at the time?
That's correct.
So Wendi was at her parents' house at the condominium in Miami. Okay, and on July 3rd, firstly, of 2014, there was a reminder email for Harvey's birthday party. The party was happening on July 5th. On the invitation, that reminder that Donna had sent out to everyone, she was referring to Wendi and Dan's kids as B and L Adelson. That wasn't their name at the time. It was Markel. But okay, Donna. Wow. I hope the jury's paying attention because this is quite hectic, eh? So 15 days before Dan Markel was murdered, the boys' names are Adelson on party invitations. The day after the party, so they have Harvey's party. What was the gift? Robert Adelson said he was the gift. They all told him that because they hadn't seen him in a while, whatever, he was the gift. apparently. So on the next morning, Wendi asked Dan if he's in Tallahassee, July 14th to 18th, because she wants to see the kids on the 16th. And that coincides with the date that the hitmen are renting the car and traveling to Tallahassee and scoping it all out for the second time. I mean, I don't know, man. There's a lot of coincidence here in this case, especially with Wendi. I can see why people definitely look at a skiff with the side eye. What? Red flags flying, right? Mom to A said, gee, do we know why Dan's parents don't have contact with the boys? It's because of the law there, the grandparent visitation law. It seems very difficult in Florida, and they're from Canada, and I don't know. I've just read a bit about it, and I just see it just seems like there's a lot of legality around that. So that's all I haven't gotten I haven't gone too much down the rabbit hole with that, but that's apparently why, right? Thank you so much for your sticker. Whew, this is hectic. She's at mommy's house, and Donna's probably like, quickly message him. Ask him if he's going to be there at the time. Well, now show us the calls.
And this would be the day after the birthday party?
Yes.
All right, what did Wendi Adelson do after sending that message?
So this is slide 146. There is a calendar entry which created an event for July 7th of 2014, which indicates cancel cable and get Apple ID and Netflix instead.
Okay. Obviously, this is something a lot of people do, right? Cancel cable and end up getting streaming services.
Yes.
All right, but you can stream from anywhere, right? Is that one of the perks of having streaming over cable?
It would be one of the perks, yes.
Cable is typically, especially back in 2014, was maybe confined to a more fixed spot like a home.
Correct.
And this was on July 7th then. So was Wendi Adelson still living at the Aqua Ridge Drive in Tallahassee at that time?
Yes.
But by the following month, she had relocated to Miami and was no longer in that home.
Oh, that's correct.
All right, moving on to July 11th. What do we see on July 11th?
So on July 11th, again, I'm on slide 148. This is an email from Donna Sue, the Donna Harvey Gmail, to Wendi Adelson regarding a Best Buy service or service for the television.
And what does it say?
It says, if you can't keep Friday, July 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call to reschedule. It states we took this, the contract we took out is repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they will take it no charge.
And here, her dad is being referred to in the third person. Contract is under Harvey Adelson with dad's cell phone number.
Yes.
Okay, and it's from Donna Sue at the top.
Correct.
If they need the purchaser, that.
Let's pause on her face quickly. So I asked Uncle Google, okay, about why can't Phil and Ruth Markel spend time with the kids. So Phil and Ruth Markel, the paternal grandparents of the kids of Dan Markel and Wendi, right, are currently unable to spend time with their grandchildren, primarily because Wendi Adelson, who has sole custody, cut off all contact around 2016 amid the ongoing murder investigation implicating her family. And Florida law does not currently provide them with enforceable visitation rights without a criminal or civil finding of culpability against Wendi herself. So maybe they saw them, because I have seen reports of them seeing the kids once or twice, but I think at some point she cut contact and moved to, I've heard Colorado and I've heard Texas. I think she's in Texas. And if you remember testimony from, I think it was day 2 or so, somewhere there, Dan Markel was getting job offers in Texas and all over the country, and Wendi didn't want to go there. So I just found it so ironic that now she's living in Texas. I thought she didn't want to go there. Hates Tallahassee, doesn't want to go to Texas, just wants to be in Miami. But then Dan Markel is killed, and now she's living in Texas? Oh, my word.
That's my name with my cell phone number, it says. Is that right?
Correct.
And what does Donna Sue say the contract is? Repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they'll take out at no charge. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, did you find any more information about, besides this email from Donna, about this TV repair that was supposed to take place on the morning of July 18th?
Regarding,
The Best Buy repair?
I mean, we know that it occurred, that technicians come to her house that morning.
Okay. And was there also emails between or messages about the TV being in Harvey Adelson's, as it says here? I guess just consistent with this, some Best Buy documents that were consistent with this about the contract being under Harvey Adelson's name that Donna's then communicating to Wendi?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to July 14th. Was this the night before the car rental for the killer's July trip to Tallahassee?
Correct.
All right, were Charlie Adelson and Magbanua together that night?
They were, yes.
Okay, and how do we know?
We have communication. So then, again, this is slide 151, a summary of communications between Ms. Magbanua, Charlie Adelson, Sigfredo, Garcia. We see some voice activity and a text between them, and then we also have text messages recovered from Mr. Adelson's iCloud account that kind of go along with these. So we see that there is a phone call from Mr. Adelson at 8:53 p.m., and then we find a text message chat that says, "Just tried calling you at 8:56.
And do they appear to meet as far as their phone locations are concerned?
Yes. So this continues on. Ms. Magbanua basically indicates for Mr. Adelson to come down to her location. She lived south of him in South Florida. He responds or updates with an ETA of 5 men. And then he again updates his location as he's getting closer. We see here on slide 153 at 9:27 p.m. Mr. Adelson has an event with a cell site consistent with Ms. Magbanua's residence.
And after leaving the area of Magbanua's residence that night, does Magbanua contact Garcia?
She does, yes.
Okay, so what do we see here?
So this would be after Mr. Adelson was in the area of her residence. We see events after midnight, 12:42 a.m. and 1 a.m. that would be consistent with him leaving that area and potentially returning to his home.
Okay, and can you tell me about the communication after that?
I can. So what we see July 15th is the rental of the Prius. And to your point, again, and I'll stop here real quick, this is just another summary of the events between our primary subjects. And I'll highlight some of these as we talk about them. So these are events from the early morning hours of after the morning of the rental vehicle. And yes, we see that Ms. Magbanua makes a number of outgoing calls to Mr. Garcia between 12:48 a.m. and 1:56 a.m.
And who does Garcia call first thing in the morning?
Well, one of his first calls in the morning is to Comfort Rent-A-Car.
And that was the same rental car that he used for the June trip to Tallahassee.
That's correct.
Okay, but also the same one where he had to rent the second car, use the same service again.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did he end up calling another rental car company a little later in the day?
Yes. As we again look at the calls throughout the day, we see that at 4:28 p.m. He makes an outgoing call to Save Gas or Hybrid Rental, another rental car agency.
Okay. And were we able to, now throughout that day, when he's calling Comfort and then calling Hybrid, are he and Luis Rivera in communication?
Yes.
And are he and Magbanua in communication?
Yes.
All right. Was law enforcement able to find a rental agreement from Safe Gas?
We were. As we look at the rest of the call detail summary, we see here at the bottom, this is slide 160, that there is communication at just after 6 p.m. between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And as asked, we were able to locate the rental agreement for Hybrid Rental. And what we see is at 6:15 p.m. is the time out for this vehicle. We see that they rented the Toyota Prius.
Okay, and who rented the Prius?
It's in the name of Louis Rivera.
And whose number is listed at the top under the name Brother?
Mr. Garcia's.
Okay. And were their locations also consistent with Save Gas?
Yes, if we look at both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations, they are consistent with the area of the Save Gas or hybrid rental.
All right, right after this car is rented around 6:15, this car that is the car that's going to make this final trip to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, are Magbanua and Charlie Adelson playing phone tag around that time?
Yes.
And did they finally talk on the phone about 15 minutes later at around 6:30?
Yes. So again, we're now looking at a call detail summary. This is slide 163 that shows the communication between them, our subjects, the evening of the 15th. We saw the communication between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera just prior to the rental car pickup. As you mentioned, there is an attempt between Ms. Magbanua and Charlie Adelson. We see there's a very short duration calls. And then at 6:36 p.m., there is a 10-minute phone call between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua.
After that call, the 10-minute call with Magbanua, who does Charlie Adelson call within, I guess, about an hour or so after this car is rented and after he talks to Magbanua?
So we can see that starting at 7:30, Charlie Adelson calls the Adelson residence, the Donna and Harvey Adelson residence, for a 22-minute phone call, and then again at 7:54 p.m. for an 11-minute phone call.
Okay, so 22 minutes and then 11 minutes. Charlie
Yes.
Adelson calls the landline that night.
Correct.
Do the phone records show us which parent he may have been talking to on the landline at that time?
We know that there is a phone call from Harvey Adelson's cell phone to the residence later on. So he would have not been at the residence later on in the evening. At this time, there's no indication.
And can you walk us through that?
I can. So this is 8:06 p.m. We see the call from Harvey Adelson to the Adelson residence, about a 12-minute phone call.
Okay, and that would have been, is that about the last phone call from Charlie Adelson to the Adelson residence was at 7:54 p.m.?
Correct.
And they talked for 11 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, so at that point, it's going to be about, is that 8:05 when they get off the phone?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And then who calls the Adelson residence at 8:06?
Harvey Adelson.
Okay. So it was 1 minute later that he called the Adelson residence.
Correct.
So would that be consistent with Charlie Adelson talking to Donna Adelson at the residence, since Harvey Adelson wouldn't be calling himself at the Adelson residence 1 minute later?
Could be, yes.
Earlier we talked about how rare it is that Charlie Adelson calls his parents' landline. He only calls 28 times total in the, I think it was around 15 months in your time span around the time of this murder. So we saw during the June car rental there was one call to the landline, is that right?
Yes.
And for this car rental there's two calls right after the landline, is that right?
Correct.
Sorry, two calls to the landline right after the car rental, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So 3 total of those 28 were right after these cars were rented.
Yes.
Next, where did Garcia go after the car was rented?
Well, you have your fourth call to the residence.
Thank you.
At 8:20 p.m.
Okay.
Again, Charlie Adelson calling the residence for a 10-minute phone call.
All right, so 4 total of the 28 then,
Correct.
around the time of the car rentals. All right, what do we have next?
So on the 15th, continuing, we see that there is a number of communications. This, again, is after the time of the rental car. There's a number of communications or attempts between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. Those continue through the evening, and they end about 9:30 p.m. This is slide 172. If we look at the locations, slide 173, again, all of those attempts to reach each other ended at 9:30, and we can see that beginning at 9:30, Mr. Garcia's cell site locations will be consistent with the area of Ms. Magbanua's residence.
Did Garcia and Rivera's phones appear to leave the Miami area then the following day, July 16th of 2014?
Yes. And I'll point out also on this slide, in addition to the cell site locations, we did have GPS location for the rental vehicle, which we can also see here on the map by the blue square icon, that the rental vehicle, in addition to Mr. Garcia's cell sites, but the rental vehicle location would be consistent with Magbanua's residence as well.
So just like we saw on the June trip, the cell sites that we're getting from the cell records are lining up and are consistent with the Spirion GPS records from these rental cars.
Correct.
Okay. Can you walk us through the travel of the cell phones on July 16th?
Yes, so we see again, slide 175 here, we have cell site locations for this trip for both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera, and we can see that they're consistent with leaving the South Florida area the early afternoon of July 16th. And as we see through both of their cell site usages, as we continue kind of up through this map, we can see they reach the Tallahassee area in the early morning hours of the 17th.
Now on the 17th, are they ever consistent with being near the Markel residence on Trescott Drive?
Yes, we do see here that both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera have cell site and sector usage that will be consistent with Mr. Markel's residence. And this is on July 17th in the late morning to early afternoon hours.
Okay, and that cell site, is that right near Winthrop Park where we saw them in the last, for the June trip?
That's correct.
Just a second.
Can you imagine, in that break I just had to take when I went off screen, I had to answer a phone call. I don't like phone calls. If they ever looked at my phone with Celebrite, there's not going to be many phone calls. Anyone who knows me knows, don't call me. I'm one of those that looks at it ringing. Why are you calling? But anyway, that one I had to take. Damn it. Anyway, I'm here now. Okay. And sure, I think this is, it's not yet pointing directly at Donna, but it's going to. Right? To see the call patterns, to see the premeditation, to see, I'm so glad they're going over the birthday party from that timeline already. The first attempted trip in June, then Harvey's birthday party, then Wendi being like, so, to Dan Markel, when will you be in Tallahassee? Which exact dates? Whew, this is getting hectic. I like how chilled Georgia Kappelman is. The attorney asking the questions now, doing the direct examination, is actually Sarah Dugan. And a lot of people confuse them because they look kind of alike. But you could see Georgia now, right? They're talking to each other. And Georgia's just sitting there like, okay. It's just like I think this movement she's making, and yeah, all of that. The call pattern logs are going to be interesting.
I wanted to ask you one more thing about the June trip. Law enforcement didn't know about this June trip before Luis Rivera informed them there was actually another trip to Tallahassee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, leading.
Sustained. Please rephrase your question.
Did law enforcement know about the June trip before Luis Rivera's statement?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so once we found out about the June trip, were we able to get Rivera's records? And Rivera had records that showed his locations for both June and July.
That's correct.
But Garcia's records had locations for July, but because it had been so long since this trip, they didn't have locations for June anymore. Is that correct?
It wasn't the delay in getting the records. It was the transition of the companies that those records were unfortunately not available to us.
Thank you. Okay, so we just talked about their locations were consistent with being near Markel's home on July 17th. Are you able to show us the communication on the call detail records between all the co-conspirators on the 16th and 17th during this trip to Tallahassee?
Yes. So again, should be slide 179. We are looking at another summary of the communications between the subjects, and this spans July 16th in the morning through the early morning hours of July 18th.
Okay. And do we have the same pattern here where Magbanua was the only one contacting Garcia and Rivera, and Charlie is the only Adelson talking to Magbanua?
That's correct. If we go back to kind of the tally of communications, again, we can see the highest number of communications between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, between Magbanua and Garcia, and then as the others, as the others have communications as well.
Okay. And these communications, they also cover attempted communications, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And some of these communications may be text, some may be calls, some may be mundane. Some of these people have relationships anyway. We're just showing all the communications that, or attempted communications that did take place.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So I want to focus on the night before Dan Markel's murder, late that night. Using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication that evening on July 17th, going into the early morning hours of July 18th?
Yes. So again, kind of same format here. We see, this is slide 185, we see calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson at 10:18 and 10:29, both of them for just over 4 minutes.
Okay, and what's next?
We see at about 11:40, there is communication between Mr. Garcia and Ms. Magbanua.
Okay, and what happens after that?
Additional communications between Katherine and Sigfredo, and then Charlie calls Katherine just after midnight.
Okay, and is there any more after that?
There is, we see that Ms. Magbanua calls Charlie again at 12:34 a.m. for a short duration call. And then Charlie calls her back at 1:03 a.m.
Okay. And the Charlie calls Donna at 1:02 a.m. Was there no duration on that?
No duration on that.
Okay. All right. So then moving on to later that morning, which is going to be the morning of July 18th when Dan Markel was murdered. What can you tell us about all the co-conspirators' communication that morning between 8 a.m. and 12:30 p.m.?
So again, another call detail summary between those subjects. Here, slide 192, we're referencing the time when the shooting of Mr. Markel occurred. And in combination with the iCloud return with text message content, in the forensic examination of Wendi Adelson's phone, the communication records from the carriers, we kind of have a more complete idea of the communications between these persons the morning of the 18th.
Okay, and the yellow line there shows out what time in the call detail records the homicide occurred?
Yes.
Can you walk us through all the cell phone evidence that morning?
So again, just looking at the communications between our primary subjects, Wendi had the calendar event that for 8 a.m. for fixed TV.
And I want to ask you about that. Did she often have calendar events in her phone?
She did, yes.
And she would often delete those events?
Correct.
All right. When was this calendar event deleted?
I do not know.
Okay. Was it when she was with law enforcement the afternoon of July 18th? Did they take her phone and run a Cellbrite report on it?
Yes. So this extraction occurred on the late evening hours of July 18th.
Okay. And in the Cellbrite, it would have shown that the calendar event was deleted. Is that right?
Correct.
So would she have had to have deleted it before her cell phone was Cellbrighted that evening?
Yes.
Okay. So sometime between 8 a.m. when the event is on her phone and that evening it was deleted.
It could have been deleted before that date.
Okay. All right. So first call to Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson. Can you show that to us?
Yes. So again, we see at 8:09 a.m. there's a call from Wendi to Donna.
Okay. Let me ask you one thing from the night before. Was it unusual for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson to communicate or attempt to communicate at 1 a.m. that late?
They're communicate over a pretty broad range of time. I think it was pretty clear that that event was a misdial that he immediately corrected and called Ms. Magbanua, and that's why there was no duration to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to that morning, we saw the calendar event, and then does Donna place the first call that morning between the co-conspirators to Wendi?
Wendi calls Donna. Let's back up. So, yes, Wendi actually calls Donna at 8:09.
Okay. And what's next?
Donna attempts back at about the same time frame. Little phone tag maybe. And then we see a text message from Donna to Wendi again about the Best Buy service.
And she says, they're on their way over now to help with the TV sets in your living room.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendi has a text to Charlie stating this is so sweet.
And that was deleted?
Correct.
And would that have had to have been deleted then before the Celebrate that afternoon, sometime between when it was received at 8:20 and the Celebrate that afternoon?
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendi receives a voicemail from Dan Markel.
Okay, and do you have that voicemail where you could play it for us?
I believe so.
Hey, ladies, good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Friday. Just wanted to say I'm hoping to pick the boys up early this afternoon and give them to and then have them ready for you around 4:30 or 5. Pick them up either at the jail or at the house. So let me know if that's okay with you. And also I'd love to chat with you about that situation in school and birthday stuff and all that. I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30, but happy to chat. For a walk in school, things like that. Okay, bye.
What time was that voicemail left for Wendi Adelson?
9:04 a.m.
Okay, what happens after that?
So Charlie calls Wendi, or attempts to call Wendi at 9:12.
And that's 29 seconds?
Correct.
Okay.
Why is Charlie calling Wendi? Shame. It's so sad hearing Dan's voice, sending a voicemail to Wendi, right before he's killed and telling everything that he's going to be up to that day. I just really want to see, here they show it. Okay, wait. So Dan, I'm going to put myself here next to Donna. Dan leaves a voicemail for Wendi. Hey Wendi, it's Danny. Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Friday. Because the sound wasn't great, so it's better to read it, right? So he said, just want to let you know I was hoping to pick the boys up early this afternoon and take them swimming. And then have them ready for you around 4:30 or 5 if you can pick them up from me either at Trousdale or at the house. So let me know if that's okay with you. And I'd also love to chat with you about Ben's situation for school and birthday stuff and all that. I'm going to be at the gym probably from, that's blocked out by Law and Crime's banner. I think he said 10 to 10, between something and 10:30, but happy to chat or meet with you. Shame. The timeline was refined there, when I would say she knew exactly what time he's going to be at home. You know what I mean? She also... She lied. She lied on the stand this time. I would recommend checking out Dr. G explains, I know many of you watch his videos as well. I know what you watch. YouTube tells me what my audience watches. So if you haven't watched his latest video, yeah, he points out how Wendi lied on the stand about that morning and when she saw the yellow tape, and she says in her police interview she thought it was like a tree fell down, but also, everything she says about that morning, she lied this time on the stand. I mean, we're not shocked that she lied, but still, I think it's interesting that she knew his routine. Okay, so let's go forward a little bit. When they showed this man, this is Dan Markel, the victim's dad. Shame, he's hearing his son's voice. Oh my goodness, this must be so painful, right? So I'm going to go forward a bit here now.
Okay, what happens after that?
So Charlie calls Wendi, or attempts to call Wendi at 9:12.
And that's 29 seconds?
Correct.
Okay, what's next?
Wendi texts Dan Markel, stating the repairman at my house now. I am picking up the boys at 3 p.m., so your swim idea is a no-go today.
So do we know exactly what time she listened to that? Was it 9:04?
9:04 was the voicemail.
Do we know exactly what time she listened to that 9:04 voicemail?
We do not.
But it seems she would have listened to it before this text at 9:12.
She does seem to acknowledge the content of the voicemail in this text message reply.
So she heard it sometime between 9:04 and 9:12.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that message, he mentions he's going to the gym, right? At 9:15. But from the surveillance videos that we have, by the time he got to the gym at 9:15, were the killers already tailing him?
Appeared to be so, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statement that they had been tailing him all morning? They followed him from his house to the preschool that morning.
Correct.
All right, so can you walk us through these messages starting at 9:12 a.m. that Wendi Adelson has with Dan Markel?
Yes. So, again, she indicated that the swim idea was a no-go. Mr. Markel responds about his day ending at 4:30.
Meaning that he gets to keep the boys under the schedule until 4:30.
Correct.
Okay.
As again, in this message, he says, under our schedule. And he continues, and you had them until 5 last week. And this is at 9:13 a.m.
Okay.
Wendi Adelson responds, because you needed to food shop. This is at 9:15. Mr. Markel replies, you weren't making them available until 5.
And at this point, he's already in the Premier parking lot around that time.
Would be correct, yes.
Okay.
Wendi responds, if it was 4:30 last Friday, you should have told me that. Why tell me now? This is at 9:19. And also at 9:19, Wendi receives a call from Charlie, lasts a little over 18 minutes.
Okay. So at the point where Dan Markel's already at the gym at 9:19, right?
Yes.
And the killers have already followed him to the gym at that point, right?
Correct.
And this is per surveillance footage from Premier.
Correct.
Oh my word, Wendi. I see H. Holland is saying, who's the person top left of the screen? You must be new here. But let me explain for anyone who is new here. I always have a picture of the victim top left, usually of the screen. If there's any reason for me to move it, I'll move it. But I always have a picture of the victim in the case on the screen, because that's what the case is about. You know, it's easy to get distracted into the weeds with things, but this is about justice for Dan Markel. So that is Dan Markel. He's with his 2 boys. Their faces have been blurred out. Thank you to Grizzly Cat for finding all the beautiful pictures, censoring them, updating them, editing them, all of that, right? But that is Dan Markel. He was 41 years old when he was shot in his garage, in his car, through the window, twice in the head on July 18th of 2014. So, yeah, and he died about 14 hours later.
At this point, Wendi and Charlie have an 18 and 17 second phone conversation.
An 18-minute and 17-second, yes.
Okay. What happens next after this phone conversation?
So after the phone call started, Wendi would have received the incoming text, because I was being nice. And then about the time that phone call would have ended, Wendi texts Dan back.
And does she say, nice was fun while it lasted. See you at 4:30 today at my house then?
Correct.
Damn, Wendi. Nice was fun while it lasted. See you at 4:30 today at my house then. Now, if she had any knowledge, which she always says she didn't, but if she had any knowledge that his life would end that day, wow, saying nice was fun while it lasted has a different ring to it, you know what I mean? Wow.
Correct.
So after this 18-minute phone call with Charlie Adelson, does she seemingly change her stance in the argument? She kind of concedes the argument and agrees with what Dan Markel is asking. He can keep the boys until 4:30.
Hold on. Someone says Wendi equals snark. We do snark. Wendi equals a B word. I can think of other words. I'm going to go with a B word.
Correct.
And then within about an hour of this message was Dan Markel killed.
He was shot, yes.
Shot, thank you. Walk us through what happens next.
So there are additional communications. Charlie attempts to call Donna at 9:38. Charlie attempts to call Katherine at 9:57. Return attempts just after. And then Charlie and Katherine talk for almost 7 minutes at 9:58.
Okay.
Charlie calls Wendi 10:06, short duration. Katherine attempts Charlie again, 10:07, 10:08. The return call at 10:09 for about 6 minutes. And that's the last of the communications prior to the shooting.
Okay, is Charlie also that morning playing phone tag with the attorney representing him in the divorce, Stephen Webster?
Dan Markel is.
I'm sorry, Dan Markel, thank you. And did Dan Markel have communication where he's playing phone tag with Stephen Webster?
Yes, this is slide 220, and we see from Mr. Markel's records several incoming, outgoing text or voice attempts with Stephen Webster.
And are they basically setting up a time to talk later in the morning?
Your Honor, facts not evidence and also speculation.
Staying as the facts, not evidence, that you can lay a foundation for this was doing.
Have you reviewed the text in these call detail records?
Briefly,
Did it appear that they were setting up a time to talk later that day?
yes.
Okay. Is the last outgoing communication from Dan Markel 10:34 a.m.?
Yes.
And Dan Markel would have been killed within a few minutes of sending that outgoing message?
Correct.
All right, I want to shift now to the cell phone locations in this case. You walked us through at the beginning of your presentation yesterday Dan Markel's locations on the morning of the murder: Trescott, preschool, gym. What can you tell us about Rivera and Garcia's locations that morning?
So again, as you mentioned, slide 222 here, we see the locations that he was. We know his approximate arrival, the arrival of the Prius into Premier Health and Fitness just after 9 a.m. And what we see now up to slide 224, these are the cell site locations for Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. Again, Mr. Garcia is in orange, Rivera in blue, but these are the first events with location. We have the morning of the 18th, July 18th, and we see that Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia's location are both consistent with them being in the area of Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay, and what was the last event with location data that we have for them while consistent with Premier Gym?
It's going to be these that you see here. So 9:58 for Mr. Garcia, 9:46 for Mr. Rivera.
When was their next event with location after these events?
It was afternoon.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
I can. We see, again, Mr. Markel's vehicle leaving the Premier Health and Fitness, 10:38. The Prius traveling just after. And then we see the location information here. This is slide 227. And again, just looking at the cell site locations, Mr. Garcia's in orange, Rivera's in blue. We see that those events we just saw at Premier Health and Fitness are at the top. And the next event we have, you see, is the 12:30 event for Mr. Garcia, where they appear to be on 75 traveling southbound.
So from Tallahassee to around the Gainesville area, there were no events with location.
Correct.
Could that be consistent with them turning their phones off after they left Premier Gym?
It could, yes.
Sometimes when people commit crimes, do they try to turn their phones off during that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained unless you can lay a foundation for this particular point, Ms. Dugan.
I'll move on, Judge. All right, so let's start at 12:30. Who was the call to 12:32?
So this is a summary of Mr. Garcia's records for the morning of the 18th. And what we see is his first outgoing call, which happens to be that same event we have with location at 12:30, was to Ms. Magbanua.
Even though the call appears to be a short duration, is there any evidence that it went to voicemail or Magbanua did not answer the call?
There's no evidence it was not received.
What do the phone records indicate about the status of Garcia's phone from the last event at Premier to the time he called Katherine Magbanua at 12:30?
Well, we do see at 12:18 and 12:19, we see 2 incoming calls that do not create locations, which means they did not actually reach the handset. The handset was not in communication with the network. So we know, at least for those times, that the handset was not, again, in communication with the network. Power down, battery dead. However, and then we also see these short codes, this 122 and 129, that are coming into the phone at 12:29. And these are consistent with notifications to the handset about missed calls or voicemails or other things. So those events would be consistent with that phone being powered back on or returning to the network at about that 12:29 time frame.
Okay. And once it comes back on at 12:29, the first call is to Magbanua?
Correct.
Switching gears here, I want to talk about Wendi Adelson's locations during that morning and early afternoon time frame when Dan Markel was murdered. Are you familiar with Wendi Adelson's statement about her locations on the day of Dan Markel's murder and the route that she took on July 18th after her TV repair appointment?
Yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
So again, we see her residence here at the time, the Aqua Ridge Way. This is slide 230. Again, just the flag there indicates the area of her residence.
So is Aqua Ridge kind of off Centerville Road, north of I-10?
Yes.
All right. Based on the location info from her call detail records, can you determine the approximate time she encountered the roadblock on Trescott Drive?
I can, yes.
Okay.
So we also have a receipt from ABC Fine Wine and Spirits that is time-stamped at 12:49 p.m. on the 18th. So looking at communication records with location, we see that she begins a voice call at 12:31 p.m. Her cell site is listed as the purple dot and starts at 12:31. We can see, this is slide 232. As we come down to about the middle here, she has an event at 12, or communication during this phone call with a cell site at 12:35, and then that call ends at 12:47. So we see again that would be consistent with her leaving the area of her residence sometime around the 12:31 time frame, and being in the area of, and this 12:47 cell site could be the ABC Liquors as well. We know the receipt time's just a couple of minutes later. So with that, and to slide 233, with that receipt being at 12:49, the voice call ending at 12:47, she would have passed by Mr. Markel's residence just prior to that.
Okay, meaning maybe somewhere around 12:35 to 12:45.
Correct.
Did Dan Markel have he and Wendi Adelson's children the morning of July 18th?
I'm sorry?
Did Dan Markel have the children the morning of July 18th and he took them to school that morning?
He did, yes.
Okay. Looking at Wendi Adelson's call detail records, were you able to see her calls, who they were from and to, and the times on July 18th of 2014?
Yes. So slide 234, a summary of her calls that morning. And we can see in the highlighted sections here calls that would have been made or received after the time that she would have passed by the Markel residence.
When she encountered that roadblock, the crime scene tape with the police cars behind it in front of the Markel residence, did she attempt to call Dan Markel to make sure he or the kids were okay?
She did not.
Did she?
That is so suspicious. Why? Why is she not calling Dan Markel to check if he's okay and to check if the kids are okay? You know, she's driving past there to go to a liquor store. But then you see yellow tape, you see police cars everywhere, and you do not call Dan Markel to say, hey, what's that? What? Wow. There's like crime scene tape, there's yellow tape up, okay, at the house, what happened? Or just to check that he's okay, to check that the boys are okay. How does she know that they're fine? Even though she knows they were dropped off at the preschool, even though she knows that he went to the gym, how does she know? Like, well, that's what he told her. How does she know that? See, how does she know that he actually did that? Because something could have happened before all that happened. That is so suspicious. Oh my word.
She attempt to call the children's daycare, creative preschool, to make sure that they made it to school and there wasn't some type of incident?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 or law enforcement to see what was going on since her children had been staying on that street?
She did not.
Did she just continue to the liquor store and then on to lunch?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the area of...
Okay, get out the silver bracelets. Just arrest her already. Like, what? That is circumstantial evidence, in my opinion, amongst other things. It's just, you're not worried about Dan, who you plan to see later that day. You're not worried about your kids. He had them that morning. There's police tape around your previous house. You're magically driving past there because, you know, it's just like a route, you know, even though we just saw the map, there's no reason for her to turn in there. She could have just driven straight to the liquor store, but you're turning in there. You're having a look. Okay, and then you turn around and nope. Not gonna call this preschool. Not gonna call Dan. Just gonna carry on with my day and buy myself some bullet bourbon for a party that I've got to attend. Off to lunch. Oh wow.
Thomasville Road and I-10, where the restaurant Mosaic used to be, which was the restaurant she went to lunch at that day.
I am.
Were there any liquor stores in that area back in July 2014?
There were, yes.
Okay, can you walk? Thank you.
So what we see, slide 237, again, we are showing the residence, her residence at the time on Aqua Ridge, and her ultimate destination, which was Mosaic off of Thomasville Road. So clearly the next slide here shows, as calculated by the mapping software, the most direct route between those two locations as far as where she was heading.
And then were there any liquor stores in the area of Mosaic at that time?
There were. So at that
Oh my word. So they're basically showing you didn't have to drive past Dan's house at all. You were going there. There's the actual route you could have gone to your luncheon. But also on the way, there's a Publix Liquors. The hell are you going past the house for? Turning off and asking no questions. Wow. Paula says, I bet Wendy's watching this channel. Hi, Wendi. Right? What's up with this?
time, there was Publix Liquors on Thomasville Road there, very close to Mosaic. There was Market Square Liquors off Thomasville, and also another ABC location a little further north on Thomasville Road.
Would those Publix and Market Square liquors be a lot closer to Aqua Ridge and Mosaic than the one she ultimately went to?
They would, and this is slide 242, which shows the route she ended up taking versus what is calculated as the most efficient route. We can see there's a difference of about 9 minutes longer to go the other way.
So she went 9 minutes out of the way to go to the ABC Liquors next to Dan Markel's home.
I mean, and the timing. Why? That was after Dan Markel was shot. But why? Why are you driving there? She'll be like, oh, I was just familiar with that store. Really? And we're supposed to believe that. Charlie Hobo 7007 says, serial lurker here. Thanks for the coverage. Love your channel. Thank you for coming out of the lurker den and saying hi. Thank you so much for your sticker.
Correct.
All right, switching gears again. July 18th, the last slide that we saw of Garcia and Rivera's locations was around the Gainesville area when the phones were powered back on and the 12:30 call was made by Garcia to Katherine Magbanua. Does the next map show Garcia and Rivera continuing to come back down to the Miami area?
Yes, we do see here slide 244 as another large time frame without location information, but we see in the late afternoon, early evening hours, the use on the phones returns, and we see that they are getting into the South Florida area.
Okay, once back in Miami, did they stop somewhere where they were caught on video?
Yes, so we have an ATM withdrawal from Mr. Rivera. We can see that that occurred at 6:46 p.m. and through the records we were able to determine the location of that specific ATM where that transaction occurred in Pembroke Pine.
Okay.
So slide 247 shows the location of the ATM by the yellow flag in the middle. The, again, blue and orange circles represent the cell sites their handsets were using at the time, and we can see that their locations are consistent with the area of that ATM around the time of that transaction.
All right.
Fee Riley said in one of the jail calls between Charlie and Donna after he was convicted, he said that Wendi dropped them all by doing her drive-by. Charlie says she just couldn't help herself. If you know exactly which jail call it is, please email it to me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. I've listened to quite a few of the jail calls, but I don't remember that. That's interesting. She just couldn't help herself. We speculate she just had to go and have a look. My word.
Moving on to July 18th. Okay, thank you.
So from that ATM, there were also surveillance images obtained of Mr. Rivera driving, Mr. Garcia in the passenger seat, and again of the green Prius.
And then after that, was Garcia in communication with Katherine Magbanua that evening?
Yes.
Was Magbanua also in communication with her friend Yendra Mascaro that evening?
Yes. So here again, slide 250 is the summary of the communications at that afternoon and evening. And we can highlight here several communications between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. And in addition to those, we do see communications between Ms. Magbanua and Ms. Mascaro.
And was there evidence that Magbanua went to Rivera's house to meet up with Garcia on the night of July 18th?
There was. As we see again, Ms. Magbanua's cell sites represented here in red. She has events up to 8:46 that are consistent with the area of her residence. And we can see as we move across the slide here, 253, events at 9:20 and 9:23 and ultimately 9:42 that will be consistent with her traveling away from the area of her residence and toward the area of Mr. Rivera's residence.
And are you familiar with Magbanua's statement that she dropped her kids off at Yendra Mascaro's residence for the night that night, on the night of July 18th?
Yes.
And whose residence is on the way to Rivera's?
Ms. Mascaro's.
And is Magbanua then at Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
I'm sorry, you have a question.
Your Honor, there's a question from the jury.
You use the bathroom.
Thank
The
you.
bailiff will take you to the restroom.
Shame. The juror's like, me, gotta go to the bathroom. Stella Soul 68 said, I'm waiting for the gotcha Donna moment. Me too. Show us the bump. Show us, let's hear the wiretapping calls. Let's see her at the airport again, trying to make a run for it. After talking to Charlie. Uh-huh. Interesting. Okay. Donna, why are you looking so surprised? Sometimes people drink delicious coffee, Donna. Not just jail O'Keefe coffee and root beer barrels. They might need to go. Tinkle time now. Maybe they had some glorious sparkling water, some coffee, some juice, breakfast, croissant. Yeah, they need to go. Donna, don't look surprised. We know you didn't have those things, okay?
Everyone can be seated. Believed to accommodate the issue that we discussed previously at sidebar about scheduling. We'll need to stop this morning at 11:30, but once the jurors come back out, we'll at least get another hour of the testimony in.
Eh? Sorry, what?
If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her at this time.
Stopping at 11:30 for what? Does anyone know? You got insight? Harvey's there. He's sitting right there. People are asking, where's Harvey? Right there. Okay. Someone says, wait. Yeah, Stefan says, poor Donna doesn't like she doesn't like carbs. And Blue Star said, maybe Donna can get some spicy pickles. Shame. I wonder what her commissary is looking like. Oh dear. Okay, moving on. Damn, what the heck is going on here? That's a long break. Huh? That was like a 15-minute break. And now they're gonna go talk to each other. Wait, what's the time? 10:47. And now her hair's back up. Okay. Look at her. She's just a sweet, sweet, innocent granny, okay? And then people are free to feel free to ask questions, okay? But please also check out the trial prep part 1 and 2. It'll help you a lot, right? Thank you for helping answer the question, Olivia. Judge, could you let us know what's happening with the scheduling today?
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with the examination of Sgt Corbitt.
Okay, so the night of July 18th was Katherine Magbanua's cell phone consistent with Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
Yes, just after that. We see from the call summary The last communication between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia was at 9:46 p.m. And what we see as her events at 9:46 and 9:47 are very consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence. So that kind of coincides with the end of their back and forth communication, with her location becoming consistent with Rivera's residence, where Mr. Garcia's location was also consistent.
Okay, and could that be consistent with her communicating with Garcia? That communication ends once she arrives at Rivera's residence, where Garcia and Rivera are also there.
Correct.
Now, after being there for a little while, does Katherine Magbanua communicate with Charlie Adelson?
She does, and again, back to the summary, we see that there is an outgoing call from Mr. Adelson at 10:12, very, very short duration, and then Ms. Magbanua calls Mr. Adelson back at 10:20 for about a 2-minute phone call.
And tell us about Katherine Magbanua's location for that 10:20 call to Charlie Adelson.
So what we see, the 10:20 and 10:22, is the last times that her location is consistent with the area around Mr. Rivera's residence.
Were we able to find any other evidence of her and Charlie Adelson's plans for the night of July 18th?
Yes, and again, that was slide 257 we just spoke of. This is communication from Mr. Adelson's iCloud, and the afternoon and evening of July 18th, where she asked, how's work been, hon? He says, been busy. And then later, about to start a big case, which she acknowledges.
Okay, and did they discuss their...
About to start a big case. You don't say. Those words that can bite you in the ass later. Loba Volcana, thank you for the €20 sticker. You said very sus. Wendi passed by Trescott, the residence by 12:35 approximately. Officer stated she stopped, turned around, heading to the other direction. Doesn't call Dan, not the kids' school, no police. Takes the longer 20-minute route to the store. Exactly. Very, very suspicious, right?
plans for that night?
They did. 8:22 p.m. She texts, "You're still at work." Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, responds, "Just finishing. I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang at my house."
And that message from him is at 8:23 p.m. to Katherine Magbanua?
That's correct.
Okay, and he says he's not feeling good before she comes to his house.
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with a call that Wendi Adelson made while at TPD in front of TPD investigators to inform Donna Adelson of Dan Markel's shooting?
Yes.
And was that call made by Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson at 7:04 p.m.?
Yes, there were actually two close together there.
Okay, thank you. Which co-conspirator did Donna Adelson call after that?
So looking at Donna Adelson's locations and communication, there is a text message from Donna to Charlie, a chat that says, "Call us ASAP."
Okay, and what about after that?
So what we see is looking at the combined location information from both Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's cell phones, their locations. We see that they are consistent with leaving the South Miami, South Beach area around or a little before 8 p.m. and beginning to travel north. We see locations here on this slide through about 8:29 p.m. And if we continue, we see events at 8:35 p.m. again in the North Miami area, and then we don't have any other usable events with location until 10:53, at which point they're in the north area down here.
Okay. Can you go back to just the slide right before this? Okay, so she receives a call from Wendi Adelson around 7:04 p.m. She's in touch with Charlie Adelson by she's attempting to get in contact with him by around 7:12, and within an hour they are leaving South Beach and headed north in Miami.
Oh my word, this is like, is the jury paying attention? Within an hour, Donna and Harvey are driving over to Charlie's house to drop off the money. The money that Charlie's going to give to Katherine Magbanua, the cash. Washed, not dried well, stapled, and ready for Katherine Magbanua. Okay.
Correct.
They being Donna Adelson
And Harvey Adelson,
and Harvey
yes.
Adelson. Thank you. All right.
You tell them, Sergeant Chris Corbitt. And Harvey, yeah. He was, because Harvey was apparently driving the vehicle. So, and Harvey, yeah, he's sitting, where is he? Yeah, he's sitting right there in the courtroom.
So can we go to your next slide? You said that their last cell phone communication with location data was in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. and their next event with location after that was at 10:53 p.m. Are you familiar with Katherine Magbanua's statement that Charlie Adelson told her that his parents had just been at her home the night of Dan Markel's murder before she arrived at the home?
Her home or his home?
I'm sorry, his home, Charlie Adelson's home.
Yes.
Charlie Adelson's parents had just been at Charlie Adelson's home before Magbanua arrived that night.
Correct.
Okay. Is Charlie's home located between the location we see there for the cell site at 8:35 and the location for the cell site at 10:53?
Yes, we see here the location referenced by the flag of where Mr. Adelson's residence was at the time.
Is there evidence in the phone records that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's home on the night of Dan Markel's murder?
So there is another communication from Miss Donna Adelson at 8:59 p.m. stating outside your house.
Outside your house, and she's sending that message to Charlie Adelson, is that right?
Correct.
What can you tell us about her locations that night and how long she could have spent at Charlie's residence after sending this message?
Your Honor, I'm going to object and call for speculation.
Overruled. He may answer based on his analysis of the records. However, Sergeant, you are not to speculate or offer any opinions beyond anything that you have not directly researched for these matters. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. So the question asked of me is, it possible for, given the cell site locations and times, is it possible there was a period of time where Donna and Harvey could have stopped at Charlie Adelson's residence? So to do this analysis, I looked at the events that we had with usable locations, and we see that there is this 6-minute phone call, and this is the 8:35 location we saw in the previous slide. But we see this phone call actually begins on the cell site in the bottom of this slide, which should be 263, and it ends on the cell site at the top. So to conduct an analysis of potential time between points, we need to establish a point to start measuring from. So my estimation of the approximate handset's location between these two cell sites for this phone call is approximately the area of that 832 little call out here in the middle. So that is the point that I started, again, with based on these two phone call, or the beginning and ending cell sites, estimated that the handset was approximately in the area of that marker at 832. Same thing for the ending phone call, or the next phone call that we had at 10:53. We see the cell site that it begins on and the cell site that it ends on a little further north. And so that will be consistent again with the handset continuing to travel along the area of the turnpike. And for our ending time here, I again estimated the location of the handset to be where that white call-out box is at approximately 10:53 p.m. So with those 2 points, and using the Esri route planning tool, Esri is the mapping software that we use, it tells us that that travel should have taken approximately about an hour and 4 minutes. And what we see is between 8:32 and 10:53 is actually 2 hours and 21 minutes. So the distance traveled is not consistent with the time consumed.
You spoke about Esri. Is that also the how Department of Transportation estimates mileage as well?
Yes, if you go to the official Department of Transportation site to get mileage for business travel, they use the same software.
What can you determine about when Donna Adelson would have reached Charlie Adelson's residence according to this estimated travel time?
So if we look at this, and again, we see the area of Charlie Adelson's residence, we have the message at 8:59 that says outside your house. Charlie responds to that about 20 minutes later with 10 men, 10 minutes. So again, using the same route planning, we see that that should have taken approximately 25 minutes to travel from our 8:32 starting point to Charlie Adelson's residence. And so that would have put the estimated time of arrival at his residence 8:57, and the text message is sent at 8:59. So that would be pretty consistent.
So the text message time is consistent with the estimated time it would take to get from the last known location to his house.
Correct.
And in that text message, she says, outside your house to him.
Correct.
And then he gives her an estimated amount of time before he'll be at his house, 10 men.
Correct. And what we see looking at Charlie Adelson's locations, the 9:19, when the text message is sent, we can see the cell site that his handset is using. As we continue down slide 268, we can see that he has communication at 9:21, and then the next cell site he has is, or cell site time he has is 9:40, and that 9:40 time he has become consistent with the area of his residence. So he reaches his residence sometime between 9:21 and 9:40. If we look at the 9:19 time of the text message, that 10 minutes is about correct for when he would arrive home.
So he says he's 10 minutes when he's about 10 minutes away en route to his house
Correct.
after receiving the outside your house text. Is that right?
Correct.
And what do we see here?
This is just a close-up of that, again showing the cell sites when he would be consistent with his residence, arriving sometime before 9:40.
And where was Donna Adelson's next event with actual location data after she said she was outside Charlie Adelson's house and he responded 10 men?
Again, the next event that we have is the 1053 events, looking at their combined records. Is the next usable location event that we have. So if we look at the time that it would take to travel from Charlie Adelson's residence to that point, we see that based on the route planning, approximately 48 minutes. And again, the actual travel time based on those cell site usages was 1 hour and 54 minutes. So we have about an hour of unaccounted for time.
So it took her 1 hour and 54 minutes to travel to the 1053 location from North Miami, which left 1 hour and 6 minutes unaccounted for.
This would be the travel time from Charlie Adelson's residence
Thank
to
you.
that 1053 point. Did take 1 hour and 54 minutes, which was estimated to only take 48.
So how long could she and Charlie Adelson then have overlapped at his house during that time?
The maximum would be approximately 1 hour and 6 minutes.
And that would be including the time that she would have been waiting for him to arrive?
It would, yes.
Okay. So let's say she waited 10 minutes or so for him to arrive. Actually, he sent it 20 minutes after he received the text, right?
Correct. Charlie's response to Donna was about 20 minutes after she had texted outside your residence, and that indicates a 10-minute estimated time of arrival. So about 30 minutes would be probably the shortest that she would have waited, but you still have a little over a half hour of overlap.
Okay, thank you. So total amount of time, 1 hour, 6 minutes, and they could have spent about 30 minutes or so together during that time at his residence.
Could have, yes.
What else do you know about Donna?
Donna first looked like busted when they showed her face, but then when they said, well, yeah, he took like 20 minutes or even half an hour to get there, Donna would have waited half an hour outside his house, and then she's like, oh, you remember that? You remember waiting half an hour outside his house? The nodding does not help. The jury's looking at you. The fact that you were there on the night, which was on the day that Dan Markel was shot and he's fighting for his life, right? Because he died 14 hours later. So he's like in the hospital at that time. And you're meeting at his house to take cash there, is the allegation, to take cash there. You'd even wait outside his house for half an hour because you know you got to give the cash. Oh, my word.
Adelson's travels that evening.
So we have an additional chat later on.
Does he check back in with her to see if she got there okay?
Yes. At 11:56, Charlie texts, "Did you get to your hotel okay? Love you." She responds, "Thank you for asking. We have it on MapQuest. Hilton Inn on International Drive. We should arrive at 1:25 a.m. Get some rest. We'll talk in the morning." So again, looking at the point of the 1053 estimated location to the location she states she's going to, we see that should have taken about 2 hours and 20 minutes, and which would have made the arrival time around 1:13. Her stated arrival, estimated arrival was 1:25. So again, these are pretty close.
So no large amount of time unaccounted for during that journey.
That's correct.
The large amount of time that you have unaccounted for where she says she's outside Charlie Adelson's house is from the 8:35 spot to the 10:53 spot.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to do this drive that Donna Adelson took from North Miami to the 1053 location on the night of July 18th?
I did, yes.
And when did you do that drive?
I did that July 18th of this year.
And was that on a Friday night this year, just as her drive was on a Friday night in 2014?
Yes.
And on the same date, July 18th?
Correct.
Can you tell us about that drive?
I simply traveled to that area, to the area of that first estimated location at 8:32. I started an exit south of that so that I was at traveling speed, and I traveled to Charlie Adelson's residence. I noted the time and mileage that it took me to get there, and then I traveled from Charlie Adelson's residence to the 1053 spot, just to make sure that the roadways, all of those which have not changed, allowed for me to get off the turnpike, get back on, continue travel, and about how long it took me to do it.
Were you able to easily get off the exit for Charlie Adelson's house and then get back on again?
Yes.
And was the time it took to drive from Donna Adelson's 832 location in North Miami to Charlie Adelson's residence consistent with the estimated time?
It was. I was within just a few minutes.
Ms. Kappelman just reminded me, you said it was on the same day. Did you also do it at the same time of day?
I did, yes.
Okay, so Friday evening around between 8:30 and 11.
Yes, within just a couple of minutes of 8:32. It was a little hard to gauge my travel time to get to that exact point. Might have been off a minute or two when I crossed that specific point, but it was very, very close to the exact time of day.
And was the time it took to drive from Charlie Adelson's residence to her 1053 location consistent with the estimated time on Esri?
It was, yes.
Okay. All right, so moving on to the next day, July 19th. If you could walk us through the morning after the murder of Dan Markel, where's Charlie Adelson located at that time?
Charlie Adelson has locations consistent with his residence.
And what can you tell us about the communication from Magbanua's phone that morning?
I can. So first we looked at her locations, and we recalled that we had that after 10 p.m. Cell site location where she was leaving the area of Mr. Rivera's residence. And actually the next locations that we have for her is the morning of July 19th. And we see again, this is slide 274, and we can see that her locations beginning at 9:44 would be consistent with her traveling south from the area of Mr. Adelson's residence to the area of either her residence or Mr. Rivera's.
Now, once or before this 9:44 a.m. Call, did she have some calls the night before that were routed to voicemail?
Yes, that were not, they did not reach the phone, yes.
What was her last location then before the locations we see here? Was it the 10:20-something location we saw from the night before when she's leaving Rivera's residence and talking to Charlie Adelson?
Correct.
Okay. And in the text messages between her and Charlie Adelson that night, she was planning to go over to his house that night because he wasn't feeling well.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this slide, does it appear that her phone is then the first active location or the first active event with location we have? She's coming south down from Charlie Adelson's residence that next morning.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Katherine Magbanua's statement that she spent the night at Charlie Adelson's home the night of Dan Markel's murder, and the next morning she took the money that he gave her for the murder to the area of Rivera's residence?
Yes.
Was there evidence of that in the phone records?
So what we see, again, back to your initial question as far as the cell phone or the call activity, we're looking at the summary of calls in the morning of July 19th, and we see those events that we saw on the map consistent with her travel south. She is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. So we have a number of outgoing calls between 9:44 and 9:46, including a text message where she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia.
When she can't reach Garcia, does she start trying to call some friends of his to try to get a hold of him?
Yes, so immediately after that, at 9:47, she makes an outgoing call to Anthony Ortiz.
Does she also try to call Luis Rivera that morning to find Garcia?
She did not.
Okay. Does the attempted communication with Garcia stop at 10:31 a.m.?
Yes, so again, our first set of calls here, she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. She's unable to. She calls Mr. Ortiz. And now what we see starting at 9:49, Mr. Ortiz is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. Luis Rivera is now attempting to call Garcia. And it starts this flurry of back and forth phone calls with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz trying to find Mr. Garcia, or trying to reach Mr. Garcia. And that continues through about 10:20 in the morning.
Okay, so Magbanua is calling Garcia's friend Ortiz. Ortiz is trying to call Garcia, and Ortiz also calls Rivera to try to get a hold of Garcia.
That is correct.
Okay. Eventually, do all of these attempted calls to Garcia stop, and at what point?
Well, they certainly tame down. What we see for the first time is at 10:20, so we've had this period of time where everyone's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. Katherine Magbanua gets a call from Luis Rivera from his actual primary phone number, and they talk for about 1 minute and 40 seconds. So after that, then we see that Ms. Magbanua communicates with Mr. Rivera a couple of times. She does again try to get hold of Mr. Garcia, but all of that concludes at about 10:30 in the morning.
And was there any evidence as to why there wasn't location data for Garcia that morning and why no one can get a hold of him?
He had, dumped his phone. He had.
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Stay.
Shame. Look at the sergeant's foot. Okay, well, we heard it. Michelle DiNardo said she's shaking her head, Judge. Yeah, tell the judge. Judge, she's shaking her head.
To establish the foundation for the witness to testify to this.
What could you tell from his phone records, the evidence in this case, about why no one could get a hold of Mr. Garcia?
So Mr. Garcia's records indicate that in the early morning hours of the 19th, that phone left the network, was no longer in communication with the network. There are a number of inbound calls that never reach the handset. They do not produce location information or durations, so his phone is not in communication with the network. And that continues through the end of the records. That phone never returns to service, never makes or receives an actual phone call from that morning of the 19th through the duration of the records that we have.
What can you tell us about the locations of Rivera and Magbanua at 10:31 and the time period after that, once all of these attempted communications stop?
So again, we have the flurry of communications. That last call is at 10:31 a.m. And if we look at Ms. Magbanua's locations at 10:31, she is consistent with Rivera's residence, and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations are also consistent with his residence.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he was able to find Garcia that morning at a girl's house and brought him back to Rivera's residence?
Correct.
Now, when is the next communication on Katherine Magbanua's cell phone after that with location data?
The next that we see is at 11:23 a.m.
This is about 50 minutes later?
Correct.
All right, and is her location at 11:23 a.m. consistent with Mascaro's residence?
It would be consistent with the way to Mascaro's residence.
Okay, thank you. Could this be consistent with her then leaving Rivera's residence after a period of time and heading back towards Mascaro's residence to pick up her children?
It could be, yes.
All right, switching gears again.
They're like those classic, no one will know. Who's going to know? How will they know? No one will know. I mean, it's like so obvious now. You really just all going to just call each other and these, I mean, they probably thought they'll never get caught. Like they were being so discreet. But no, it's plain as day. They're going to get you. Celebrite's going to get you. Tower dumps, everything else, all the records, they're going to get you. This was really not smart, right? My goodness. Mulan's mom, welcome.
Were you involved in securing a wiretap of some of the suspects in this case back in 2016?
I was.
What is a wiretap?
A wiretap is an active way for law enforcement to be able to gain information or intelligence. Everything that we've talked about in the historical records are just that, historical. We're getting records that already existed and having those provided to us. A wiretap is an ongoing intercept where we are able to, in real time, see the calls that are being placed, the outgoing, inbound, durations, all of those things, in addition to the content of most of those. So text message content and voice content, we're actually able to listen to those calls in real time while they're occurring. So this is a real-time, ongoing, active monitoring of the communications.
In order for a wiretap to be in place, does there have to be an order signed by a judge? That order has to be sent to the phone carrier so that the calls can be monitored by law enforcement.
Correct.
Were we able to monitor the content of the calls between the subjects in this case back in the time that these events happened, back in June and July of 2014?
No, again, we were investigating after the fact. All of that was historical. The carriers do not retain the content of voice calls. They don't record everything that you say and make it available to us. So we had no option to listen or know the content of those communications back then, outside of what we recover in text messages.
Imagine if they could. Oh my word, imagine all the things they were saying. Damn.
Okay, so the wiretap in this case is during the investigation, once law enforcement had identified the identity of these subjects and was trying to listen to see whether they talked about the crime.
That is correct. It is prospective. It is ongoing, real time.
All right, can you explain to the jury what type of equipment is needed for a wiretap?
Well, we use a variety of equipment. There is carrier-based equipment. They have equipment that is able to basically mirror those phone calls, that traffic, and provide it to law enforcement. We have equipment, computer servers, that are able to receive that communication and then provide it to monitoring stations, which are essentially laptops. We have headphones and software that allows us to see this information. It decodes the information that is sent to us from the carrier. So we can see in real time, it pops up with the time of the call, the phone numbers, cell site locations sometimes, and other information. And if it is a call that has audio, then there's an indication that there's audio, and we're able to actually listen to that through the headphones.
Does the software give the listeners, law enforcement, the ability to stop and start the recordings?
It does, yes.
And are synopsis of the recordings done by law enforcement?
Yes.
Is there any involvement by the actual phone carrier, like the company?
There is, yes.
Is monitoring of the calls done live and in real time?
It is.
And do the people who are monitoring these intercepts have to go through a certain type of training in order to do that?
They do. They have to go through what we call minimization training. The interception of communications requires that non-relevant or communications that are not pertinent to the actual crimes be minimized or not listened to. So we call that minimization training, and everyone who listens to or has opportunity to hear any audio from the wire has to go through that training.
Okay, and are the people monitoring it also thoroughly briefed on the case?
They are. Part of that training is a requirement to read the affidavit that was authorizing the wiretap and to get a briefing from the case agents so that they know in great detail all the elements of the case so that they're able to detect during the phone calls if that conversation is actually relevant to some part of the investigation. They need to know financial things, relationships, hierarchy, those kind of things. So again, they are briefed by the case agent and they're required to read the documents.
If the phone conversation is not relevant to the crime or is privileged in some way, is there a mechanism to stop that recording by law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the purpose of that to protect people's privacy if they're not talking about something relevant to the crime?
Yes, the purpose of that is to allow us to minimize those parts of the conversation that are not pertinent to the crime and in compliance with the order.
Is minimization a choice by law enforcement, or are they required to minimize irrelevant portions?
It's a requirement.
Okay. Are you limited in time, or is law enforcement who's listening limited in time, in the time that they have to decide whether what they're listening to is relevant to the crime or not?
There are a number of things that go into that. Time is one of them, yes. We have a guideline for how long we should listen to make that determination, and then we have some guidelines for how frequently we can come back and check the ongoing conversation to see if that conversation has turned criminal or turned into something relevant to the investigation.
So the officer can then go back in and listen in again to see if they are now talking about something relevant.
Correct. We call this spot checking.
And can the listeners of the call tell if a law enforcement officer is doing that?
The listener of the call, I'm sorry?
Can we, as the listeners here in the courtroom, tell if an officer is doing that?
Yes. In certain versions of the software, there's an audible tone to indicate that it's been minimized. There's printouts from the software that tells us when audio was listened to and when it was minimized. And there's just absences in the conversation, blank spaces where that recording did not occur.
And is the portion of the call, so the portion of the call that's minimized then is not recorded?
Correct.
When listening, though, and trying to decide whether something's relevant or irrelevant, are law enforcement officers also on the lookout for suspects trying to mask the meaning of what they're saying in case law enforcement's listening? Maybe they are talking about the crime, but they're using words that don't sound criminal in order to do it.
That's correct.
Is that quite common?
It is, yes.
Which phones were tapped in this case?
Mr. Charlie Adelson's and Ms. Katherine Magbanua's.
And was that Charlie Adelson's phone number ending in 9223 and Magbanua's phone ending in 1312?
That's correct.
Okay. And who supervised the wiretap in 2016 in this case?
A number of supervisors. I supervised from a technical standpoint to make sure that the information was being received and operating functionally. The case agent supervised the investigative standpoint. It's a representative from the state attorney's office to monitor the legal side of things, and we have to do periodic reports or updates to a judge during the ongoing wire, alerting him of our progress and seeking authorization to continue. So there's a good bit of oversight.
And who keeps or maintains the recordings of the wire calls
A designated officer.
at TPD?
In this case, yes.
And those recordings, are they stored in a secure manner at TPD?
Yes.
On a few different recorded conversations throughout the wiretap, are you aware of statements made by Charlie Adelson that he does not know who Tudo is?
I am, yes.
In your review of Charlie Adelson's iCloud, like his text messages in the iCloud, were there messages where he and Magbanua are having conversations about mundane things, but he says Tudo to her? He refers to Garcia as Tudo.
He does, yes.
So the phone records indicate that despite what Charlie Adelson says on the wire, he did know Garcia's nickname was Tudo?
That would be from the iCloud return, but yes.
Okay. All right. I want to move on to the bump in this case, which the wire calls came after the bump. Can you tell us the date and time of the bump in this case?
So these are the records of Donna Adelson's communication during that time frame. This is 4/19 of 2016, and what we see is the bump happened at 1:47 p.m.
Who was Donna Adelson's first call after the bump? And meaning the bump is when the undercover agent approached her on the street.
The first call was to Charlie Adelson.
Did she call Wendi Adelson or Harvey Adelson during that time?
Immediately after, no.
Did she call Katherine Magbanua at any point?
No.
Anyone else associated with this case besides Charlie Adelson?
No.
And when was her first call to Charlie Adelson after the bump?
2:09.
So about a little over 20 minutes later?
Yes.
All right. Was Donna Adelson detained and charged in this case? I believe it was on November 15th of 2023.
Yes.
And we'll get into the details of that later, but what I want to talk about now is whether we were able to, on the day that she was detained and charged, was her cell phone taken by law enforcement and a Cellbrite done on that cell phone?
Yes.
And in the cell phone that was in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson talked about Charlie Adelson's trial, his November 2023 trial, and the verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial that Garcia and Rivera killed Dan Markel on their own?
Facts on evidence, counsel is testifying.
Sustained as the counsel testifying, please establish a foundation for your question.
Okay. Judge, may we go to sidebar, please? Thank you.
We get into the bump. Oh my word. April 19th of 2016. An undercover sting operation where somebody approached Donna Adelson as she was coming out of home, like to go and fetch the boys from school. What? 2016? Sorry, I think this aircon is a little loud. Let's put it off. And yeah, it was someone posing as an extortionist, being like, well, we know that you're taking care of Tato, and we want you to take care of this and this person as well, and gave her a picture with Dan Markel's face on it and saying $5,000 and a number to contact. And Donna, what did she do after the bump? Did she call the police? Did she say someone's trying to blackmail or extort me? She called Charlie. She called Charlie. And yeah, the wiretapping is just classic in this case. So the evidence is really stacking up against Donna now. I think this is going to be very interesting for us, yes, but especially for the jury. Can you imagine? They'll be like, wait, what? Yeah. I think the time now is when the judge said they're going to stop early, and I'm not too sure why or for how long. Let's see. Let's see what they say, right? Oh, Donna. She just, I know she's not allowed to show emotion, but she just looks so completely blank when the evidence is pointing right at her, right? Now remember when they arrested her, if you did see the arrest videos, we did it in the trial prep, so go check out the trial prep if you missed it. Damn, when they arrested her at the airport trying to make a run for it to Vietnam, you know, for peace, she said. Peace, with a one-way ticket to a non-extradition country, which, unfortunately for her, they heard her on a recorded call when she called her son, Charlie Adelson, after he was convicted. They were on a call, and he's like, I can't believe it. And she thought that the call was over, that she'd hung up and all of that. But no, it was still recording. And she talked to friends who were in the room, her attorney and the attorney's husband, and friends who were in the room with her, and talking about looking up non-extradition countries, talking about getting trusts in order. This is Harvey, Donna's husband. So, very interesting. We can go forward a little bit, actually. Okay.
At this time, we are going to take our lunch break for this morning. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Also, as well, do not look at any other outside information or news on this matter. We will resume with the trial this afternoon at 1:20. Please be back by 1:15. Enjoy your break.
Jamie says, are they going to show the bump video? Of course they are.
Everyone can be seated.
Jury has to see that.
During the break concerning the evidentiary point for which this testimony is seeking to be admitted, we'll review while we're on break as well. Are there any other matters that we need to address?
From the state, Judge.
Not from the defense this time, Eric.
Please report back by 1:15 as well. At that time, we will continue with Sgt Corbitt's examination. After this portion of the examination, Ms. Dugan, will the state's direct be coming to a conclusion?
Will you repeat that, Judge?
After this part of the direct examination, will the direct be coming to a conclusion with Sgt Corbitt?
I would say I have maybe 30 minutes left, 30 to 45 minutes.
Very well. Sergeant, enjoy your lunch as well. This might be a record, 2 breaks.
Could be. Thanks, sir.
We'll see if we can get you off the stand before we rest for the evening. 1:15. Enjoy your break, everyone.
Thanks, sir.
All right, so Britt Black says, who will we watch during this lunchtime? Gee, I mean, we have so many options. We have a long-ass lunch break now. We have so much fluff. Everybody, you can open your snack boxes, lunch boxes, breakfast boxes. Dinner time. Whatever time it is for you, because this is an international audience. I know it's YouTube and the internet, so, you know, we in general, it's an international audience. But me being South African and living in Switzerland, there's a lot of people, I don't know, I just that found me from all over the world, right? So, like, what time is it for you, and what are you eating? Don't worry, we've always got a plan. We're not going anywhere. I thought about it for a second. I'm like, what? I'm like 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 12:31. What? 2 hours, Judge? That's too long. I don't think I can do that. I can do it. I can do it, especially when we have things to watch and things to do, right? So the first thing I want to show you is, wait for it. Damn it, man. Gotta just quickly see this. Wait. Yeah, is it this one? Yeah, this one. Okay, wait. Shh. The first shout out of the day is going to phone calls from prison. And she is going to play this call. Hold on.
Is not private.
Yeah. Okay. Phone calls from prison is the channel name. I'll put it on the screen in a moment. Just give me a second. Let's just resize this. Let's hear that call. This is what? On the 6th of November of 23. That's the day he was convicted, huh? Charlie and Donna Adelson jail calls on conviction day part 1. Shall we listen to some jail calls? I mean, this is an hour long. We'll be entertained for an hour with this. This is very interesting. I love listening to jail calls, you know. So, are we ready to listen to it? Yeah, right now, by the way, it's 11:30 a.m. They're only coming back at 1:15 p.m. In fact, to start at 1:20 p.m. So we have almost 2 hours of time. Now, if you're watching the replay and you don't want to listen to the fluff in between here, you just want to resume with the testimony, follow the timestamps, okay? Don't frustrate yourself. Look in the pinned comment. That's the one right on top. I've got timestamps that I've manually put there for you. Look in the description box. They're also there. Or hover over the video and just find where it says court resumes, okay? So that's it. England said Adelson Sr. is innocent until proven guilty. Well, yes, he is presumed innocent until proven guilty. So is Donna. Donna Adelson is innocent. She is presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. So yes. Okay, let's have a listen to... This was the day, by the way. Charlie Adelson had his trial, right? Hold on. Let me quickly go over timeline. Hold on one second. Let's just like get ourselves warmed up. Let's get ourselves warmed up for this, right? Let's look at the arrest timeline quickly. Whale shall see. Thank you so much for your $2 sticker there. You said, hey, you. So let's look at the arrest timeline. So May 25th of 2016, Sigfredo Garcia arrested, charged with first-degree murder in Dan Markel's murder, death, along with possession of cocaine. He was the trigger man, and he was convicted on October 11th of 2019 and sentenced to life without parole. Luis Rivera, the snitch, the gangster, you know, Latin Kings dude, he took a plea deal, and so he was sentenced June 28th of 2016. No, October 4th of 2016 as part of a cooperation deal. He received a 19-year sentence to run concurrently with his federal term. So I think he's got like 7 years left because he just got transferred out of federal prison on June 30th of 2025, and now he's in state prison. On October 1st of 2016, so look at the date on the screen, it's going to make sense now. Katherine Magbanua was arrested. Oh my word, the Adelsons must have been like, gulp, what? Yeah, three of them arrested. Start running, everybody. And so she was convicted on May 27th of 2022. And yeah, then time went on, the Adelsons went on, they were having a great time with the grandkids and all that, Donna. And so, April 21st of 2022, Charlie Adelson was 45 years old, and he was arrested in Aventura, Florida, charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder. And prosecutors alleged that he masterminded the plot, so I wonder, Donna, is she not the mastermind? Or is Wendi? Is it Charlie? Who's the mastermind here? Anyway, so November 6th, look at the date. November, that's on screen. Same date. That's the date that Charlie was convicted of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder. He was sentenced to life without parole on December 12th of 2023. But a week after this, Donna's making a run for it. She's going, she's trying to go to Vietnam. Okay. Connie, Money, thank you so much for your $20 sticker. So, the day that he was convicted, this is the call. I quickly want to see if the person, thank you, Riley.
What sickens me is that
Riley sent me a call from, this was on the 8th, is it? There's many calls. I'll link this whole playlist for you, but let's start with this one. How about that?
It will be recorded and may be monitored.
Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey.
Hey, Charlie. Charlie.
How are you guys?
Okay.
That's
still
Harvey.
talking to you, so that's good. We're still talking.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to say anything. I'm sorry to say anything. It is what it is.
They didn't give you a chance. They had their minds made up. You don't walk out 3 hours.
No, trust me, it is. I knew what jurors like, and I knew what I had when I was up here. I knew what I was dealing with.
It looks like nothing.
Look, Look, it is what it is.
Have you spoken to Dan since he left?
No, I called him.
Now, when they say, have you spoken to Dan since you left, they're talking about Daniel Rashbaum, who was Charlie's attorney, who was going to be Donna's attorney, but clearly, there was a conflict of interest. But wow, the attorney's name was Dan? Okay. So is the victim in this case, you know? You know what I mean? Okay. If you have listened to all these jail calls and you've got better ones for us to listen to, we can switch to that. But I just thought, let's start with this one, because it was the day that Charlie was convicted. I find this one very interesting, right?
Okay. Yeah, there's something that he told us. You need to talk to him. You need to ask him what you tell my parents.
Yeah, no. I'm going to talk to him, but I'll call you in a little bit. To take advantage, relax. Not getting upset, not going to change anything. That's all I'm going to give you a check.
All right. Call Dan, ask him to tell you what he told us, okay?
Listen, I'm fine. Just take something to relax, okay?
All right, we're going to be okay, Charlie. Just please give Dan a call and tell us.
I think we want to hear calls like this, right? If Donna's convicted. Harvey, don't worry. Just breathe, Donna. Just breathe. Can you imagine? Yeah, we love the jail calls, right? I actually wish we had more time. What do you mean, Judge? We only have an hour and 50 minutes? No, we're going to need like 5 hours. We need more time. Please extend your lunch.
Back later, okay?
Yeah. Tell Mom to take something and relax.
I will.
I know what I was dealing with. She didn't take something. She don't go crazy and get upset.
Okay. I love you. We talk a little bit later, okay?
I got full power on my phone. I'll call you guys in a little bit tonight. And that's,
all right, just call Dan first, okay?
I'm going to call her in a little bit, but I'm calling Dan first, okay?
Okay.
Love you guys.
Love you, Charlie.
The caller has hung up.
Oh, call number 2.
Hey, guys.
Oh, Charlie.
Okay, so I've got the banner up for our spicy lunchtime. We love spicy lunches here, don't we? Can't always guarantee it in every trial. Normally we defluff anyway, but like this case, there's a lot to catch up on. There's jail calls. We can look at Wendi Adelson's police interview. We can compare that to her testimonies. There's all sorts of things we can look at. But I thought today would be a great day to listen to the jail calls together. And the credit is to a channel called Phone Calls from Prison. And they get a lot of, I'm waiting actually to see if they manage to get Stefan Stern's jail calls around the time that he was accepting a plea deal. I want to hear that. I have attempted, but they just send me PDFs, and I'm like, what the hell is this crap? Send me PDFs for? We're talking about audio recorded hello. So anyway, I do try. I think many people try. And you just got to keep trying again. Grizzly Cat 2, yes. But phone calls from prison, they're notorious for getting these prison calls, jail calls, and it's really great. So if you like that sort of thing, go check out her channel, right?
So
you spoke to Dan?
I'm like, been there for a while. Been there for a long time. He was occasionally trying to go eat to get out of the road. He stayed on it for a long time. He said he was going to call you guys when I got off the phone and tell you I was going to call you in a little bit.
Yeah, he did. We were able to get through to Bree.
I spoke to Bree. Roller her like falling asleep in her lap.
Okay.
Okay, pause. Who's Bree? Brianna. I think her surname is Price. That is a lady that Charlie had dated. But within a few weeks of dating her, she fell pregnant. He is described as a deadbeat dad. Can you believe it? Okay, I'm not shocked. But you will hear in these calls, so you had a son. And they said the son's name there, Roman. But here he's going to be like, I just wanted to be a dad. I think it's in this call. I've listened to quite a few of them. I just wanted to be a dad. Really? You had a dad killed? Excuse me? Like you literally organized hitmen to have a father of 2, your brother-in-law, your former brother-in-law, ex-husband of Wendi, right? So your ex-brother-in-law killed. But then you're like, I just wanted to be a dad. Shut up. So yeah, Charlie did end up giving Donna a grandson. But it doesn't seem like the Adelsons were too interested in that, based on what I've read.
She's like, when it was in a parole, that I'm like, just don't say anything to him yet. There's no reason to.
No.
Yeah, I can't handle that. That's the honestly the only thing.
No. I know. You don't have to do anything now.
No. I mean, honestly, the only thing I really wanted to do is just dad in my life. Just be a dad, have a son.
I know. Believe me, I know.
I just wanted to be a dad. I mean, when I was with Bree, I dated her for 6 weeks. I found out she was pregnant 6 weeks after we'd broken up. And I was like, no, I want to keep it. I want to be a dad.
I know you do.
Yeah, I know, Charlie. I know.
Oh my. Hold me back, everyone. Hold me back. I'm going to have to take my jacket off just now. It's getting hot in here. What? I just wanted to be a dad. I found out 6 weeks after we broke up that she was actually pregnant. Yeah, with your child, Charlie. That's all I wanted to be. You killed a dad? And they're like, I know, Charlie, I know. Really? Really? Kathy Cole said, thanks, G, and all the mods for all the hard work you put in. Thank you so much. Kay Watermelon says, I'm going to play it now. Sorry for interrupting. Kay Watermelon said that you are convinced that I never eat. And then Erin reminded everyone that I also never sleep. I'm AI.
Yeah.
Take a breath, Charlie.
Take a deep breath, Charlie, please.
But honestly, I'm like, I don't know if I'm in a state of shock.
Yeah, you're in shock. We're all in shock.
Yeah.
All in shock.
I had a feeling though, so it's not like, listen, I've been up in Tallahassee for a year and a half. I mean, I got a taste for how big this case was. I had no idea. There was no way in hell I was ever going to get a fair trial up here. No,
but that's
way in hell.
No.
Listen, even with the jury consultants, they ended up using X's on people that were like fucking horrible. Like not even like selection. It was just like get the people off that you like. I mean, honestly, I sat there and like the same people that I said let's X off our jury. To be honest with you, were the same people the jury consultants were like, yeah, you can't have these people on your jury. So it wasn't even like picking good people. It was about just keeping the fucking horrible ones off that we could have come on. There was no like. Every time I said, oh, this one, I had the same numbers down that we had to get rid of that we had on the paper that we had to get rid of.
Right. It wasn't fair, Mom. It wasn't fair. I didn't get a fair trial. During voir dire, all they did was just knock out the horrible people. Just get out of this. And then they chose a jury, but it wasn't fair. This was a huge case. C. Taylor said, no, he didn't. He wouldn't even claim him initially. He denied that R was his child. Bree had to take legal action to get his attention. That's true as well. Thanks for reminding me. That is true. Now he's like, I just wanted to be a dad. Liar. Lying on jail calls already from day one of being convicted.
There was no,
I know. Listen, these people didn't deliberate. We know what happened. They were decided before they went back, filled out their papers, and came out. That's not a deliberation. They looked at
a couple things. Got on it. They probably ate for an hour and then talked about some stuff. Went through this paperwork, filled it out. Because they went all the way to like I guess 1:30 with the opening stuff. And they probably took lunch till 2:30.
Yeah. They didn't deliberate. They did nothing. They did absolutely nothing. Vigilante.
When they came in and I saw when they came in this morning and nobody looked at me, I knew they'd already made up their mind.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish I went with my gut instinct for life.
Dan did a great job. You spoke well. They listened to nothing. Absolutely nothing.
No. They cut and pasted emails. They cut and pasted lines from text messages and gave it their own meaning. You know, like, oh, kissy face. Oh,
Oh, they cut and paste things on their damn presentations. How could they do such things? How could they highlight things that we said to each other that were just so incriminating? How could they cut and paste emails like that that showed that we were involved in Dan Markel's murder? Psh, you know, yeah. Stefan's quoting Donna there. You spoke well. Donna says, you spoke well. Dan, the attorney, Dan Rashbaum, he did well. Charlie, you spoke well. Can you believe what you are hearing? I'm telling you, we have spicy lunches over here.
Like,
I saw what they did. Oh, it's a mistake.
yeah,
Like it's nothing.
it was like, I don't know, it was like like they dressed it up into something it wasn't. They just, I don't want to talk about it. It's just, I'm in shock. I'm partly in shock, partly not surprised, partly just certain things that I don't want to go into, but I just wish I went with my gut instinct. My gut instinct was not. I wish I would have gone with my gut more like what it's about, right? But you guys take care of yourself. I mean, I'm not saying any of you guys getting sick out there. One more thing on my head.
Yeah, no.
Yes, I don't have much. You know, I don't really have much in life anymore. So it was something happened to you guys.
Yeah, well, we'll be fine.
We'll stay tough for you, Charlie. We'll stay tough.
Harvey says, we'll stay tough for you, Charlie. Well, now you got to stay tough for Donna, too. Harvey, what if you get arrested? What about Wendi? Are we going to hear more of these? Oh, my. Dagny, Taggart said it well. Always entertaining to listen to villains pouting. Yeah.
You know, like, come see me. You know, I can. I don't even know what it's going to be like. But I did ask Dan if they put me in, if they maybe get me in some protective, it's called protective management, where people are like, that I guess have high profile cases or people that are like police officers, when they go into custody, they put them in certain areas, but they can't put them in general population. I heard there's camps that are like that. I'm in shock. He said they're going to work on that. They're going to work on the appeal.
Right.
I mean, it's such a high profile. You know, it's like you have to get a appellate lawyer. It's such a high profile case that, I mean, listen, everyone's saying all the right things. But listen, I had a gut. I really did. There was about 45 out there. And,
let's see what develops. Just let's be patient.
Yeah, the judge gave these people plenty of warnings. I'm sure they followed their little instructions.
I'm sure they did. Yeah.
So listen, these are people who took a Appleton. These are all people from Tallahassee. There's no way there's no way they're a rock. There's no way you don't know about this case.
We're just that popular that like there's just no way that people don't know about this case. I mean, this case is so convoluted, so massive that even I have been cramming a lot to understand all the dynamics of this case. It's so huge. It goes all the way back to 2014. And it's just an unbelievable case. It sounds like a movie plot. So no, even for us, many of us, we've studied the case. We've watched most of the other trials. I haven't watched all of them from gavel to gavel, but I've watched a lot of it, right? Read documents and things. There's still things that are like, what? So him being like, everybody knows about this. No, not really. Not that special, Charlie. Yeah.
You know, this is the biggest, this is the biggest case they've had up here since, the 80s. This was,
Charlie, they weren't listening. They weren't listening to anything, because if they had a brain and they were listening, it was very clear.
Yeah,
but the defense don't listen. They just go. They just do. They don't listen.
Yeah, and they're hammered with someone like Georgia Capitol, who makes it real simple for them.
She didn't even, she had no evidence. She had nothing.
No.
Georgia Keppelman had no evidence, says Donna. Well, now she's even got evidence against you, Donna. It seems pretty compelling to me. Hey, do they know that circumstantial evidence is evidence? Not every case is direct evidence. But there is also direct evidence in this case. Like, what do you mean, Donna? They shouldn't even have evidence that Georgia Keppelman. You mean one of the best prosecutors ever? That's going to probably put you all in in prison for life? Yeah, that one. She's got plenty. Martha, thank you so much.
They had emails. Look at the emails. Oh, look at the emails. Which is,
the emails that never mentions anything about danger or violence.
I trust me. I know it's not how they're not for. They use it to paint a different picture. To paint a picture. You know, I mean, Jesus Christ, they made a deal about me calling the home lot line. We've had it since 1979. Like, you only lived there for 3 months in 2014. So you're only there 90 days in 14. They ran a chart going to 16. Well, yeah, it's because the house was sold in 15, and you're only there 90 days. I mean, there's nothing special about calling my home phone, but they put up a pie chart, and they made it look like there was something very suspicious about calling you at home.
Because there was.
It's just they painted a picture without evidence. That's what they did.
Yeah, they literally they had a theory. I don't know what to talk about anymore.
Yeah, there's no point. There's no point right now.
No, I can't really talk on it. Even though this is calling on a landline.
Yeah.
Right.
I know.
Right.
All right.
So it's only for the night that they moved me over to E1 because when you get convicted, they notice sentences like this. They
I'm not say that again. They're moving you?
No, they already did it. When I came back to the jail, I had to roll up my stuff and they moved me to E1.
And what is that?
They let me keep my clothes. I'm not in my regular cell anymore. They have me in a suicide cell.
Is it your own cell?
Yeah, it's my own cell, but it's got a hole in the wall and shit on the ceiling. I can't see the glass. It's got a video camera. People fucking screaming.
I know, I hear them.
And I'm just like in my little cell, like a solitary green cell with lights on. I can't see out. Like I said to the officer, put me in here. I'm like, listen, I'm not suicidal. But I guess whenever you're convicted and stuff, they put them in one of these for observation. The chief of the prison can come talk to me tomorrow. They're going to have a therapist come talk to me tomorrow. I'm not suicidal. You can't leave me.
Damn, you can hear those the other inmates in the background. Right? I was also going to say, Stephen said, your own cell? No, he didn't buy the cell, Donna. But you could just almost imagine it being like, oh my goodness, Charlie, are you in your own cell? What's the linen like in there? What are you having for dinner, son?
You're that long. You're crazy one of these cells. They know they can talk to you in the morning. They get moved. I'll probably get moved back to my pod and back to my cell. They just do this. It's a precautionary thing.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
That's what they sometimes, right?
Not even believable. Unbelievable.
I don't want to say no way to anybody with a fellow lawyer. This case is so big. It is so publicized. It is so. This isn't some guy trying to get an appeal on the case. This was like what had these people up here. They had live coverage. They had, they pull out all the stops. It's not something.
I know what they were
not making a fake, you know what I mean? It's not like, we thought for a minute to get started back.
These freaking YouTubers. There was live coverage of my trial, Mom. Yeah. And now, Donna, there's live coverage of your trial too. You know, so this again, this is November 6th of 2023. November 6th of 2023, right? By which date was Donna at the airport, huh? Let's check it. November 13th. November 6th, she's talking to Charlie on the phone. I can't believe it, Charlie. I can't believe you got convicted. These people weren't even using their brains. Okay, November 13th. Donna Adelson is already at the airport. She's already got her emergency visa. She's going to Vietnam with Harvey to get some peace. Okay, to a non-extradition country. Mm-hmm.
Appeal, the judge made a super ruling. They were dotting every I and crossing every T. I love you guys.
I love you, Charlie.
I love you, Charlie. I love you. I love my
Get through
whole heart.
tonight and get
Please.
through tomorrow, and just call us anytime, please, okay?
Yeah, no, listen, take something so you don't end up having a heart attack tonight, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Listen, I love you guys a lot, okay?
I love you
I
too.
love you, Charlie. My whole heart. I love you. Please. I love you.
Understand, like, I just take care of Roman for me and keep an eye out for him.
You know I will.
We will.
I know it.
And that's
Charlie.
That's Wendi. By the way, I wrote Ben like a month ago. He never wrote me back.
I know. I'll find out.
Yeah. All that.
They don't
Yeah,
like
no,
that.
that's it. Yeah, no. How's Wendi doing?
I can't talk to her. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't talk to her?
I did not talk to her. I can't do it. I can't talk to her. Anybody else but you, good fan.
Yeah.
Listen, I love you guys a lot, okay?
He's like, what? You can hear Charlie's trying to process that. What? How's Wendi doing? I don't know. I can't talk to her. Okay. Like, didn't we do all of this for her? Type of thing? Huh? Also, yeah, for him to think, what is Wendi? Wendi didn't call him at all. But apparently today, in today's testimony from Sgt Corbitt, Donna and Wendi were talking about his conviction. That's what he said in his testimony. So what the heck? Why is Donna lying? I can't talk to her. Well, the evidence shows that apparently you did talk about the conviction. Maybe that's when Wendy's like, don't contact me unless you talk to my lawyer. Okay.
It's going to be fine. I'm going to be strong.
I know you will.
Dan's going to look out for me. They're going to try to. I already told them, so don't harass them about it because I've already spoken to them, said it twice, and they said they're definitely going to look into it and do what they can.
Exactly. I know. I know. Say that again.
Yeah, about the protective, trying to get me into the protective management because of the publicity on the case.
Oh, you want to be in protective management. That's what Stearns said as well. Stefan Stearns. Put me in protective management. That doesn't help. Everybody knows now. Once you get out of there. Interesting. Terry Mama 214 said, Dallas, Texas in the house. Great work on this channel. Thank you. Thank you so much for your $20 sticker. Don't you think it's so crazy? We've already pointed out Donna's double standards. Okay. Like her eldest son, Dr. Robert Adelson, must be with a Jewish lady to the point where he actually breaks up with the love of his life, marries a Jewish lady, and then he decides, I can't do this. This is not authentic. Okay. I love that other lady. They get divorced. He goes and gets married to the other lady. Dr. Haritha, can't remember how to say her last name. Hold on 1 second. I will tell you. But that double standard, and then Donna not really accepting that, you know? So her name, so Robert fell in love, her eldest son, with an Indian American woman who practiced Hinduism and was also a doctor, which he said caused his parents to threaten to disown him. So he decided to comply with his parents' wishes. He married a Jewish lady, Deborah Wallenstein, in March of 2004. And by July of 2004, they were divorced because he wanted to be with Dr. Haritha Chalapali. Went back to her. They had 3 kids. They live happily ever after, estranged from Donna. Shame. Poor Robert, you know. estranged from his family because they're just so damn toxic and abusive and coercive controllers. And look at it. What else? And L-whopping. He must be really happy now. Like, so glad I'm estranged from these people. But the double standards, what Donna projects onto Robert and what she projected onto Wendi did not apply to Charlie. You know, Charlie, or even to, I mean, the thing she projected on her son-in-law, ex-son-in-law, Dan Markel, the victim in this case. Now so Robert needs to be with the Jewish lady, but then Dan Markel is way too Jewish. But then Robert's wife, ew, that she's not Jewish. We don't like that. Dan is too Jewish. But Charlie can just bust it out all over the place. He can just bang everybody. He can go on sex tours, according to Jeff Lacasse, and have sex with underage prostitutes, is what Jeff Lacasse said. Worldwide, he's got a fetish for Asian ladies, apparently, and he's going for it. He can knock somebody up, and Donna's like, whatever. It's okay, Charlie. You know that we'll fight for you. We love you so much. That's crazy. That is like the most intense double standards ever, right? So your son, Charlie, is perfect in your eyes. I know it's her son, but look how she treated her own other son. Look how she treats Wendi. She'll do a lot for Wendi, but you know what I mean. But then your son-in-law, who's an FSU professor, a very devoted father, will do anything to fight for his kids. He's going to the gym. He's healthy. He's doing his thing. He's wealthy. He's Jewish. That's what you want, right? Doesn't like that. Doesn't like that. I mean, has him killed, allegedly. Those are the accusations why she's on trial now, right?
Right.
And look, I don't want you guys, I know you're upset. I just don't want you guys getting sick over this.
We won't. You just be strong, okay? And then we'll be fine.
Yeah.
You're strong.
I've been dealing with this for how many years now? You know, it's like,
I know.
Now you get what I listen, I haven't been myself. Listen, for me, for how many years for how many years I had, like, it was hard to be normal with everything going on. Like,
I know.
it's kind of, you know, and I still try to work, and it still works, and I'm still like I don't think nobody ever got what was going on in my head.
Charlie? Are you trying to get people to feel sorry for you? No one knew what was going on in my head. I mean, I had knowledge that I had my ex-brother-in-law murdered, but I was still continuing to work. I was still working, and for all those years it took to arrest me, damn, like I was holding myself together. No one knows how tough it was for me to, you know, hide that I was very much part of this murder. Don't you think that's crazy talk as well? I mean, the enabling, you know, I love to snark about, like, when there's a baby boy. This one is not even, this is a playboy. I don't even know what to call him. But Donna certainly enabled all that. Like, wow, Donna, why? I mean, he got arrested again in 2022, huh? So from 2014 to 2022, he had to just keep it all together. April 21st of 2022. The murder happened July 18th of 2014. But in between, we obviously had Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and Katherine Magbanua arrested from 2016. So he's telling his mommy here, I had to hold it together. Damn. When I saw, the Hitmen got arrested. Damn. And then my ex-girlfriend, Katherine Magbanua, the one I talked to, the one that gave me the manila envelope, took a manila envelope from me and gave it to the Hitman. The one that ties us to this. Yeah, when she got arrested, I still had to keep working and hold it together, okay? I had to go out there, commit tax fraud, do all sorts of things. Kerry Collins said, just found your channel, love your commentary. Have you seen the Wheel of Fortune clip? Absolutely. We showed it in Trial Prep. So if you guys haven't seen that, go and check it out. On Trial Prep 2, it's linked in the description box for you. You said it's chilling and foretelling. She won the phrase, mischief maker. These people are diabolical. Thank you for the sticker. And she also called herself a domestic coordinator.
No, I know that.
Nobody ever knew. But I always had like a feeling.
No, I know that.
I remember, honest to God, I remember the last time that we all went to the sushi room and we were taking video. You don't even want to know what I was thinking in my head.
Okay. take care of Roman, but just hang in there,
Take care of him.
okay?
Hang in there, Charlie.
I'm good. No, listen. I woke up today in jail and going to bed in jail. Nothing changed for me. You know, unfortunately, we didn't win. I don't even say it. I'm still in shock. I'm still, honestly, like,
I know.
I cried a little bit when I got in the cell, but I'm like, I'm still.
You're strong. You're strong.
It's set in, but it hasn't set in, and it just.
Of course not.
It doesn't feel real, and it's almost like, if it makes any sense, it feels like it's no different than it was yesterday. I'm just in the same cell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like my worst fucking nightmare, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know, Charlie. I know. It's for all of us. It's for all of us, Charlie. It is for all of us.
Don't worry, guys. The nightmare is gonna get so much worse because it doesn't end with Charlie. You're all going down. She's on trial right now. Will there be other arrests? Will we be shocked if there are other arrests? Definitely not.
I don't know what to say.
I don't know what to say either. We're here, Charlie. We're here. And anything that can be done, we're going to try to do. You know that.
No, I know, but don't do me one favor and don't get sick. Listen, tonight, please take something now if you haven't already.
We already did.
We did, Charlie. We did.
Take another one. But listen,
All right.
I love you guys. You're my parents.
Take another one. Charlie's a doctor now. Hey, Ma, Pa, Papa Xanax. Take 2, I would recommend. Take a little something. They're like, I will, Charlie, we already did. Just do me a favor, don't get sick, right? Yeah, Kathleen says, well, it wasn't going to be a picnic. Nature Girl says, we didn't win. Weird choice of word. I mean, they're all about winning. That's what Donna also emailed to Wendi about Dan Markel. He hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Well, he's gonna. Donna said at some point, it's like, Dan Markel is haunting me from the grave. Yeah, justice for Dan Markel, who was only 41 years old when he was brutally murdered. Shot in the head. In his car. After gym. I mean, yeah, no, all of these people need to be held accountable, right?
I know.
I love you, Charlie. I love you.
We love you more than you. Hang in there. I don't want to make you cry, so you just take it easy tonight, okay?
Again, if I want to call you tonight.
Yeah, call us anytime.
Anytime.
We're up.
Anytime, Charlie.
Okay.
Please, anytime.
Okay. Okay.
Love you. Love you. Love you.
Bye, sweetheart.
Love you.
Love you.
But there's more on the same day.
The caller has hung.
Yeah, hello. Oh, finding you.
Hey, hon.
Hi,
How
Charlie.
are you guys?
We're okay.
We're all right.
By the way, I only have like $15 on my phone.
On your phone.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'll take care of it right now.
What you want to buy there? Root beer barrels? Spicy pickles? I wonder what Charlie would buy. What is he buying? We know what Stefan Stearns bought because those records I've been getting on repeat. So now obviously he's, Stefan Stearns, meddling sort of case, pleaded guilty, all of that. Who knows what he's getting now? But Charlie? He's like, hey, I've only got $15 in my account. Oh, don't worry, I'll sort it out for you right now, Charlie. Okay, we've got more financial transactions happening between these people.
Take it right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I called Michael. I talked to him for like 20 minutes.
Yeah. No.
I didn't say he texted you guys.
You did. What about commissary or I care?
Wait for it. What about commissary? Donna says, I care about those things. Okay. So firstly, Anya said, did Charlie's parents attend his trial? No. Apparently they watched remotely. That's interesting, right? They didn't testify and they watched from home. I didn't cover that trial. I wish I did. And I wish they watched with us a little bit because we'd be snarking it all the way up. But anyway.
What about those things?
I got food for. I'll get the food when I get back into the pod from the guys I gave it to. I'm not that hungry. They had chicken tonight. Chicken that I ate. And they gave me 2 packages of tuna fish back. They'll give me my food back. Last night I thought I may be getting out today, so I gave away all my commissary.
Oh my word. Last night, the day before jury deliberations, this guy was like, you know what, guys? I'm getting out tomorrow. Take my commissary, dishing out freebies to all the other inmates. Being the coolest, most gangster periodontist that ever lived. Guys, it's been fun knowing you, but I'm leaving tomorrow. They must have laughed their asses off when he got convicted. I mean, really? You thought you're getting out, so you gave away all your commissary. You gave away all your commissary items? Okay.
The 2 guys I gave it to, they'll give it right back. It's not, they're not keeping it or anything. But I'm just in this one cell for the night. So they just have me like, yeah, I'm just in a cell for the night. In the morning, the chief of the jail is going to come see me, and they're going to have they have like nurses that come and they're going to ask me a bunch of questions. I mean, I'm not suicidal, but I guess they just do that so they don't have a problem with you, have you under observation. I understand why they do it, but I told the sergeant to put me in here. I said, if you keep me in here long, I'm going to go fucking crazy. Like,
they'll let you go back. They'll see you're okay. They'll let you go back.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. Listen, I woke up in jail. I'm back in jail. I've been here for a year and a half.
Woke up in jail, been here for a year. Who knows? We'll see what sentencing will be. And what was sentencing? Life without the possibility of parole. We're talking Florida life, as in forever. Charlie, you're never getting out.
I guess that's very, very, very big swing of emotions to go from like thinking you're getting out.
I know. We were all set.
Yeah.
It took a whole bunch of clothes from a couple of weeks ago. I packed up a suitcase for you, so that when you came, I had it ready for you to go to a hotel with it. And I had everything ready for you. We were sure you were coming out.
He's like, Mom, stop. I packed your toothbrush and everything, Charlie. We got you little snacks. We got you a hotel room. Anything you want. We were so ready for you to be out and free, to be found not guilty. Freaking Georgia Cappleman showing things that it's not even evidence.
I didn't, honestly, the way I've been to Tallahassee for a year and a half, I could tell the temperature up here. I could tell how everybody knew who I was. This was not a case that this was not a normal case that this was a special case.
I know, honey.
I know. This was not, and I said it, and I knew it, and I knew I should have. I knew what they wanted to do. I stayed, and I saw it coming. I saw the freight train coming. Probably fine. What else I can say? I'll be fine. Got to be strong.
You got to be strong.
Yeah. Just off the stars. That's what it's doing,
Charlie.
What's that?
I'm saying we'll try to do everything we can to help you.
Don't give up, Charlie.
No, I'm not giving it up. I just listen. This was Tallahassee Super Bowl. But when I sat, it's funny. I was so optimistic and everything. When I sat this morning and I saw what she was doing to close, and I kept writing down notes like, she's lying. Like, she's lying. Like, she's making shit up. Like, she's making issues of things that are not related to anything. It's not even evidence. They're just saying it's circumstantial evidence that I called my parents' phone number. Like, and they put together an impressive pie chart that the 10th grader could figure out there's nothing special about it.
But
The states in their damn pie charts. 10th graders could figure out there's nothing special about those pie charts. Well, I think it's, I think they're pretty special, Charlie. They show a lot. They put all the evidence in nice, nice charts, yeah, so people can see the timeline, especially people hearing this crazy case for the first time. Also, Mimi Alexandra said, as a psych PhD student, narcissists tend to engage in magical thinking, and he truly believed he was getting out. So delusional. I think after listening to these calls, we've actually only about halfway. Do you want to listen to it? We'll do it in an interim maybe, just before the next one starts. I want to show you the verdict, okay? If you haven't seen Charlie Adelson's reaction to the verdict, it's it's quite something to watch. He's really like, what? Like, no, yes. And also, by the way, there's still a guy that's going to testify at some point because he's on this witness list for the states called Scott Radius. And he was a friend of Charlie's. And he had a timeshare investment in Vietnam with Charlie. So apparently it was actually, the original plan was for Charlie, if he caught wind of, oh, I've got to get arrested, he was supposed to go. He was supposed to take that one-way flight to Vietnam. So when Charlie was convicted, it became Donna's plan. Like, oh my word, we got to contact that guy. We got to get that timeshare place. Vietnam's a great place. Yeah, let's go there. So stupid. It's not like she even came up with a different plan. You know what I mean? It was his plan first, and then it became her plan. Like, oh my word. Okay, so let's just see. I just want to see how long does this call go. It goes for a little bit, right? They're normally about 15 minutes or so, I think. It's a bit longer. Okay, so let's quickly show you the reaction to the verdict, because that's definitely, it's a quick one. Okay, hold on, look here.
Everyone but the foreperson can be seated. Has the jury...
Okay, so this is the the verdict of Charlie Adelson. Just maybe I should update this banner quickly. So lunch break, they're coming back at 1:20 p.m., right? So Charlie Adelson verdict was November 6th of 2023. Okay, let's quickly have a look at this one.
Jury reached a unanimous verdict.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you please could hand the verdict form to the bailiff.
So you could picture this, and then we listen to more of the jail calls, because he called his mommy after that, right?
The verdict form is in its proper order. Madam Clerk, please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 2nd Judicial Circuit in and for Leon County, Florida, the State of Florida versus Charles Adelson, case number 2016 CF 3036B, verdict. Count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3 of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. So say we all this 6th day of November, 2023.
Does the defense wish for the court to poll the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Moore, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes.
Juror Brazos.
But he thought he was going to a hotel. His mommy packed him a bag. What do they mean guilty? It's those freaking pie charts. Okay, so you can, if you just type in Charlie Adelson verdict, you can see it, right? So you've seen that part. My goodness, I was just, and then after that, he's like doing these jail calls with his mom, which we go back to what we were listening to. So here we go.
She made it out to be special. Everything was special. Everything was boom, boom. You know, Wendy's book that she wrote became like...
Everything was boom, boom, he says. Well, yeah, it was. Everything was boom, boom. And then you got L-wopped.
You know, Wendy's put it down Tallahassee. Wendy never put down Tallahassee in her book, but she kind of spun on to be like, you know, the way Wendy looks at that, like,
Like, it was like Wendi was putting down Tallahassee. She wasn't putting down Tallahassee in the book. But it's the way it was, you know, you take the text, and you take the email, and you take the book, put some more pictures of emails up, and you got the show.
I know. Believe me.
And I'm sitting there and I'm watching the show, and you know, at the end of the show, she's quoting Ryan Fitzpatrick, who I didn't know in 2014, giving information on 2014, and I'm like, what the fuck am I watching? Like I spoke to the guy twice in 2014.
We've already seen Ryan Fitzpatrick testify at Donna Adelson's trial. Also, just, you know, the testimony was similar, but saying that he was friends with Charlie and he made the Hitmen jokes and all of that, right? So the crafty orange said, those damn pie charts are so those stupidity people left Tallahassee can understand. You know, those people who didn't listen. I think that's what you're saying. I'm not too sure, but yeah, those damn pie charts. That's what Charlie's basically saying. Freaking pie charts. Thank you and welcome, Patricia.
That's friend in 14, evidently.
Evidently. I know, I heard it.
I'm like you was my best friend in 14. And then they say, listen, whatever the thing that he gave instructions is told me, like, whatever the prosecutor says or the defense attorney says in closing, it's not to be construed as evidence. It's not presented as evidence. They're just summarizing things in the case. You got to listen to what you heard during the trial. It doesn't go like that. These people just look and listen to the closing, and the way everything was like spun at the closing, I was like, this isn't reality. If these people are watching this is not reality, but they had this 2-hour production.
Yeah, she lied. She lied several times. I know. We will acquit it.
Damn. She lied several times and we will acquit it. No, you're going to get arrested instead, Donna. About a week from now. She was arrested November 13th. Yeah, because on one of these jail calls on another day, she thought they'd hung up, but it was still recording. And that, if you want to look that up, is called, like, if you go Donna Adelson hot mic moment or hot mic call. That's that. When she started talking to people in the room, when she thought the jail call had ended, talking about non-extradition countries, talking about Vietnam, talking about getting trusts for the grandkids and all of that. Yeah, shem. And then that's how they knew to arrest her at the airport, because they're like, we got to watch this woman. She's going to make a run for it. At the airport, there she was. What? No. Yeah. In the cuffs.
You know, each person's, you know, has their own. It's like everybody who walks in has their own agenda, or, you know, or a bone to pick, or a tail to spin, and everything just gets taken as like face value. Like I feel like a fool for even thinking or letting people convince me that I was gonna have a shot. I really feel stupid. God, you know, they say, go if you've got insight, that don't listen to anyone else. That's ignorant. Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Hello?
Ma? Just uniquely, Susie says, I had an appointment. Did Charlie testify? He absolutely did. He took the stand just like his mother plans to. Don't they learn from each other's mistakes even? Donna's going to take the stand. She's already indicated she wants to take the stand. That's going to be an interesting day, which I think will be next week. Interesting. Cobo says, bless you, G. Oh, thank you. I sneezed. Might have to go take some energy medication soon. Yeah. Is it because of this? Am I allergic to this? This bullcack over here? Probably. Yeah. So Donna's going to take the stand, apparently. Charlie took the stand. He actually did speak quite well. I was thinking at the time, maybe it just takes one juror, hey? What if they believe him? It's coming across as a little bit relatable, a little bit interesting. But no, unfortunately, no. Yeah, the jury, unfortunately for him, the jury saw right through that crap.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
The caller has hung up.
I figured you couldn't hear me. I knew something was wrong. Yeah.
No, I couldn't. Did you hear me saying hello, hello, hello?
No, not at all. Because I was doing the same thing. You didn't. Yeah, it just went quiet.
And the bars didn't go down on my phone.
So you've got what? The same, they take your mattress and put it in another room?
Yeah, I rolled up my mattress and I got a blanket and it's just in another room. So it's like a solitary cell. You know, it's got a camera in here, it's got curtains and glass, and it's just got a bed. You know, I don't have contact with anybody. Hopefully people won't be home all night.
Different floor or same floor?
No, picture of my pod. You can't picture it, but there's like a concert. My pod's got, is it 2 stories? You know, it's got a second level.
Right.
So it's got a second level and then a first level. And then on the halfway to the bottom, there's a concrete wall. And then they have all the suicide on a quarter of the pod underneath all the cells up on top. So it's like set up just like the pod is, but it's got a whole wall that divides it, and then it's got this 15 cells back here, 6 men, 6 women, and they got cameras in each one of them, and they have an office that sits and watches all the closed circuit cameras in each cell. And that's so there's a toilet, a sink, and it's got a bed, a slab, rolled up my mattress and blanket, brought it in here, and it's you know, for tonight, and I'm sure 5:30 in the morning they'll probably give rain. 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, you can nurses with 6 o'clock. She can probably come through at some point, check me out of it. Hopefully allow me to go back to the pod that I came from.
Yeah.
I'll be there for at least another 30 days, and then I'll be transferred. I just thought I was going to get, honestly, I thought I was going to get a fair shake, and I never, put it this way, I never thought I was going to get a fair shake. I got led to believe that I was going to get a fair shake, and I started to believe it myself. You know, I just,
No. Dan is right. Dan is writing to me while we're talking, Charlie.
Yeah,
he said, hang in there. We're going to continue to fight. You just stay with it. Not giving up on you. Just wait.
I know. It's just a big case in Tallahassee. It's not your normal case comes back on appeals and they let a guy go like that.
Yeah. Was he flying back to Miami?
He drove.
Oh, he drove.
I mean, I stayed around because I thought I'd get a fair shake, but that's not what happened.
I know.
You know, it's like I should have stayed around for this. This is not something to call.
I was just trying to find you the hot mic moment so I could show you that after this as well.
Like, I don't know how, I just don't know how Dan was so optimistic. He was very optimistic, which I appreciate. But
because the case was good, and he was good, and you were good. It was the jury, honey. It was just what you said.
There was no jury in Tallahassee that would have let me go. That was never going to happen. I mean, we were like outsiders up here. Let's put it that way. We were definitely outsiders and looked at as like people from another planet that shit on Tallahassee. You know, when she started doing that whole thing about Wendy's book, I was like,
are you kidding me? I know. What does that have to do with anything?
Well, it paints the picture.
That's what
You know, like, what are you doing? Why were emails a constant, like, theme? You probably lost 80% of this. Listen, you never win. You have to get it. The best you do is, like one of the guards was saying to me, he goes, the best you're going to do is hang. You have to have unanimous. I mean, 12 people have to vote your way. I mean, you think you're going to get all 12 people to vote your way? You're crazy. Not up here. The best you do is hang. If you hang, then you do it. The best you do is hang. If you hang, you stay here. You stay until they retry it. And they get another bite of the apple.
Yeah.
You know, like, these people fucking hated me. I mean, they looked at me like, you know, like some guy that's making $5 million a year.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
I know you weren't. Well, they're not finished, this family. It's just the start.
Well, I know.
Look, there's nothing, as you know, there's nothing you can do right now. You get through the night, you'll see these people in the morning, you get back to your cell. I'm going on to secure a check that adds the money to the account, so we'll be okay. And you need commissary money too, right? Commissary and...
Like the commissary, man. And I probably hold off on that because I got commissary money. I just need to get all my shit I give away.
Well, check tomorrow and see what you have, and you'll tell me what to order for the eye care, okay?
Yeah, hold off until next weekend to order it. And then I think the first camp I get to, I don't think you can order commissary or something. We go a little bit without commissary. Trust me. Until I know it's safe for me to get stuff, I'm not gonna, like, wherever I go, until I know that it's safe, I'm not going to be ordering like I have, you know? Like I have my own cell, my own badge.
You said you're going to probably go back to your own cell tomorrow, right? Charlie? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, the bars just went down for a second.
Hello.
Back.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I thought tomorrow you'll go back to your own cell, right? The private cell?
Yeah, I should. I'm going to be in Leon
A
for
private cell.
A month.
I'm going to be in Leon County at least for another month because then they have sentencing, and then they'll move me after they do sentencing.
Yeah.
Like I'm only going to be here for probably a month, and then they usually do sentencing, and then they usually move you like the following Tuesday when the buses come. And they move you to like an intake center. You learn all the stuff like you have to do. Kind of like they keep it like military. How they want things done, and then from there they'll tell me where they're going to ship me. Somewhere to pick apart. So last thing I need is for you guys to get sick of because I don't really have much else.
You're going to be fine, Charlie.
Yeah.
I just need you to be okay. You'll be fine.
Yeah, no. I'm going to stay the shot. I'm still in jail. I was in jail yesterday and in jail today. I'd be more comfortable if I was in my cell. I'd be more comfortable if I was around the people that I talk to.
Right.
Walk around the little rec deck area.
It's already 9:30. They'll put the lights out at 11, so hopefully you get to go to sleep. And
this time, well, I haven't had that.
They don't shut the lights off?
No, but I can honestly, I've gotten to the point I just put my head underneath the blanket and then it's dark. I've got a sheet and then I've got a thick blanket. So I do that and then I can sleep.
Okay.
So I'm in here and it's just pacing around. They don't shut the lights on. They got the cameras on it.
Okay.
Well, they have a guard sitting watching the cameras. I don't know. I just literally was really thinking I was getting out.
We all did. We all did.
Oh my word. I just thought I was getting out. We all did. We all did. No, you're all going to be in, actually. You're probably all going to be in.
Like I came to believe I was getting out, but like the kind of distributor in Tallahassee wasn't tough. You know what I mean? It's just like the way everybody was reacting to everything. It was like everybody was drinking the Kool-Aid too much.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I should have.
I know.
I would say trust your gut instinct.
Yeah.
Like, should have trusted my gut.
I know.
So listening.
Your gut's always right.
Your gut is always right. You should have trusted your gut that organizing the murder of your ex-brother-in-law it's not correct. It's not the right thing to do. What did your gut tell you then, Charlie?
Oh, yeah. No, and then I have like, you know, people convince me otherwise, and then I'm like, oh, okay. No, cool.
He was like, okay, cool. Hey, my defense attorney told me I have a chance. He's going to fight hard for me. That's his job, Charlie. You know? And you did have a fair trial, and then you were convicted.
Like, it was so, trust me, like, it was so on, it was ridiculous. Like, my God, it was so on, but I didn't trust my gut. You know? Like, when we get it, like a good gut instinct, it's a good gut instinct.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I trust it. I knew when I was sitting eating sushi with Roman that last time that I was with him. Like when we all went to sushi in Weston.
Yeah.
Remember, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I look at the pictures all the time. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know the video when I'm eating sashimi with him?
Yeah.
I swear to God on my life, I knew when I was sitting there taking the video with him. I just did. That's what was going through my head. You know, wasn't enjoying the moment as much as I was thinking, like, this is on video. Really, I had a weird, you know, like the turtles. It was weird. It was almost like an out-of-body. I felt like it was out-of-body experience while I was doing that.
Damn, he's dramatic.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it just...
I do. I was there with you.
Like, I was there, but I just felt like this was like I was literally cherishing every moment. More so than I should.
Well, firstly, you should be cherishing every moment with your son that you initially denied was even yours. But yeah, you should be. But it's like out-of-body experience. I just knew I had this gut feel that you're guilty because they found you guilty. But you're saying it was the pie chart's fault. Stick with their pie charts. Dana Bulbrook said, "Thank you for covering the circus. Gee, it's quite entertaining, right? Thank you so much."
Yeah.
That's all my head is just trust me.
I'm sure it's
I want you guys to take care of yourself because I honestly I don't have much else to manage my life with now. Worse if something happens, you guys.
I know.
So, like, you need to take something to relax. Like, take something to relax.
Yeah,
we will. You know what I mean?
It's so sweetie.
Yeah, know what I mean? Yeah. He's talking in code.
I know.
Well, I know we're going to figure out a lot of shit in the next couple of weeks anyway.
Right.
Today's not the day to figure stuff out.
Not today. No.
I'm honestly, I cried a little bit when I with myself, but I'm more just like, bigger shock.
You're in shock. I know. You're in shock.
Like this.
You're in shock.
You know, it's very.
You know, we all are.
Ah, okay.
I mean, I just hope.
Just,
Yeah, talking.
what's
that?
I was just
You
going
have
to
to
say,
talk. Yeah.
just hang in there, please, because
Yeah.
things might change.
No. Things can change, and miracles can happen.
Yes, indeed. Donna got arrested. Ta-da! Things changed. It's not over yet. Here she is on trial now. And Charlie is expected to testify for the state and the defense. Oh my word. Okay. So what I'm going to do now, we've got about half an hour left before they come back from lunch. I will link this for you so that you can go listen to the whole playlist from Phone Calls from Prison. I quickly want to show you... Oh dear. Where is it now? The call that got Donna arrested. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Okay, let's play it from here. Now, I've got to change my little banner. This is from Pretty Lies and Alibis, Gigi. She uploaded this. The jailhouse calls Charlie and Donna, November 6th. Donna implicates Wendi. Let's see.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
Charlie.
an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1.
Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey,
Yeah, sorry about that.
no, last thing I heard was you said, and the chief, and then it just went through.
He was supposed to fly. He's the same guy who said he was going to call Dan back when I first got here. Never called him back. But Chief Mac, he's the chief of the whole jail, to come by and check me out.
So
He
has not been there yet.
He has not, but the psychologist, like PhD, whatever she is, she came by, and I said, listen, I'm fine. I'm getting claustrophobic. Like,
sure.
Like, used to looking outside of a window, you know, inches out into the pod, and this is like here. You're sitting in like a
block.
One, yeah, like the same type setup I had before, but I could look out the window into the pod. Here, it's like a box.
Yeah.
So you can't see. It's a mirror. They can see in, and you can't see out.
Is it any help? Can Dan get this guy to come sooner? Would that be of any help?
God, Chief Mac runs the fucking jail. He doesn't care about what we're calling.
No.
Right, it's gonna come slower.
It's a little too boosted.
Yeah, I'm sure the psychologist.
So someone earlier said, "Can I boost it?" It doesn't help with jail calls. You know, they just do sound a bit muffled. So, but as you could see, Phone Calls from Prison and Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis put some captions on the screen for us. So that's great.
But you were fine. So it's just a matter of waiting for that and waiting for the chief.
Yeah, she has to write her report, and then it's fall, and then maybe tomorrow. I got 33% left on my phone. And 50 in the afternoon. And, it's okay. Because once it gets to 15%, if you switch the little battery saver on, and then I can probably get that. But it's like, you just isolate. Like, I'm used to being able to talk to people, move around,
of course,
chat at myself. It's like, if you're doing the complete opposite of what I would need to have done
right
in this situation.
Right. I know. But all right. It sounds like if it's not today, they'll do it tomorrow, but hopefully today. But they're not in a rush, Charlie. You're in a rush. They're not in a rush.
It's like, it's bad enough all this happened, and now I'm like taken out of my normal surroundings. And, like,
I know.
Put into like a solitary. I mean, I get why they do it, but this is like, it's trust me. It's a bed on like a plastic box. I rolled up my mattress upstairs and brought it down to here, and it's just my bed sitting in my box. Like a 3 feet by 6 foot box. Put on the ground in the center of the room, where I'm used to walking back and forth.
We're getting to the point where I think it's in this call, because this is where she where she says you can't hear me again and all of that. So we're getting to that call.
Now I just like walk up and then around the bed and then back. And it's like,
And it's the same story with like they'll shut off the phones at 4 and not till 6:30 back on. Is that everywhere? Yeah.
And I'm
hold on. Just checking in. Okay, there's Bree just checking in with me. Okay.
I talked to Dan.
Yeah. Then
he's like, and he's working hard. He's still in Tallahassee. I thought he had left. He's staying here an extra day, I guess, to write up.
Yeah.
So whatever it is, if they open up an inquiry, they ask the judge.
Okay, good.
They investigate the main lie. You know, he said, listen, maybe the kind of thing is 9 months from now, the juror writes something stupid on a blog, and they investigate, and they find out, like, and then they find out something, and they're able to open it, and then it could possibly lead to an appeal. You know, I basically got the judge let a lot of stuff in to the case, and he did that because he didn't want there to be an appeal. You know, the harder the judge rules, I guess there's more appellate issues that can come up, like if that guy, Hankerson or whatever. You know, I guess the harder the judge rules on issues that are in the trial, the more likely there is to have an appellate issue. Here the judge is in favor of the defendant, the more likely there is to have an appellate issue.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So, my general feeling, this is just my feeling, I'm not a lawyer, but my feeling is that he ruled, if anything, he gave us the benefit of the doubt because he didn't want there to be an appellate issue.
Yeah. Is that what Dan thinks?
Well, I mean, he made that comment today that the judge ruled in our favor a number of times. You know, he let him bring stuff in. And I either said it or I heard it, that he meant it, that there's not going to be, less things to say that we're not wrong. I mean, you have to either say that the judge did something didn't give you your due process. You know, if the jury didn't do anything improper, things improper, like, what's your reason for wanting to do trial?
If there was an appeal, would it have to be in Tallahassee, or can you move it? Because I don't understand why they wouldn't let you move the venue. I don't. That was blatantly, I mean, look, I have, I didn't say this to you before I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things for Roman, taking care of some things through Steinberg. Dad's been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I called her. She said, I'm going to gather everything up, and I'm going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about, 10 minutes before you called, so that she could work with us, because we got a couple of hours of stuff to take care of for Roman. So, working on that, and just a lot. But you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay? So and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Charlie? Shit. You can't hear me again, right? Charlie? Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I think that's when she thought she hung up. Yeah, hot mic moments.
I'm sorry, the fourth time that they cut the line each time.
Okay, so to explain, the day that Charlie was convicted, multiple calls were made, right? From the jail between Charlie and Donna. And Donna thought she hung up the phone. But, and Charlie couldn't hear her, both of them not talking. She thought the call was over, but it was still recording. And so she's talking about all her plans to get the hell out of there. And then a week later, on November 13th, she was at the airport trying to get the hell out of there. And they arrested her because of this. Obviously, they're monitoring these jail calls, especially between these two, you know? So, wow. Have a listen.
You have to pay for every minute, but they keep charging every time you reconnect. They say that doesn't happen. It's that he's in this room that they haven't moved. So the psychologist, they want to make sure he doesn't kill himself. So the psychologist finally came, and he said to her, "If you leave me here, I'll kill myself. There's no light, no nothing. I'm in a cement block. Let me go back to myself and see where I am. Let me, please don't leave me here." And spoke to him for a little bit. And she said, "No, you're perfectly fine. I know that. I just have to go back and, I've got a few of these reports I have to write. And once I get those written and then submit them and then get them approved, you'll be able to go back." So he thought he was going back in an hour, but said that she better get that thing done because I'll lose my mind in here. It's all spirit on the inside. So all you see is yourself. The lights never shut off, day or night. These fluorescent lights, he says, are on all night. He said, "I just want to go back where I was. At least I know people. I can see people." He says, "Here, I'm in a box." So he's just...
Shame.
What? I'm sure he'll call back or just keep getting disconnected.
And then remember when Donna was arrested and she was put also in a cell where they were monitoring her and she was in a smock as well? She's like, "I don't have any silverware. I don't even get a bra." There was a whole hearing about that. They just give us carbs. What?
I didn't even know what drink. He wasn't going Coke, water, nothing. So I think very much same time. Because I could have what? But I don't want to do. What I want to do. But probably not getting those. I think it would be a nice way to just leave you alone and say goodbye. I am not for myself. Go to prison. It's something he didn't do. I can't push it. I'm not that strong. And I also know how he, in a year and a half, his body and everything just slowly started to deteriorate.
Oh my.
I had a life. We had a great marriage. Happy, we traveled, we lived good. I was really not unhappy. And I'm more than willing to just say goodbye and let me lie down. It wasn't painful. I just went to sleep. We bought our cemetery property a couple months ago. We're good. I'm good. What went into this weekend? Because I said something that made her feel like I had enough, and I'm not going to watch. If the trial doesn't go well, I know what I need to do. So when it came up, now, something was wrong because he lived here 9 years. Yeah. She's never once just come over and said, I need to talk to you.
Talking to Wendi. Talking about Wendi. So remember, she's not talking to anyone on the phone now because she thought she hung up with Charlie, but it's just recording. Oh my word. And she's talking to her friends that are at their house. And one, I think her name was Susan. I think it's Susan, who's her lawyer, and Susan's husband. And then another friend is also there. That's who's in the background, and Harvey, right? So she's talking to them. Wow. And so this already, it's like she knows she's guilty the way she talks. You know? So that's why if you hear these types of things and you see the sweet granny in her cardigan at this trial, just like, what are these people even saying I did? Well, why were you saying all this?
Sexual
She sat down on the couch right there. I was sitting here, and she didn't say, "Look, Mom, this is a horrible time for all of us. Charlie's on trial for his life. We're all aggravated. But if this is what you're thinking of, oh, just sat there, and she said, "Listen, you're suicidal. I'm going to make her extra you." So I said, "I'm not suicidal. I'm fine. I'll be with the boys tomorrow night." Yes, we said Sunday night. She said, "Yeah." Good. Now, am I suicidal? No. Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do. Perfectly honest, I do. And what are we doing it? We're going to do it together. Leave a note. They'll know when to come and get us. And we'll do it together. The boy. Look, got to make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if we'll make it out in time. I really don't. Because Dan said, you might, or you might do all of it, get to the airport, and they'll stop. And that could happen. It could happen.
Oh, this is so damning. The jury might actually hear this part, the hot mic moment. Because she's talking about taking herself out and then being like, well, we could go to the airport, and then that's Daniel Rashbaum, who was Charlie's attorney and was going to be Donna's, right? It was Donna's attorney initially, then there was a conflict of interest. So her attorney was advising her to leave? I mean, is he going to be arrested? You know what I mean? There could be many more arrests in this case.
I don't know, but it's worth a try. I've tried and tried and tried. I don't know what I'm doing. I've lost it, but I don't know what I'm doing. And we have to do that stuff for Roman so that people argue with that.
What do you think? How is it normally done?
With stipulations as to who's in charge and
It's got to fund those in a trust and everything to go in argument under independent and the trustee. And so the trustee and the guardian would be able to then the trustee on 30 years. That somebody would be watching. Yeah, well, we want someone to take care of it. Guardian of the person. So,
I would make some effort to respond after this call. If she would do that, I could sit here with you and say, would you do that? But I can't because I was done. So, do you tell her that I could call George?
No, I don't get it.
I don't know how to get in touch with her. So I said, let me ask George. So I said, George, I can't get in touch with her. Bronstein told me my lawyer to call her lawyer if it's about the case. And if it's not about the case, I have to at least say, sure. When I said, I just got off with Charlie, he's worried about you. He wants to know what, because I said, yeah. We know you never ask anything about your brother, and she doesn't, and she told me it's because her lawyer said she shouldn't ask. But we found out it's not true. But we just got off the phone with him.
She lies to her own family. My lawyer said I mustn't discuss any of this with you. And then Donna's like, well, we found out that's not true. I think it probably is true. I think Wendy's lawyer would tell her, don't you say a damn word on any of these calls, okay?
Her attorney said,
I never told her that.
Well, I've never confronted him
No. So I wrote this last night. We know you never ask anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendi holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called us or asked about him. I just said we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. But then
That's
she...
very, very threatening language from Donna to Wendi. Everybody looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. Huh? Sure, Donna. What you saying there to Wendi?
Answer. But then I got another call from Charlie night, and I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Your sister never even called us, is the truth. So she says, this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Yeah. Dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger there is. Really don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth, as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statement at Charlie's trial. Again, I didn't say that. Also, as you know, my lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else about this case. No, about the case, which is true. We've never done it. I followed his advice despite your disagreements with this guidance. Please do not text me about this case anymore. Not about the case, is it? Not what I said. About her brother, and that he wants, how are you, Wendi? How's my sister holding up? If you have anything further to say about the...
Ooh, the real Donna is speaking now, huh? Court Lurker said that voice change. That voice change was priceless. This is like, oh my word. Snarky said, this is so, so good. Wendi up next. Give her those metal bracelets. Little silver bracelets for her.
Case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. So I wrote back, okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just want you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie.
Because she's a little smarter than that. She knows not to. And Donna's like, it's over. Not really. Now here you are on trial.
Right? We will need to give you some information shortly, and we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. I have a safe here. I want to give her codes. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. I have the cemetery property. I want her to see all that. I want her to have all these papers and the wills. I want her to see all this. So please let us know if you can be of any help. The other thing is the visa, which she would know about the visa. No, I said we need some business assistance. Please let us know. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us.
So you wonder why Wendi doesn't want to talk to you? You're like, hello, we need some business assistance. Trying to give you passwords, codes, things, you know, because we're about to get out of here. We're about to go to a non-extradition country. Okay, Wendi, we need some business assistance here.
It's an immediate reply so I can start asking other people to help. And then she always gets nervous if we want to talk to her. So I wrote, don't get nervous. Again, nothing, in capital letters, nothing about the case. Just would like to show you some business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that it has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. And then I wrote, by the way, you said you have to focus on the boys. Have you told them? So when I got George before, I said to him, he says, I was over there last night. I said, well, I asked Wendi, but I haven't got any word from her, so did she tell the boys? And he said, she did. Now, I know Ben was very close. She was writing to Charlie all the time. So I said, how are they? And Ben was very quiet. He didn't really talk much. He was thinking.
She's naming Wendy's kids, Wendi and Dan's kids, right? So Ben talking to Charlie a lot, writing to him, but now very quiet.
Kind of faced it and said, so he's never coming home. He's never coming back. And so he said it took him 10 minutes and he was into basketball. I said, fine. He's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see them miserable and upset. That's not my goal. I just want to know how are they. So that's what I said.
But you wanted his dad killed and made that allegedly happen. That's what you're on trial for. I don't want to see these boys miserable and upset. Then why'd you take their dad away, huh? Allegedly for her. Charlie, why'd you take their dad away, huh? Katherine Magbanua, Hitmen, but Charlie, why? And then Charlie still has the nerve to talk to them and be like, oh, like, how are you? And like, as if they have a bond. Those poor kids, man, they must have been, if they're 14 and 15 now, this was in, what, November 23, so, you know, I don't know, 12, 13, then?
Earlier to George, because it was technical stuff that I couldn't do on the computer. I think just we were out of it. So, and he's a computer tech person, so I said, can you help me with some computer stuff that I can't get done?
I don't know exactly when their birthdays are, but if they're around 13 or 14 now, they would have been like 11 or 12 then. So maybe the eldest would be 12 then, talking to Charlie. You know, shame, man. The poor kids.
And he was on some business calls, so that he texted me just before I could be there, maybe 5:30. Would that be good? I said yes, but if I can get stuff done, then it's no.
I told Rick we have the space in the passport.
We have the photos. So we have to get them downloaded. And the other thing I don't understand, that my daughter could help me with, but we've been looking it up over and over, because things change if there is extradition from Vietnam.
There it is.
We've looked at all the places. I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition.
In 15 minutes.
Who? Really? Good. Maybe she knows about. Maybe she can look up the extradition issue before we waste our time.
You want Wendi to help you with business-related things and to help you look up extradition countries? This is why Wendi won't talk to them, okay? Damn, I'm sure the jury's going to hear this part. She's looking up non-extradition countries.
She's going to tell on you that my parents are thinking of leaving the country. My lawyer told us to do that. Okay, but if you mention it to Wendi, is Wendi going to tell somebody? Well, you tell her beforehand. I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk and has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with Mom and I and some decisions that we have to make. Yeah, I know you want to bring her up and show her where everything is. Because in a plane crash, no one's going to know where anything is or who belongs to what. So I would like her to come up here so she could see it. I don't think that's asking too much. She can live 3 hours away. Every time she says, can you do this? Can you come here? Can you do this? Everything. How many times do we have plans that I really can't and have to cancel? Wendi needs us for this. Wendi needs us to babysit. So we've been really good nannies, and I guess our job is up. Because now the boys are older, they can go out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need grandma and grandpa. Okay, pretty hurtful. I have one son that I don't speak with. I have one son who's close to being dead. And my daughter, whom I love, is doing this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I said to Harvey, I swear to God, our family was cursed. Absolutely cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore. So.
If the family's cursed, they make some interesting choices. Donna, if the family's cursed, you're the one putting the curses on. Allegedly.
We're going to barely ever sit at a table in that chair. And, just clip it off. Because some members of the emails up under our faces. So I have to at night shut off the sound because it doesn't stop. I'll show you what we did for a hotel because you need an address to put on the visa.
We've got 2 minutes left, and then the court will be back as well. Great timing.
Nobody knows where we are. Just some address on the visa. Look up. Hotel. Whatever it's my position. Is that what anything is? I just want a place that I can. When did it tell you what the price is? Or do I have to go on
Getting an emergency visa. She's booking her flights.
Oh, you have to go on. Yeah. Which one is this? Is it called a Hitmen? With this translation.
And then it just stops right here. Just stops. Right there. I don't think she realized it was recording. Oh my. Beth Ann said, I can't even believe I got my whole lunchbox finished this time. I love a good teleport. Me too, me too. But you said, but lunch with the Grizzlies was kind of nice too. It's not a bad change for this time round. I definitely prefer the teleport. But this has been great as well. Thank you for spending your lunch break with me. Well, the court lunch break with me, actually. Because it might be whatever time for you. The judge said they'll be back in session at 1:20, and guess what time it is? 1:17. Huh?
Able to research the matter during the lunch break, and at the conclusion of that research, the ground for which it's being offered as an adoptive admission that is permissible under the rules of evidence. I will also find there are other grounds in which it would be permissible as well. The citation of the case that I'm relying upon for this, Jones versus State, 127 Southern 3rd, 622, deals with this matter, as well as the treatise provided by Professor Earhart on this matter. Are there any other issues that we need to address before we continue with the examination of Sgt Corbitt?
All right, if I could have a moment. I found a case that held the contrary, but I'd like an opportunity to read the case that Your Honor cited.
Well, this is not a motion hearing, Mr. Zellman. If you wish to place your case on the record, please do so, but I am finding that it is admissible as an adoptive admission.
Your Honor, State versus Hernandez, 875 Southern 2nd, 1271. I have a copy for the State. And for Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'll be right back. I need to go get some more water, okay?
Creates a Crawford issue, Your Honor.
I read Hernandez as well while researching this matter. I believe Hernandez dealt with the aspect of silence as opposed to affirmatively making a statement, agreeing with the statement of another. These are distinguishable, but you may briefly speak about Hernandez before the jurors come into the room.
Well, Your Honor, again, I hadn't seen Jones. However, this case specifically holds that adoptive admission must still satisfy Crawford. Again, haven't read Jones, so I don't know how that applies. But I do object, certainly respect the court's ruling.
Objection is noted for the record. The testimony of the sergeant will be permitted as an adopted admission. And again, I will find there are other admissibility theories as well concerning this line of questioning. However, as to the one raised by the state adopted admission specifically, I will find it is permitted. You may bring the jurors.
Judge, before we do that, one additional issue. The statement under an adopted admission has to have been heard, I believe, by the party that is allegedly adopting it. There's no evidence that my client watched the trial or heard her son's testimony.
As to the foundation of that, Ms. Dugan, you certainly need to lay it. An adoptive admission occurs when there is an express statement agreeing with the statement of another. Concerning any statement by your client that was made in which she agreed or otherwise it stated in some way the testimony of another person at the trial of Charlie Adelson, namely Charlie Adelson, was true. This qualifies. Please bring them up.
Do we really believe Donna didn't watch the trial of her son? Right, she wasn't present, but we know she watched online, right?
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunchtime rest and break. We will continue with the examination of Sgt Corbitt at this point. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with your examination.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
No further questions, okay. Zen Jen Art says, didn't she just tell Charlie she watched the trial and they called with him after the verdict? Yeah, she was referring to the pie charts and saying how Georgia Kappelman was lying and all sorts of things. So like as if the defense is like she did. There's no indication she watched the trial. She, there is. It's on jail calls. We heard it.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, I believe some of this you covered yesterday, but I just want to clarify a few things. These call detail records, they're generated by the carriers.
That's correct.
They're generated for purposes for business purposes of the carrier.
Correct.
So they're generated to, you know, back when I think I got a cell phone, we had a plan with a certain limit. Now they're unlimited, but that was one of the reasons why call detail records were created, correct?
Certainly, billing purposes, yes.
And what about network load?
As far as the creation of records?
Yes.
So network load, there are reports that I spoke about, the kind of specialty reports that are more of an engineering standpoint and are used by carriers to more effectively manage their network. Amongst other things might be load, be something that they would be considering with those records.
Now, the call detail records that you testified about extensively over the last couple of days, they do not contain precise geolocation data for a handset, do they?
The majority of the records that I've spoken about, no, do not.
And specifically, the records that you relied upon for mapping purposes that you displayed earlier.
That is correct. All of the records used for mapping are strictly cell site locations. So the locations that you've seen were for the cell site or cell tower the handset was communicating with, not the cell phone itself.
And using the cell site sector, you can at least identify where on a map a handset could be.
Correct.
And so when you're mapping, those dots that are on your maps, those are the cell sites.
That is correct.
They're not the handset.
Correct.
Now, there are variables that influence how a device, a handset, communicates with a network, correct?
Certainly.
Would some of those include the signal strength of the handset?
Signal strength, or really signal quality, is one of the primary things that a handset uses, or the network uses, to determine which cell site a handset may communicate with. So the signal quality is largely affected by signal strength, as you asked, meaning the closer you are to the tower, the stronger the signal is, generally the better quality the signal is.
Now, what can interfere with a phone or device connecting with a tower?
A number of things, primarily structures, buildings. Here in downtown, we have a number of cell sites around the area, and if you were behind this courthouse, a very large, substantially built building, and there were a cell site on the opposite side, the density of this building would probably prevent your handset from being able to communicate with that cell site, and you may choose a cell site that's somewhere else that your handset is better able to see. Topography, hills, valleys, cell sites that are on the other side of a mountain, your handset may not be able to see or communicate with. Those are really the primary things, bodies of water, but the physical obstruction, topography is probably, to me, the greatest effect.
What about foil, though? Because Chandler Halderson thought foil will help, okay?
What about network load on a specific cell site?
So load can be a factor. The handsets, as they're creating energy, this radio frequency, the signals that are going back and forth, it is a bit of noise. And so the towers, if there's a lot of handsets, that can create a lot of noise, which can affect that signal quality that I've been speaking about. So towers can choose to adjust. Breathing is sometimes what it's called, but there may be an adjustment by the tower or the network. If there is high density, then handsets can communicate with other cell sites. Generally, no matter where you are, your handset is able to see multiple cell sites and sectors at the same time. And there's a lot that goes into the choice of particularly which one of those your handset is directed to communicate with for any particular event.
Because I forgot to bring another glass, and now you can see the can. Now you're all going to ask, what am I drinking? I know you guys, okay? We've known each other for a while. This is called Altoni, I say mate, Altoni mate. Mate, yerba mate tea. It's like yerba mate tea. I think in America you call it yerba mate tea. It's basically like a soft drink that's tea. It's fizzy tea, meaning caffeine. Nice, okay, that's what I'm having.
So merely because a handset is communicating with a specific cell tower, cell site, and sector, that doesn't mean that that's the closest one to that handset.
That's correct.
Do the call detour records that you have relied on in this case take into consideration whether or not a tower is under maintenance or partially functioning or otherwise operating at a reduced capacity?
Only in the respect that if it were not functioning, then it would not be listed in the records. If it were not operational, the handset would not be able to communicate with it. So when I see a cell site and sector in the records, I know that it was operational because the handset did in fact communicate with that.
But there's no way to tell from the call detour records that you relied on here whether or not a specific cell site was partially functioning.
I don't know exactly what you mean by partially functional.
Well, were any of them operating at reduced capacity? You can't tell that from the call detail records, can you?
I could not tell the load or the capacity on the tower at any particular time, no.
And so you just listed a number of factors that can affect call routing and cell site selection, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, those same factors can influence when a call is handed off to another cell site, correct?
They can, yes.
And so not only in this instance do we have a handset that is moving on a highway, but you also have those other factors that could influence what cell site the handset is communicating with.
That's correct.
And understanding all of those variables, that's critical to you analyzing and interpreting the data.
It is, yes.
And so would you agree that the analysis that you conduct has some inherent limitations?
It certainly has limitations as far as nothing in the analysis that I've done is meant to say exactly where a handset is. We're unable to do that. Again, I talked about inclusion and exclusion, that we know the general service area of a cell site, and so we include and exclude locations. But the limitation to the effect of we cannot say exactly where a handset is correct.
And so in other words, it involves some degree of estimation or inference?
I would agree with that, yes.
Now, could you pull up the presentation that you were showing us earlier?
I do have it, yes.
I want you to turn, let's start with one thing that the state brought out. Let's go to the frequency report. I believe it's on slide 28.
Apologies. A little trouble getting back there.
Oh, Donna, what are you writing? A letter to Harvey.
Slide 28, the frequency.
It's like social media rumor that her and Harvey are like passing notes to each other, which is not allowed. But apparently, I don't know, that's what's being said on social media, that they're like writing letters to each other or something. Why don't you just call in jail, Harvey, so we can listen to it later?
To report for Donna Adelson.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury again the process of creating this report? I believe what you said yesterday was that you put the data from the carrier into a tool.
A program, yes.
Okay. And then you did the same for Charlie Adelson's CDRs?
Correct.
Katherine Magbanua?
Correct.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Luis Rivera?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Really, most any set of records that we had, the frequency report is one of the first things and most basic things that we do with the records.
Now, there's a process that you have to go through called, I believe it's called deduping. Are you familiar with that?
It depends on which way you're referring to it.
Okay. Well, when you're talking about call detail records and frequency analysis, there's a way, and I think you gave us an example yesterday on some of your slides about how one communication event can show up multiple times.
Correct. So we do see with certain carriers that a call that comes in that is routed maybe to voicemail creates multiple events, and it creates multiple records, and some of those will be tied to the same number. Some of them are tied to kind of a not fictitious, but a routing phone number, so they will really count against the frequency for a particular target. But as I mentioned, these frequency reports are very general ideas of relationships and associations. So for these, we mentioned that it does include things like miscommunications, calls that went to voicemail. It may include the multiple events, because those things are generally distributed equally across all the calls. It's not just one phone that's going to create those multiple entries. All phones calling in should create about the same things. So it's certainly not meant to be an exact number of communications. It's just an idea of, again, kind of relevance and association.
Okay, so in that vein, if you could look at, let's see. So let's look at, I believe it was slide 122.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now with respect to this slide, have you gone into the data and manually removed duplicate events?
I have, yes.
Okay. And the same with have you done the same for slides 26 and 28?
Slide 26 is the frequency report for Charlie Adelson, and I believe that 28 is, again, Donna Adelson's. No, I have not removed duplicate events from these frequency reports.
Okay. So those aren't accurate?
They are accurate. They accurately represent from the call detail records every time that cell phone number appeared in the records.
Okay, there's a poorly worded question. I apologize. It's not accurate in the sense that there are not 80 actual communications between my client and her son.
There may be fewer. Again, this includes those routed events, the not answered, going to voicemail. All of those are included. Text messages, voice calls, all of those are included in this tallying. It is just from the raw records.
Okay. And so in other words, you see the 80 up there. You recall, I believe it's the AT&T records, could have 3 separate events for one communication. Is that correct?
They could. That would generally only tally 2 for a particular phone number, because that third event is generally going to have a routing phone number in it.
Okay. And so this does not account for that?
It does not.
I believe on slide 98, if you could turn to that. Can you keep going? It might have been the next one. Erase this text after you read it. Was the text erased?
The text was still in the iCloud return, so I could not tell you if it was deleted from the device or not.
You never got the handset that iCloud is associated with.
That is correct.
And that would be Charlie's phone.
Correct.
Okay. Slide 116. Okay, looks like on this one there are two conversations between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, correct?
One is an attempt. So as it says, Charlie attempts. Katherine, this was an inbound that I don't believe was answered, or that any actual communications occurred.
Well, okay, so the one event, we don't...
Dear Mr. Defense Attorney, I know you're just doing your job, but are we there yet? Are we there yet, right? But okay, here we go.
know what was discussed, do we?
We do not know.
Slide 117. We don't know what was discussed between Charlie and whomever he was speaking with at the Adelson residence, do we?
We do not.
119. We don't know what was discussed between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
We do not.
120. We don't know what was discussed between Katherine and Charlie, do we?
We do not.
No, we don't, but we know it was suspicious as hell, and I agree with Southern Cannabis. My brain hurts. Bring on Charlie. Put Charlie on the stand. Bring him out.
And we don't have the content of the text messages the data indicates took place.
That's correct.
I'm sure they were discussing, you know, what kind of froyo flavor they'd be having this afternoon. Right? Like the 4 people already convicted. Nothing to see here. They were just discussing froyo flavors.
Now, with respect to the calls to the landline, do you know anything about the signal strength for the Adelson residents in Coral Springs? You know, as far as their ability to connect with local towers back in 2014.
I only know what I have seen from looking at different sets of records. I know that their handsets have events with location that are consistent with their home on a fairly regular basis. I can do analysis and determine if the handsets are home or not. So as to whether that's great signal or not, there are a number of events their handsets are creating with cell sites near their residence that would be consistent with their residence.
I know that there are parts of my house where I can have a conversation, but if I walk into the garage, I don't have a good signal.
Okay, well, the signal was very, very strong from the Adelson residence, because even when Donna thought, you know, sure, I've hung up. Well, Charlie hung up, we can't hear me. Oh, no, we could all hear loud and clear. The signal there is cursed. It's very strong.
You don't know where in the house that they were to have any sort of conversation in their home.
I do not.
Now, if you could go to 135. advance one. So during this 36 to 48 hour period, does the 7 communications or attempted communications between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson indicate a spike?
I would not say so, no.
Okay. And for what time period did you review their records?
In different, we have records that span years, and they are a little different for each person. For some, we have several months. For some, we have years worth of records. So I have looked at periods of time for their records spanning several years.
Okay. Now, specific as to Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, you have at least 4 or 5 years worth of records for them?
Probably that many, yes.
If not more.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so the amount of communications or attempted communications that are indicated during the June 2nd and June 4th, as you refer to it, flurry of communications, 7 is not a spike.
I do not consider it an abnormally high number of communications.
Now, same with respect to the July trip. Can you advance to that slide, please?
Apologies, it'll take just a second.
Oh, thank you, Jacqueline Blackburn. Jacqueline said, no words for how much I love this channel. The snark alone, fantastic. Oh, thank you so much.
I believe that's what you're looking for.
Yes. Now, again, this is it's approximately 38 hours time period?
Correct.
The 4 communications or attempted communications between my client and her son, those do not represent a spike, do they?
They do not.
And so the flurry of communications that you testified to earlier, at least as it pertains to my client and her son, did not take place, did it?
I'm not sure where the characterization of a flurry came from. I don't believe that I used the term call flurry. We were looking at calling analysis or calling activity during certain periods of time. And the only question being asked of these of the analysis in this time frame is, was there the potential for the exchange of information from one person to the other? And that's what we see, that there is communication from one person to the other across the subjects during a time frame that may be more significant than others. It's not meant to reflect a high volume or a different tempo of communication, just that there is at least the potential for the exchange of information.
Now, let's talk about the emails briefly. Go to slide 140, please.
Is the question going to be, you don't know if Donna sent it, my client, or Harvey, or what?
Now, you testified this morning that this was sent out. Now, Evite is an online platform where anyone can go in and create an event and send out invitations, correct?
That's correct.
Back in 2014, do you have any personal knowledge as to how that website operated?
In 2014, I do not.
And I believe that you indicated that there was an indication that Donna Adelson was unfamiliar with that process.
Correct.
As we sit here today, you cannot testify that Donna Adelson created that event on evite.com, can you?
I can only testify as to the email where she asked if her invitations had been sent yet, and where she describes how she entered the contacts, how she entered the invitees as contacts. That's the only thing that I can take from that email.
Now, also with respect to the emails, there were quite a few search warrants done for email accounts in this case, correct?
Yes.
How many emails were recovered during this investigation?
Oh, how, like total number?
Yes.
Oh, hundreds of thousands.
Damn. Can we see all of them? Can we see all the ways that Donna spoke to people? Yes. Texas 2 Pugs at defense. Just because it says love mom doesn't mean it was sent by my client, correct?
Specific as to donnahardy@gmail.com, how many emails were recovered?
I do not recall the total amount.
In excess of 50,000?
I believe so, yes.
In excess of 70,000?
I don't recall, and I've only seen a subset of those.
Who decided
emails.
what subset you would review?
Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Let's look at slide 143.
Georgia Keppelman's face.
And you testified earlier that this was an email from Dan Markel to Wendi Adelson in January of 2024 concerning their schedule with the kids beginning in April.
January of 2014, but yes.
Yes, sorry. Are you also aware that there were subsequent emails and text messages between the two of them where this schedule changed or was modified?
I'm not aware of any changes or modifications.
So you have not reviewed them, or you're not aware of them?
I'm not aware of them. I have not seen anything. I have not done a great deal of research into the schedule with the children, but I am, as I sit here, not aware of any changes.
How did you decide to put this email in the presentation?
The emails are reviewed by whomever is investigating the case, assisting to investigate. They're provided to the state attorney's office for a determination as to what should be included in the presentation.
Oil, artist, cat. So doesn't leaving the country defeat the whole purpose of getting rid of Father Markel? So you, Donna, could be closer to the grandkids? Well, yeah. But at that point, she was like, oh, crap. Charlie's been convicted. Gotta get out of here. Time to go to Vietnam.
With respect to Wendi Adelson's phone, are there different types of extractions that can be done on these devices?
Yes, there are different sort of levels of forensic examinations that can be done, yes.
And what are those levels?
Well, it kind of varies by device, by time period, by forensic tool, but we generally talk about a logical extraction where we're kind of we're taking the majority of information we can get access to kind of in a logical fashion. If this appears to be a text message, it's a text message. Phone call is a phone call. It is not as thorough as generally what we may consider a file system or a full file system extraction. So those are kind of the basics.
Okay. Which one is preferable when conducting an investigation?
We want the most detailed that we can get.
And the most detailed for most handsets is going to be a full extraction, correct?
It would be, but there are a number of things that may prohibit us from getting that full file system or full extraction. Encryption, passwords that cannot be broken, phones that are not supported by forensic tools. We frequently want the full extraction, but are unable to get it.
Now let's talk about Wendi Adelson's phone. Her phone was searched pursuant to consent, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And there were no limitations to that consent.
I am not the one who obtained the consent or did the examination, so I don't believe there were, but I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Okay, well, I believe, are you aware that Wendi Adelson gave a lengthy statement to investigators?
Yes.
And during the course of that interview, she voluntarily provided her cell phone for extraction.
Again, I believe that is correct.
And are you aware that she put any limitations on that extraction?
I'm not aware of any limitations.
And so, what type of extraction was done on her device?
A logical extraction.
And as we've discussed, a logical extraction is not a complete extraction from a device.
It generally has less information, correct?
In this case, if you look at the extraction, the forensic extraction, there's significantly less data in her phone extraction than in other devices' extractions in this case.
Yes, there is less data, but that may be an indication of less data on her device as well.
So is the argument, it's not fair. You got so much data on my client, but what about Wendi, her daughter? Okay.
I want to talk about the morning of July 18th of 2014. I didn't write down the slide number, but you indicated earlier that, and you had a slide that Wendi called Donna, Donna called Wendi. Can you pull that up?
So we're blaming Wendi now again? Donna's like, get her. I don't know if that's what she's thinking, but here we go again after Wendi. I have put it, I'm talking a little bit in between now because I put it at 1.1 speed, okay? We need to just speed it up. We're only like 2 minutes behind, so we'll catch up very quickly unless I chip in a lot. But here we go.
Thank you. What slide number is this?
This is slide 196.
Thank you. So slide 196, your analysis reveals that Wendi called her mother first, correct?
Well, these calls are as noted, at the same time. So they're both at 8:09. And one of the limitations we have with some of the sets of records we have is that some were provided with only hours and minutes of call, and some were provided with hours, minutes, and seconds. So these calls actually occurred in the same minute, but it's possible that Donna's call was first.
Don't you have records that indicate seconds?
We do have records that indicate
specific
seconds.
For this day?
I don't know if we have specific for this day. We have multiple sets of records and multiple overlapping sets of records.
You have been involved in this case since its inception, since Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
And it's typically, in your field, best to use records that have more data rather than less, correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Have you gone back to determine who called whom first?
I have not, but I could.
Doesn't matter.
And so, if I were to tell you that records with seconds reveal that Donna Adelson gets a call from Geek Squad and immediately calls her daughter, and then while Donna is calling her daughter, Geek Squad calls her daughter. Would that also be consistent with both calls happening at 8:09?
Yes.
And by using the records with more information, you would be able to present this in an accurate order, would you not?
They both indicate the time of 8:09 for the calls, and as discussed or as presented, hopefully, that there was a phone tag that occurred here at 8:09. And so that, yes.
Corbitt says leave the Geek Squad out of this.
I believe you had moved to slide.
Thank you, defense, for putting that whole like TV fixing situation back in the jury's minds, because I'd be like, oh yeah, remember that.
210. Now this is after the text message exchange between Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one where after Mr. Markel had left a voicemail for Wendi, Wendi texts him and saying, swimming won't work today because I'm picking the kids up at 3:30.
Correct.
And then they kind of have a disagreement about the time that Wendi can pick the boys up.
They do.
After Wendi gets that information from Mr. Markel, she then calls her brother.
Correct.
She didn't call her mother.
No.
Now, I believe after this call between Wendi and Charlie, I think it's on slide 213, he tries to call Donna.
Correct.
30 seconds, that indicates to you that the call did not connect.
More than likely.
I believe, if you go to slide 272. May have gotten a slide wrong. If you can back up a couple of slides, please. So
the Geek Squad guys, wait, what's his name? Is expected to testify for the state. He's on the list, Robert Swartz, Geek Squad worker. So maybe we'll hear a little bit more from him at this trial. I don't know. Interesting.
Text, I believe that the state inadvertently mischaracterized the evidence and testimony in the questioning. The last connection to a cell tower for Donna Adelson was at 8:59, not 8:35, correct?
For 8:59, for location, like location that we would use?
Yes.
I don't recall an 8:59 event.
Okay. I'm sorry. So you have the 8:59 as the text message.
That's correct.
And that's from Charlie Adelson's iCloud.
That is correct.
And you don't get location from that.
We do not. And so, probably important to point out, some of these are chats, so they're actually occurring over the data network. They're iMessage versus carrier-based text messaging, where we're more likely to see locations associated with text. So with the iCloud, and knowing that those are traversing the iMessage or the Apple network, it's common for us not to have locations attached to those.
So in that regard, iMessages aren't going to show up in call detail records.
They do not.
Other apps, communication apps, are not going to show up in call detail records.
That's correct.
Now this tragedy took place a little over 11 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And up until your July 10th, 2025 deposition, you had not done the drive yourself, had you?
That's correct.
Did you do any research to determine what construction had taken place on I-95 between July 18th of 2014 and July 18th of 2025?
I-95 where?
Where you drove.
Not the, I know that there was a number of changes to I-95 at the area where it separates from the turnpike, the Florida Turnpike. I did specifically look at the turnpike in relation to Mr. Adelson's residence to make sure that there had been no changes in the roadway there.
Okay, so the turnpike, it's your testimony that in the last 11 years, the turnpike in that area has not been widened?
I don't recall it has been widened. The off-ramp is in the same location. The aerial photography is exactly the same for that exchange. And again, the drive was done because there was a question raised somewhere along the way about the ability to get off the turnpike and to Mr. Adelson's residence. And so just to clarify that, and that more research was done. And so again, looking at that, there's been a number of changes around that area. Water drainage has been filled in, buildings have been built, all kinds of things have happened, but the roadway itself remains the same.
So again, my question is, has the road been widened? Has there been construction?
There may have been construction and replacement, and I can say with certainty, and I can look at it again, but with certainty the routes, the off-ramps, the exchanges are in the same position that they are. If the lanes are a little wider, there was no significant change in anything about getting off the turnpike and getting over to Mr. Adelson's road.
Sergeant Corbitt, I don't know if I'm asking a poor question or you're misunderstanding. Has there been construction on the turnpike in the last 11 years?
I'm sure there has, yes.
Did you do anything to determine if that had happened?
Yes.
Okay. And yet, you're still giving us a qualified answer.
You're asking about widening. I don't recall seeing, and again, the area that I looked at was the turnpike, the off-ramp of the turnpike, the exchange that goes to the east, and then connects with Mr. Adelson's road. There were no changes to that. If the turnpike was widened somewhere, that may be possible. I did not look for that. Again, I'm looking for the path of travel had not changed.
So you looked for records that would be consistent with the state's theory? To establish that the route hadn't been altered in any way?
The question raised was, can you get off the turnpike and get to Charlie Adelson's residence? And the answer is yes.
Now, what were the traffic conditions on July 18th of 2014?
I do not know.
Did you do anything to try to find that out?
I did.
And what did you do?
I tried to research through Department of Transportation if they had traffic and crash data going back that far, and I did not find any.
Is that because the retention period had been exceeded?
Most likely, yes.
What is a retention period?
I do not know the exact retention period.
No. Tell us, what is a retention period?
I'm sorry. A retention period would be a policy of a holder of information for how long they hold that. And so carriers have retention periods for their cell phone records. It may be 1 year, and after 1 year they purge that data. Could be 2 years, could be 10 years, but that retention period or is a policy for how long they retain records.
So, as we sit here today, do you know the retention period for DHS&V to keep accident records?
I do not.
What about construction records for I-95 and the Turnpike?
I do not.
Did you do anything to collect construction records for I-95 or the Turnpike between July 18th of 2014 and the present day?
No.
How many lanes were on 95 between my client's residence in Miami Beach and her son's residence back in 2014?
I do not know the exact number.
What about now?
It varies. There were 6 or more in certain places. There was construction going on when I drove.
What about the Turnpike? How many lanes were on the Turnpike back in 2014?
Again, varies by the location where you're at, but 2 to 3 in any direction.
And what about now?
Same now. I say same now.
Why'd your client wash the money?
Depending upon where we're talking about. So I'm looking at a very narrow stretch of the Turnpike. Talk about the Turnpike, it's in entirety. I'm sure it's undergone a lot of changes.
Now, when you did this drive, you had gas in your car, correct?
I did.
You did not have to stop for gas while you were doing this test drive, did you?
During those particular sessions or sections, no, I did not.
You had snacks with you?
I did.
So you didn't have to stop for snacks?
I did not have to.
But my client might have stopped for snacks.
Did you stop for any meals along the way during this drive test?
During these particular sessions or sections of road travel, no, I did not.
And there's a reason I'm going to ask this question. How old were you at the time you did this test?
55.
So not in your 60s, not in your 70s.
Not quite.
But then Donna sent a message saying, outside your house now. And then there's waiting around for half an hour and allegedly being inside the house for half an hour. Okay. Donna didn't say, okay, fine. If Donna said to Charlie, I'm outside your house now, and Charlie said, I'll be there in 10 minutes, but it actually took 30. Donna didn't say, why are you making us wait? Or she didn't say, look, we're going to go get snacks. We're going to the gas station, okay? It's time for some pistachios. Thank you. Thank you so much. Keep in the faith.
Now, have you ever been on the highway, got behind a slow-moving vehicle? It frustrates you, right?
It may, yes.
And you have an opportunity to pass them, you drive by, and you see someone older driving.
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Do you know how fast Harvey and Donna Adelson were driving on July 18th of 2014?
I do not.
And so, not knowing how fast they are driving, can you give an accurate estimate for how long the drive would take them?
I think I can give an accurate estimate based on speed limit and distance, but as far as how which is, I believe, substantiated by segments of travel. So the travel from the 832 point to Charlie Adelson's was very consistent with the estimations. The travel from 1053 to the hotel, consistent with estimations.
I want to stop you right there. The 1053 point, can you pull that up, please?
I believe it's actually here.
Go to the next slide or series where we show 1053 to Orlando. Perfect. That section of the turnpike is not as in an area that is as densely populated as the section to the south, is it?
It's not.
Okay. And so the section south on the turnpike, you're going to get more commuter traffic than you will in this section, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And so you're not going to necessarily be in a stop and go traffic as you would if you were to the south.
Usually, yes, I would agree with that.
Now, was anything done, and let me ask this differently. Do you know whether or not at the time Donna and Harvey Adelson left their apartment on Miami Beach to start driving north, had they eaten dinner?
I do not know.
Did they have a full tank of gas?
Do not know.
How many times did they stop to go to the bathroom?
Do not know.
Did they stop to get coffee?
They may have.
This was late night.
I did.
And you're much younger than they were at the time. You stopped for coffee.
I did.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Stefan says, so if you multiply the strength signal with the traffic on I-95, would there be a gas station on this route in 2014?
Sgt Corbitt, you just made a statement that I believe your deposition testimony contradicted. You said the time that it would take to get from their residence to Charlie Adelson's residence. Can you, with the call detail records, place my client, Donna Adelson's handset at Charlie Adelson's residence on July 18th of 2014?
From cell site locations in the records? No.
And at no point on July 18th of 2014 can you place Donna Adelson's handset and or Harvey Adelson's handset connecting to the same cell site at the same time as Charlie Adelson's handset.
That's correct.
So from the call detail records, you cannot testify, you cannot tell this jury that my client was at her son's house.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Yes, sir. Did the text messages place Donna Adelson at Charlie?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Donna placed herself there by writing to her son Charlie. She texted him saying, I'm outside your house now. I think that's the evidence there.
Charlie Adelson's house?
I believe the outside your house text message is indicative of her being outside his house.
Okay, that's what Donna Adelson tells us in that text message, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then she has an hour and 6 minutes, was it, of unaccounted for time on the stretch of the drive that's on the same stretch of the drive where Charlie Adelson's house is, right?
Correct.
You got lots of... And did you do this drive in 2025 because the defense questioned the fact that you hadn't done it, didn't know if you could do it in the 2025 depot?
There was a question. As to who raised it, I'm not certain.
Okay, thank you. You got lots of questions about construction on the turnpike. Defense asked if their client could have gotten stopped for that extra hour that's unaccounted for in construction. Did Donna Adelson tell us in that text message where she stopped on the drive? Did she say she was outside of Charlie Adelson's house?
Agreed.
Okay, and then Charlie Adelson gave her his estimated time of arrival at the house for 10 minutes from then. Is that right?
Correct.
If the Adelsons were just driving really slow on that first part of the drive where they have over an hour of unaccounted for time, would they then have had to speed up to normal cruising speed for the second part of the drive where they made it from the 1053 location to Orlando in with a consistent amount of time as the estimated time that we see on Esri?
Yes. The second part of that, the second half, if we'll call it, of the trip was done at close to the estimated time. So the speed and travel were close to what would be expected. The first half of that trip, it was not.
Okay. And when you did the drive and went from the 832 or 834 location?
Yes, one of those. Before the end of the 835 call.
Okay. 834 location. When you did that drive, were you able to get on the same day of the week, the same time of Friday night, from that point to Charlie Adelson's house in the estimated amount of time?
I was, yes.
Okay. And same with the second part of the drive, from Charlie Adelson's house to the 1053 location. Was that consistent with the estimated time from Esri?
With just a few minutes, yes. Or within just a few minutes.
All right. And you would have been driving in the same conditions in North Miami, same date, same time of day as the Adelsons drove in 2014.
As close as I could get.
And did you say in this the emails for the Evite that Donna Adelson told Evite that she entered the invitees as contacts?
Correct.
In the beginning of cross-examination, defense asked you a bit about the things that could affect cell site towers, several variables that could affect cell site towers. But if those variables existed that affected these cell site towers and kept the cell site towers from having too much load to be able to handle this communication, would we see phone communication with those cell site towers in the records as we do?
Again, if the tower was not operational, no, the handset is not going to communicate with it. But those things, again, when we're talking about the inclusion and exclusion, where a handset could be, we're aware that there may be cell sites that are closer, that may be stronger, bigger, taller, and all of that we take into consideration when we estimate the area that might be consistent with where the handset was.
Is there anything in the records that caused you to believe these records or analysis is unreliable in any way?
No.
Just a second. No further questions. Thank you.
Sergeant, you may step down, finally.
Thanks, sir.
Finally,
Well, this
Judge.
Very well. Please call your next witness.
Judge, the next witness, based on his former employment, is the witness that we've asked camera not display his face. So I would ask for instruction on that at this time.
Very well. The witness's face is not to be displayed based on his prior employment in law enforcement. Certainly his voice and audio may be broadcast, but not his face.
The bump. Undercover guy, I think.
And we have a very brief recess.
That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. You all can be seated. Please use the restroom or stretch your legs now if you need to before we resume with the testimony.
Okay, so I think that's who it's going to be based on his previous employment as I would assume, an undercover FBI agent who approached Donna Adelson on April 19th of 2016. It was, okay, let's see if we can read what the bump was. Okay, so the bump was, we went over this in the trial prep. It's in the PCA, that was trial prep 1, and it's also in trial prep 2. Yeah? Okay. Kerry says, the bump officer being concealed proves how Jim McIntyre could have testified at trial if he existed. That as well. That's from the Nicholas Casota's trial we watched just before this trial. My goodness. If you guys haven't seen that, you got to check it out. So the bump was an undercover operation conducted by the FBI in April of 2016, approximately 2 years after Dan Markel's murder, which that took place on July 18th of 2014. The operation involved an undercover FBI agent posing as a blackmailer who approached Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson's mother, and the goal was to pressure the Adelson family into revealing their involvement in the murder-for-hire scheme. Southern California, see, you also say, what, is it Jim McIntyre, G? I don't know, is it Jim McIntyre? Thank you so much. Again, if anyone doesn't get the reference, check out the Nicholas Casota's trial. I don't think we've ever seen any defendant, wow, just lie like that. That was just huge, huge, right? Okay, so take a quick recess. Let's just actually speed this up so we're on time, right? We need to be like all caught up here. Okay, so the agent handed Donna Adelson a letter, and it was demanding $5,000, and it implied knowledge of the murder and suggested that payment was needed to keep quiet. Do you think Donna was like, oh my word, like why you, what? No. She called Charlie. She didn't call the police or anything, right? So this was accompanied by a phone number linked to the extortion scheme. The FBI's goal was to provoke a reaction from the Adelsons, particularly Donna and Charlie, to see if they would discuss or confirm their roles in the murder plot. And so the FBI then used wiretaps. So that makes sense why they spoke about that today as well. We've been waiting to see this at this trial, right? Like we already saw this. We didn't watch Charlie Adelson's trial together, but if you watched it, then you already saw the bump, the evidence presented there. And some of these wiretap calls, we'll hear some of those snippets, right? So the FBI used wiretaps and recorded phone calls following the bump to capture conversations between Donna, Charlie, and other co-conspirators, particularly Katherine Magbanua, which was Charlie's ex-girlfriend, and convicted co-conspirator. So, yeah, now there's already been 4 convictions. These recordings became critical evidence already in these other trials, and they contained discussions about the supposed blackmail attempt, which prosecutors argued revealed the Adelsons' guilt and consciousness of their involvement. So that's what that's going to be about. So, yeah. If you didn't know about the bump, now you do. So they're going to show us Donna leaving, I think it was the condominium where they were staying, you know, leaving the building, and the grandkids, meaning Wendy's kids, Dan Markel's kids too, right? Dan Markel's the victim in this case. The picture's right up there. Those kids, their school was like a block away. And so Donna spoke to the guy. She just like, oh, wow, you scared me. Why are you talking to me? Like, what do you mean? And she just took that piece of paper and then she kind of just scurried off. And she went straight to that school to pick up the boys. And then shortly after that, she called Charlie. And she was talking in code. She was like, you know, there's this guy that approached me about an ex-girlfriend. But Charlie had so many girlfriends and ex-girlfriends that the argument is also, why did he immediately call Katherine Magbanua? Right? So Donna calls Charlie. Charlie calls Katherine Magbanua. I mean, there starts the call pattern all over again, which is exactly what the FBI wanted. Because they didn't say, I mean, when Donna's like, oh, he mentioned an ex-girlfriend, and then Charlie just assumes it's Katherine Magbanua, shows just that they knew what they were talking about, you know, and trying to come up with all sorts of creative solutions for this problem. Going to like busy restaurants, so in case people were recording them, they cleaned up those recordings. They heard what you said. You know, listen, Charlie, listen, Donna. The FBI was onto you. Technology also caught up. And so we're going to see that. Yeah, Giovanna Italiana says, the bump is up next. So, yes, okay. Now, let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, Blue Star says justice for Dan. I agree. I hope that there will be full justice for Dan Markel, whatever that means, however many more arrests need to be made, right? 4 convictions already. Will there be a 5th? So, we shall see. Right. Panda Barry said, have they already brought the bump into evidence? They've mentioned it from Sgt Corbitt, who just testified all day. I mean, he was the only witness today, right? He was the only witness today. Damn, Sgt Corbitt brought in a lot of evidence, and from yesterday. They continued on from yesterday. So they've already discussed it, but then when the state said that they're going to have more questions after lunch, they actually didn't. They said they have no more questions. So I think they're saving those questions for the guy who's going to be up next. So they won't be showing his face, just so that you know. The judge said they won't be showing his face due to his previous employment, which is as an undercover agent with the FBI. But we will hear his testimony, as we have before. Okay. Now, let's see what you guys say while we wait. To Giovanna, Italiano says, the judge is funny. The judge is like, Sgt Corbitt, you could step down. Finally. right? Nana Jugget said, have you ever heard it called tickling the wire? Maybe from Latisha. I have heard that reference before. So yeah. Sherry says, Donna was doing business. Justice for Victims says, Charlie told Katie that his parents... Charlie told Katie that... Yeah, that as well. Yeah. That's a good point as well. Donna said, I'm outside your house, so she placed herself there. Charlie said, I'm on my way. I'll be there in 10 minutes or whatever. And Charlie told Katherine Magbanua that Donna was there and had brought the money. So yeah, the defense has no way to argue really that Donna wasn't at Charlie's house because washed and stapled money had been delivered to Charlie to give to Katherine Magbanua, who then gave it to, split the money between her and Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, right? Okay, even though yesterday Katherine Magbanua, that was disappointing. Katherine Magbanua, man, I was expecting more. I thought she's going to come back with vengeance because now she's really got nothing to lose. The last time she testified, she was already sentenced to life without parole, and already then she had nothing to lose, and she started telling some truths because she lied in her first trial and the retrial. She admits she lied. But already yesterday, when she took the stand, and she said she hopes to see her children one day. I'm like, oh no, she's still under the impression that she's going to get some sort of leniency for testifying, but she's not. Just spill the tea. So it was very disappointing. Her testimony was so underwhelming, my goodness.
All right.
Just one moment. For the gallery, once again, just as a reminder, while the testimony is taking place today, if you step outside of the court,
sorry, quiet. I know it went quiet there. I'm just quickly setting up our little banner here. Undercover FBI agent, the bump, April 19th, 2016. Why? I describe it as kicking the hornet's nest and getting them all talking, which is ironic because in one of these recordings, the wiretapped recordings, Charlie was talking about the cockroaches all just running, you know? So yeah, the cockroaches were disturbed and started scrambling, started talking to each other, just what the FBI wanted. And yeah, Charlie was eventually arrested. I mean, the first arrests were made after the bump. In May of 2016, Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera indicted. October 2016, Katherine Magbanua. And then 2022, Charlie Adelson. Diego says, we want to see Charlie. We do want to see, we want to see Charlie. He's actually, I think he was, I'm still trying, I must actually go look exactly. Does anyone know exactly which prison he was in? I'm going to look now, meaning when he's going to go back to his forever home. Because he was apparently flown. I think he was flown to Tallahassee to testify at this trial. He's expected to testify. He's on the state's list, and he's also apparently going to testify for the defense, which that makes sense because he's Donna's last hope. Here's the bump like this. This is the bump, so the guy's face is blurred. I've seen some FOIA requests, people that have this without the guy's face blurred. But yeah, I think one is not supposed to actually show his face. So this is the bump. That's Donna Adelson. They're going to show us this footage, right? Okay. Now we're just waiting for the jury to come in, or what? Let me see. Here's a picture of Charlie that was shared on social media. Hold on. This. Okay. There he is. Charlie taking a flight, apparently. Getting ready to go to his mother's trial. Can you imagine? Okay. Is he in South Dakota? You guys all say South Dakota. Is that so? I was wondering, like, why is he Was he being flown from South Dakota? Oh, okay. Look at him. He looks very excited. Gonna go to Mama's trial. Well, obviously spending time in the prison until he has to testify. Ooh, okay, there's Donna. Did you powder your nose, Donna? It looks like it. They better give us audio. Thank you, Aaron. You said Charlie's in prison in South Dakota. I see the chat lighting up with that. Thank you so much. I was still busy with that yesterday, looking at where exactly Luis Rivera's in. He was moved from a federal prison to a state prison at the end of June of 2025. I must still check where Sigfredo Garcia is and all of that. I'll do that. I went down a rabbit hole yesterday. South Dakota, Charlie? What you doing there? Copper Horse says he was moved to South Dakota because of the threats he was getting in Florida. I can only imagine, from the Latin Kings. That makes sense. So, South Dakota. Are we ready? The glasses are back on. Empress Rodriguez? Yep, he is. He's expected to. Yeah, we're watching live. We're all caught up. Sharon Smith says Charlie's so glad to be out and about. I mean, he does look excited there. Look at his face. Look at him.
This case on April 19th of 2016.
I was.
Can you explain what the operation was?
My role in the operation was that...
May I interrupt you for just one moment? Could we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ooh, what are we approaching for? So this witness is not being shown on camera. If you don't know who it is or what's going on, just read the banner on top, right? I always make banners like this for you, and it's right on top there. So we shall see. We have no sound right now. Can you imagine? Mariah said Charlie will never shut up on the stand. He's going to come with these double extortion stories again, isn't he? Sunny in Arizona says, straighten your shirt, Charlie. Did Mama raise you like that? I don't think so. Yes, Cheryl says the bump was 2 years after the murder. It was April 19th of 2016, and Dan Markel was shot on July 18th of 2014. Caroline says she has that oh crap look on her face. Her behavior's in question. Oh, you're being extorted and you call your son Charlie and then you start talking in code about TVs. Well, that's interesting. So this would be the undercover FBI agent who initiated the bump. That's who's going to testify now. Flirting? Chris Ramos said she's flirting with the FBI agent.
So my role in the operation was of a gang member, and what I was instructed to do was to contact and bump Donna Adelson.
What does bump mean?
A bump is a law enforcement operation during which an undercover agent or an undercover police officer would conduct a face-to-face meeting or encounter with a subject or a person of interest in an investigation And what we look for, the results we look to get would be one or a combination of either I would try to extract, or the undercover would try to extract information, or they would try to pass on information, or possibly set up a future meeting with the individual, or tickle a wire, or a telephonic intercept, or tickle a wire.
In this case, was it an attempt to tickle a wire?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we had a wiretap going at the time that you did the bump.
Yes.
Okay. And what does tickle the wire mean?
Well, when you tickle the wires, when you're doing a Title III, what we call a Title III, a phone intercept, and there's not much activity going on that phone intercept, what you want to do is approach somebody and see if they will start talking about whatever the investigation is looking into.
All right, so you were asked to approach Donna Adelson. Is that what you did?
That is correct.
Where did that happen?
I believe that happened in South Miami, somewhere near her residence.
Okay. And did you just walk up to her on the street, sidewalk?
I did.
Okay, and what did you do?
Well, I was instructed to walk up to her and engage her in small discussion as to why I was meeting with her, and then eventually handing her a flyer.
Okay. Is that what you did?
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to show you the flyer. I've marked as State's Exhibit 83. Is that what you handed Mrs. Adelson?
This is it, yes.
Okay, Judge, I'd ask to introduce State's 83.
Okay. State's 83 is admitted.
Donna must feel so dumb. You got played.
Okay, so it's a standard 8.5 by 11 sheet paper. All right. Regular piece of paper.
Yes.
Okay. With a printout of an article relating to the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
That is correct.
And at this time, it's been a couple of years since the murder of Mr. Markel.
Yes.
Okay. And over here in handwritten, can you say what was printed there?
Yes. Just call and text, and that's my undercover cell phone number and the $5,000 which was being asked for.
Okay, and this cell phone number that it belongs to the phone number that's written here, are you personally going to carry that around and answer it if someone calls it?
That is correct. That's solely in my hands, and I'm the only one answering. Or
Right.
a voicemail would answer.
And is there something you need to do if that occurs to record the phone call in question?
Well, the way, and I can't reveal too much tradecraft, but if I received a call and it went to voicemail, it would do a remote recording. It wouldn't be on the actual phone, so I didn't have access to any voicemails.
Okay, but if you're going to take the call, is there something you do that causes the call to be recorded?
Well, yes, I had to do something on the phone.
All right. Was the interaction, the bump that we're referring to it as, where you approached Donna Adelson and spoke with her, was that audio recorded?
It was audio and video recorded, yes.
How was it recorded?
I had an audio and video on my person, and I believe the surveillance security team also recorded that.
So we've got one angle that's what you're wearing and another angle from across the street.
That is correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 112, a thumb drive containing those two recordings?
Yes, I have.
And are those fair and accurate recordings, both of what you were wearing as well as the one taken from across the street?
Yes, they are.
Move into evidence, State's 112, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's 112 is admitted.
I'm showing you State's 117. Are those your initials on 117?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Were there phone calls that were made from or to the phone number on the bump flyer in connection with this investigation?
Yes.
Are those phone calls contained on State's Exhibit 117?
Yes, they are.
Move into evidence, State's 117, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 117 is admitted.
And States 117, those are all the phone calls associated with this number on the sheet here. We've got one from you to the Adelson Institute Family Business. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then one from Charlie Adelson to this phone number. Is that right?
Yes.
And one from Donna Adelson to this phone number, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And those are all the phone calls. Nobody else called the number during the course of this operation that was answered.
That was
Agree?
answered, yeah. Correct.
Okay. There were a couple missed calls, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
We're not allowed to see his face. It's a funny view. You can see his bracelets. Nice tie, sir. Great voice. Now show us the bump. But first is cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you indicated that you were playing the role of a gang member, what does that mean?
Well, a gang member is anybody that's involved in any type of organization or regarding criminal activity, involved in criminal activity.
Well, I know what a gang member is. I'm asking what were you going to do? What were you trying to portray yourself as? How was your demeanor? How were you going to act as a gang member?
You mean during the bump?
Yes, sir.
I was actually very friendly.
For the bump that was on the street?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Adelson told you that you scared her, didn't she?
I think she was startled. I mean, I'm not good looking, so maybe that scared her.
She's trying not
Were
to
you dressed up all pretty like you are today?
No, ma'am.
How were you dressed?
Just jeans and a t-shirt and open, I believe, like a bluish button-down open.
Donna's nodding. Yes, he was not dressed all pretty like he is today. She almost smiled, but she's not allowed to. She's not allowed to. And did my client consent to you bumping her like that? No, she did not.
Okay. When you say you were friendly to her, was that what you said? You were friendly to her?
I was told to be very polite to her.
And were you?
I was.
Did you invite her out to lunch?
No, not exactly.
Okay. The area that you met her at, how was that selected?
That I don't have the specifics. Special Agent Pat Sanford would be better to answer that.
Were you aware when you went out there that where you would run into her at that specific time of day? I mean, you just didn't stand there all day waiting for her, right?
I did not.
Okay. You knew a specific time in general that you thought you would see her there, correct?
The investigative team, I'm sure, did their homework and they knew. So.
Okay. Are you aware that that's the route that she took from where she was living down the block to pick up her grandchildren from school?
I was made aware of that, yes.
Thank you. Now, in the bump, with the flyer that you handed to Miss Adelson, you had some information on there, $5,000. And when you spoke to her, what did you say to her?
Well, when I engaged her, to the best of my recollection, I said to her that we know that their problem up north had been taken care of, and that Katie and Tuto are continuing or being taken care of, and my brother Tato has not been taken care of. He and his family have not been taken care of, and that they should take care of him and his family, something to that effect, him and his family, like they are taking care of Katie and Tuto.
And who's Tuto?
Tuto, from what I understand, was Sigfredo Garcia.
And who was Tato?
Tato was Luis Rivera.
You have a really interesting accent.
Yeah, that's because I'm fluent.
Careful, everyone. I think the defense attorney might want to invite him out for lunch. You have a really interesting accent. Were you dressed up all pretty like you are today when you were out there with my client that day? Tone it down, lady.
In Spanish, yes.
Okay. Are you of Spanish descent, or you just have learned that?
I am.
You are? Okay. Thank you. You do it very well.
Thank you.
Are you single?
So you tell her that you know that her family is taking care of Tuto and Katie, but not your brother Tato.
Correct.
And Tato is Luis Rivera.
Correct.
And he was incarcerated at that time.
Correct.
And you told her that in the Broward County Jail, the two of you have been together, right?
I don't believe on the bump I said that.
Okay. And you tell her that you need $5,000 to take care of Tato, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she told you she didn't know what you were talking about.
Well, during the bump, I didn't mention the $5,000 or anything. I didn't mention the money.
The piece of paper said $5,000.
Well, the paper did, but verbally I didn't say it to her.
You said they needed to take care of Tato.
Yes, but I didn't say the dollar amount.
But you handed her a piece of paper and it had it on there, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't pay you the $5,000, did she?
I don't believe they ever did.
Okay, and that was on April the 19th of 2016, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So that's the 19th. As of the 23rd, you still had not heard from Mrs. Adelson, and so you sent her a letter, did you not?
That letter I did not physically do. That was the investigative team that wrote and sent that letter.
Were you aware of it?
At the time I wasn't.
Did you become aware of it?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And the gist of it was nobody had heard back from her, correct?
I don't remember reading that letter.
So, but you're aware the letter was sent, right?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And then move forward all the way up to April the 28th of 2016. Mrs. Adelson has not called you back, correct?
I don't remember the dates that, accurately. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, there's a phone call that's been introduced into evidence. So.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah. But you're asking me before that. I guess on the 28th I received a call.
Well, on the 28th, you actually called the Adelson Institute.
Yes, I did call.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were the first call then. You
Yes,
called the Adelson Institute.
Correct.
And
correct.
you were trying to reach Donna Adelson.
That is correct.
But she was not there.
Correct.
So you left a message saying you're Sammy and you haven't heard back from her, and let her know I called.
That is correct.
Okay. But she doesn't call you back right then, does she?
No, she did not.
And she didn't pay you the $5,000 you were looking for, correct?
Did not.
Okay. And so you called the Adel Institute and get no response. So then May the 4th of 2016, you sent a text to Donna Adelson at 2:09 in the morning, correct?
That is correct.
And on that text, you said, still have not heard from Donna. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta?
I think puto.
Puto, call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're, excuse my language, fucking crazy. I want the, and then it doesn't say, now, or I'm going after the 100K. Right?
That's what I was told to write, yes.
Wasn't very polite there, was it?
Well, that's usually how somebody that's blackmailing somebody or extorting somebody in the criminal world would probably talk to somebody, yes.
Sure, it's more aggressive, right?
Absolutely.
Because you want her to incriminate herself by talking to you, pay the $5,000. You're looking for her to talk, right?
I'm just looking for her to send the money.
But she didn't send the money, did she?
She did not.
Okay. And then you got a call on, let's see, that was May the 4th. You still don't hear from Donna. But on May the 6th, no, May the 4th, you get a call from Charlie Adelson,
That is correct.
and you talked to him,
I did.
right? And that recording is in evidence, so we don't need to talk about that. But basically, you don't get anywhere with Charlie. He doesn't offer to pay you the $5,000, right?
No, he,
Did he offer to pay you the $5,000?
no, he did not.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, on May the 6th, Donna Adelson calls you back on that number that you had put on the paper, correct?
That is correct.
And we're going to listen to the call for another witness, but the gist of it is she's telling you, you tell her you know everything about everybody involved, right?
Correct.
And she tells you, you got the wrong person, I'm not involved, correct?
She did.
And she tells you, if you know everybody who is involved, go to the police, right?
She just said go get the money from, but she didn't say if I know everybody. She just said, I believe she said just go collect the money.
Well, we'll play it so we'll know the exact
Okay,
words. But
that's fine.
she didn't offer to give you the $5,000 then.
No.
And she encouraged you to go get the $100,000, which was the reward at that time for
She did.
providing information regarding the homicide of Dan Markel.
She did.
Okay.
Nina said she's nodding and making faces again. She is.
Take your time.
So we can hear our jail calls will go. They lied, they lied.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good day. I'm done with my questions.
Redirect examination.
Sir, we're going to watch the video a little later with another witness, but did Donna Adelson have any children with her when you approached her?
She did not.
Okay, nothing further.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at all?
No, sir.
You are released. Have a good day.
Keep them under the state subpoena so that we can call in our case in chief. Please.
Very well. The defense may call you as a witness. They will let you know if they choose to do so or not. Have a good day.
My understanding is that we're to coordinate that through Investigator Newland at the State Attorney's Office.
Yes.
So we'll keep you informed.
Please call your next witness.
They're just trying to take him out for lunch.
State calls Special Agent Bronstein.
Donna's face. Oh my word. They will be playing the video from the bump. They just said with another witness, which I would assume would be Special Agent Bronstein. He's from the FBI. The bump was coordinated by the
Please raise your right hand to be
FBI.
sworn, Special Agent. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to. You may examine when you're ready.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Special Agent Louis Bronstein, Louis Bronstein.
How are you employed?
A special agent with the FBI.
How were you employed back in April of 2016?
Special agent with the FBI.
All right, and did you participate in a surveillance operation on April 20th of that year involving Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Was your involvement in that operation related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneous with the surveillance operation?
Yes.
What was your role in the operation?
That day I started off on physical surveillance of the undercover bump operation for officer safety purposes. And then for the remainder of the day I was to be available for surveillance as needed.
Did you conduct some surveillance at a restaurant by the name of Dolce Vita in Miami?
Yes.
Where is that restaurant located?
North of Miami Beach. I don't remember the exact intersection.
Sunny Isles Beach, sound right?
Yes.
Are you from, I guess you said you did surveil the bump that took place earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your objective at the Dolce Vita restaurant?
Moved towards the Dolce Vita restaurant with the intent of conducting physical and technical surveillance of the meeting inside. Upon arrival in the parking lot, I met up with a technical agent from the FBI and received surveillance equipment in a bag. And I made my way into the restaurant and got situated as close as I could to Charlie and Katie.
Were some photographs taken of, is it Charlie Adelson you're referencing and Katie Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Were some photographs taken of them outside the restaurant?
I believe so.
Okay, was that before or after the meeting that you're referencing?
I don't know that I can speak to that. I was not doing photography at the time.
All right, let me just show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 137 to 140. Are you able to recognize these exhibits?
Do you guys maybe need some water? You're all a little bit thirsty.
It's as photos of those two that were taken outside the restaurant where you did your surveillance on the occasion we're talking about.
Yes.
So I'll make sure they're all fair and accurate.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence 137 through 140.
Any objection? States 137 through 140 are admitted.
Publishing 137. Publishing 138. Publishing 139.
So there's Charlie and Katherine
Publishing
Magbanua.
140. The target subjects were you able to position yourself?
I'd say about 10 to 12 feet.
Okay, so just at the next table.
So, yeah, I want to say it would be the next table over, but there was possibly a span where there should have been a table, so just estimating, based off recollection, it would be about 12 feet.
All right, and did the bag contain any video equipment?
I believe so.
All right, so you were recording both video and audio of this restaurant conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the equipment that was inside the bag there?
I had not seen it before that day. That was my first look at it.
Did you understand how to operate it when you went into the restaurant to use it?
Yes.
Okay, so you were able to successfully capture that restaurant conversation with that equipment? Okay. Can you describe anything about their demeanor that you observed during this conversation?
It was tough to hear because of the air conditioning system. Based on visual observation, body language, they were having a conversation with each other. They were paying attention to what each other was saying. I could not make out very many particular words, except there was a moment where the AC was abnormally quiet for the restaurant. I did hear something, but it was a very small snippet of a sentence. They maintained their conversation with each other, and throughout the duration of my sitting in there, I became less and less worried that they would notice me sitting nearby because they were paying very close attention to what each other was saying.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review the recordings of the that came out of the operation from that day?
Yes.
Okay. And are they fair and accurate recordings?
Yes.
And I asked you the date, April 20th of 16, but I didn't ask you the time. Do you know the time that meeting occurred, time of day?
Afternoon around 3:45 or 4.
And I asked you if you had an opportunity to review it, State's Exhibit 114. Judge, at this time I'd ask to move 114 into evidence.
Any objection? State's 114 is admitted.
Any efforts to clarify the audio from that recording and try to take out some of that background noise, would that have anything to do with you, or would that be somebody else's job?
That's somebody else's work.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
You guys didn't hear a damn thing he said, did you? I'm reading the chat. You're all very naughty. Pop quiz time. You'll be like, oh no.
No questions.
You may step down. Will you be recalled by either party? You are released. Please
He's
call your
gone.
next witness.
Off it goes, guys.
McElveen.
McElveen. Jim McIntyre. Get my little printed witness list here. McElveen. Keith McElveen, forensic audio engineer. Nice. Okay, we're going to hear the conversation between Charlie and Katherine Magbanua, or what? So Keith McElveen is a forensic audio engineer, and he's here to check all of your ears to see if you heard a damn word that the previous witness said while you're all staring at him and suddenly, you know, getting very thirsty. Hope you had some water.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, M-C-E-L-V-E-E-N.
How are you employed?
And by James, do you mean Jim?
I work as a forensic scientist. I'm an electrical engineer. I work at Wave Sciences in Charleston, South Carolina.
And what type of work do you perform at that business?
I mostly do audio research, particularly in forensics.
Can you describe your education and experience in that field?
I am a master's level engineer, electrical engineer, and I've had 35 going on 40 years of experience.
And as part of your work, do you clarify audio recordings?
I do. I also sit on committees that write international standards for audio forensics.
And approximately how long have you been doing the type of work that you did in this case specifically?
Probably about 25 to 30 years now.
Judge, at this time I would tender the witness as an expert in the field of electrical engineering.
Electrical engineering and forensics.
Electrical engineering and audio forensics, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness?
Not on these topics.
Any objection to him providing an opinion while testifying?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify in the form of an opinion in the fields of electrical engineering, and audio forensics. You may continue.
And I think you testified you have a master's in electrical engineering.
Rob says he better be handsome or I'm not interested. Is that so?
Is that right?
That's correct.
And you were the program manager for a government organization that included tech ops work?
Yes.
Okay, and also have done some work with private companies doing government contract type of work, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you found the company that you're currently with?
I did.
Have you published articles related to your field?
Yes, I have, multiple.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in this area?
I have.
Okay. Were you asked to clarify some recordings made at the Dolce Vita restaurant in association with this case?
Yes, I was.
What items were you provided with?
2 audio video recordings from 2 different devices that were in the restaurant, one of which had better video and one of which had better audio.
Okay. And were you able to put those together and give us the best product that you know how to give us to help us make out the words the best we can?
Yes.
All right. And in that process, do you do anything that changes or alters the speaking voices that are on the audio recording?
Only how do I put this? We don't alter the subject's voice. We leave it natural and as untouched as possible. What we do is suppress everything else that's not in that place we're trying to focus on.
What were the issues with this particular exhibit as far as being able to hear it in its raw form?
Well, it was a restaurant and a busy restaurant. There was everything from typical restaurant noises with coffee grinders and espresso machines and such as that going on. The position of the recording devices also made them pick up noises coming from the kitchen. So there was dishwasher and vegetable chopping type sounds going on back there, kids screaming, voices playing in a television. So it's easier probably to list what wasn't on the recording than what was.
Okay. And can you explain the process you used to clarify the audio on this exhibit?
Yes. So what we do is we treat the sound that's captured on the recording more like it's the light captured by a camera. So if you do any photography and you use a lens, you may think of the kind of the classic taking a picture down a picket fence. And you can focus on one of the wooden slats in the fence and it's sharp, but all the rest of them in the foreground and the background are blurred out and maybe invisible. So that's our approach, and we're able to set the focus spot on the subjects that we were asked to enhance and then blur out, like those missing pickets in the fence, everything else in the restaurant.
Okay. And are the results of your audio efforts contained on the exhibit in front of you, State's Exhibit 115?
Yes.
All right. And did you also, for us, pair the audio with the video that was available of that particular event?
In Dolce Vita, we did not.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 116, which does include both the audio, the video, and the transcript of that event?
Yes, although we did not review the transcript content.
Okay.
We did review the audio and the video, and it does match the enhanced audio that we provided.
Okay. So everything seems to be appropriately lined up with the audio clarification that you did.
Yes, I just don't want to step outside my role as in audio forensics and speak to a transcript.
Understood. All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence states 115 and 116.
Yes, please. So remember the bump was? The bump was April 19th of 2016. And the next day, after the bump, Donna called Charlie. Then Charlie called Katherine Magbanua. The next day, Charlie met Katherine Magbanua at this restaurant called Dolce Vita. April 20th of 2016. The FBI they must have been like so pleased with this. Like, oh my word, look at these ones. Here they go. And so The meeting was recorded by the FBI and became a key piece of evidence against, especially in the trials of Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua. But it took a few years, it took a little while to actually clean up, because Katherine Magbanua's retrial was in 2022, and Charlie Adelson's trial was in 2023. It took a little while from then to actually be able to clean up this audio, which is what Keith McElveen did, right? They said the technology improved, and they were able to actually listen to what they were saying, to some of the words, which, yeah, that really became very incriminating for Charlie Adelson.
Objection.
If I understand the witness's testimony, he's not able to say that the transcript is accurate?
That was Ms. Magbanua's part, Your Honor.
She has already authenticated as a part of her testimony.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 115 and 116 are admitted.
Did you also do some work on State's Exhibit 132, a recording from a Matt Surrey restaurant?
I did.
All right, and were the same processes that you previously described with the prior exhibit used on this one as well?
They were.
Okay, and does State's Exhibit 132 contain the audio product that you generated?
Yes.
Okay, and has the audio been paired with the video accurately in State's Exhibit 133 also in front of you?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence States 132 and 133.
Any objection?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Jerry says that cleaned up audio was a surprise to Charlie.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
States 132 and 133 are admitted.
All right, and then you also have an Exhibit 118 in front of you. Did you do some work on a phone call? Phone call?
Yes.
Okay. And is the work that you did on clarifying that phone call fairly and accurately contained on State's Exhibit 118?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge. That's just for identification only at this time. No further questions.
Very well. Cross-examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay. With respect to the second restaurant footage that you enhanced, am I to understand that you enhanced an enhancement more recently? Did you provide additional materials recently to the State Attorney's Office?
What we did was not an enhancement. We only took the audio track and put it with the video track. So
that's what you.
We didn't touch anything, but just basically saved the processed audio that we did and the original video, and just saved it in a different format.
Okay, so then that's what you did recently?
Yes.
Okay.
So no enhancement done in that step.
Okay. And then, were you ever provided with the audio of the interview done by law enforcement of Wendi Adelson on July 18th of 2014?
No, I was not.
And specifically the end of that interview when Miss Wendi Adelson calls my client?
Not to my recollection. I do not believe so.
And so the government did not ask you to do that?
Correct.
Just a moment.
Did you ask him to do that?
Nothing further, Your Honor?
Redirect examination.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir. Will you be recalled by either party?
Not from the state, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
You are released. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
They call Special Agent Brian Kendall.
Are we going to see it and hear it eventually? We will. But FBI Special Agent Brian Kendall is up next.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brian Kendall, Brian Kendall.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed at a private investment firm.
What about back in April of 2016?
At that time, I worked as a police officer for the city of Plantation, and I was also assigned to a federal task force.
As part of your work with the federal task force, did you participate in a surveillance operation involving a Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I did.
All right. Was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneously with your part in the investigation?
That's correct.
What is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to surreptitiously record Mr. Adelson at a restaurant on the night, I believe it was April 20th, 2016.
How about April 21st?
21st, correct.
Okay, and who was Mr. Adelson meeting with at that restaurant?
His father, Mr. Harvey Adelson.
All right, and was that the Matsuri restaurant?
Yes, a sushi restaurant in Miami.
What equipment was used when you went in to record?
I had a covert surveillance recording device that recorded in audio and video.
How covert was it?
It wasn't the most sophisticated device. Would you like me to describe it?
Yes, please.
Okay. It almost looked like what they call now a man bag, or a large bag that had a hidden recorder and video equipment inside of it.
And was there any sort of strategic problem with using that sort of messenger-style bag under the circumstances inside this particular restaurant?
Yeah, so when I entered the restaurant, I saw Mr. Charles Adelson and Mr. Harvey Adelson sitting at the sushi bar. There was an unoccupied stool next to Mr. Harvey Adelson, so I took a position directly next to Mr. Harvey Adelson because it was extremely loud in the restaurant. I put the bag directly on the sushi bar between myself and Mr. Harvey Adelson.
Okay. And what does it mean to get made?
Obviously, when you get made, they identify who you are, and they know you're up to, maybe they identify that you're law enforcement, or they know what you're doing.
And do you think that might have happened on this effort?
I think it was pretty obvious that my actions were probably a little suspicious to them, correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording from your messenger bag device, State's Exhibit 131?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate recording of what was captured from your device that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And as far as clarification of any audio that was present on that recording device, would you be responsible for that, or was that Mr. McElveen that we just heard from?
Yes, I never even, other than authenticating it, I never reviewed it.
All right. Move into evidence, States 131, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 131 is admitted.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
No, Your Honor.
You are released, sir.
Thanks.
So we're still not going to hear it?
Please approach.
We all just want to hear it, okay? My goodness. Where's Harvey? Harvey, where'd you go? My word. Yeah, you guys are like, ooh, Linda says Charlie now? I wish. Is it Charlie now? That would be cool. That would be interesting, actually, Charlie now. But I think they must first show the bump and all that. Stefan said, was that really 20 lunges? Actually, no, but it was jumping on the trampoline and saying hi to the cats and Mr. Grizzly. You know, I'm so glad I have a trampoline again. It really helps for these little breaks. And you could just like, I would recommend it. Not sponsored. Donna, where's Harvey?
Special Agent Pat Sanford.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take it.
Now we're gonna see it. I think he's the same guy that testified at Charlie Adelson's trial. Bring it on. We want to see the bump. We want to hear the Dolce Vita recorded audio. We want to hear all the things.
Thank you. Please speak loudly.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Patrick Sanford, Sanford. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
Approximately 26 years.
Sorry, one moment. Were you asked to assist in the investigation of the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I was.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was called originally to assist with outside leads on the case. There were some interviews and some other follow-up things that happened outside the state of Florida that they asked me to assist with. And as the investigation continued, I became more and more involved.
The other guy retired and kind of left you holding the bag, right?
He did.
Okay. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera and his role in this case?
I am.
Were you a part of the initial interview of Luis Rivera when he was attempting to become a witness in the case?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the date on which his proffer was given?
I could refer to some notes.
Okay. If I said the date, would you be able to tell me if it sounds right or not?
Correct.
September 30th of 2016?
Yes.
All right. And the investigation had been ongoing for some time at that point, right? I mean, the murder occurred in 2014.
That's correct.
Okay. And in the proffer that was given by Luis Rivera, was there anything new, particularly interested in anything new that you were able to corroborate that law enforcement didn't already know before that interview?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
One thing was he told us the day before the homicide occurred that him and Sigfredo Garcia were riding around in the green Prius in Tallahassee when Mr. Garcia accidentally shot a hole in the floorboard of the Prius, and it actually disabled the vehicle, and Mr. Garcia had to actually fix the vehicle to get it running again.
At the time that you conducted the interview of Rivera, you knew that they had rented the Prius, right?
That's correct.
And law enforcement had already traveled to the location in Miami where the Prius was rented and identified the car and the VIN number and all those things, right?
That's correct. I'd been down there and done all that.
Okay, but we didn't know to look for this hole in the floorboard.
No, there was carpet in the floorboard and you couldn't see it.
Okay. Did law enforcement, in an attempt to corroborate this new fact, go back to locate the vehicle again and see if there was in fact any evidence of what Rivera was describing?
We did.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 48 through 52.
Do you recognize these exhibits?
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photos of the vehicle once you found it for this second time after Rivera's interview?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 48 through 52.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Publishing states 48. Had the vehicle changed hands by this time?
Yes, it had been sold by the rental company.
And had it been repainted?
It had.
Were you still able to see at some of the seams of the vehicle where that silver pine mica color, you could still kind of tell was the previous color?
That's correct. Like in the door jambs and under the hood, there was some clues of that.
All right. State's Exhibit 49, were you able to confirm this was in fact the correct vehicle by the VIN number?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 50, what does this image show?
It shows the passenger side of the vehicle. It has a directional rod put through where the bullet hole traveled, shows the direction of travel.
So the hole was still there under the carpet?
The hole was still there in the carpet, correct.
Publishing 651. Did the hole actually puncture the gas line as Rivera described?
That's correct. That is the fuel line that you see there with a with some kind of mechanical piece attached to it to put it back together to make it run again.
State's Exhibit 52.
And there it is again, just a close up.
Stinks. I don't know if I can make it any better. Old-fashioned way. So this little piece that's attached to the gas line is the repair that was done on it?
That's correct. You can see where the bullet would have severed the line, and it took that piece to connect it back together.
Anything else that Rivera told you that you didn't already know?
Yes, he told us about that the homicide had to take place on the day that it occurred because he was traveling out of, Mr. Markel was going to be traveling out of town the following day.
And were you able to confirm that Mr. Markel did in fact have plans to travel out of town the day after he was killed?
He did. He was planning to go to a conference up in, I believe it was New Jersey.
Okay. And Mr. Rivera's proffer also enlightened us to the June trip, right? That there was a second trip that preceded the July trip in which Mr. Markel was killed.
That's correct. He talked about the June trips also.
And were we able to corroborate that through the testimony of Sgt Corbitt that we just heard from?
That's correct. We had several instances that were able to corroborate that.
All right. Are you familiar?
Speak up, please. We're having trouble.
You can just speak up a little bit louder, Special Agent.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the wiretap that was conducted back in 2016 in reference to this case?
I am.
Whose phones were tapped?
It was Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua.
How many cell phone calls were intercepted total as a part of that wiretap?
Well over 10,000 calls and text messages.
All right. And did you review a disc of the calls that have been deemed relevant for this jury's consideration?
I did.
Okay. And are all of those calls contained on that I guess this thumb drive actually, State's Exhibit 99, are those fair and accurate recordings of the calls that we intercepted in this case?
They are.
All right, Judge, I'd ask to introduce State's 99.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's 99 is admitted.
Permission to publish by way of demonstrative B, Your Honor.
You may.
B as in boy. Did you find any evidence in the calls relating to Donna Adelson meddling in her children's lives?
We did.
Okay, and I want to ask you about specifically Wendy's life. and her purchase of a house. Are you familiar with the fact that Wendi Adelson had a contract to purchase a house in 2013 here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I am.
All right, and that she pulled the plug on that house on Halloween of 2013. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the evidence that Katherine Magbanua gave regarding being approached on that same day by Charlie Adelson about what ultimately became this murder for hire?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have you reviewed oh gosh. Let's strike that. I'll come back to it. I also wanted to ask you about meddling in reference to Wendy's dating life. Did you hear anything about that on the calls?
I did.
We want to see Donna's face as Georgia Keppelman says meddling in her children's lives. Meddling in their dating. Because Donna's probably like, excuse me, I am a domestic coordinator, okay? These are my children, yeah, who are all grown up, okay? But she was meddling. I'm sure that word drives her absolutely nuts.
Okay, and specifically, I think this one's called 989. What's the gist of what is on that call?
Mrs. Adelson's talking to Charlie Adelson, and they're discussing Wendy's current boyfriend, which is his name is Dave, and talking about different ways to keep her dating Dave and keeping her from breaking up with him.
All right, and is Donna Adelson enlisting Charlie's help in dealing with Wendi?
That's correct.
All right, managing Wendi.
Correct.
All right, permission to publish at this time call 989, Your Honor. And if we could start at 8 minutes and 56 seconds or thereabouts.
Bare phones on. We need to hear every word.
We have no power, so.
We're requesting a recess.
No, we do not need Bill Gates or the Geek Squad to mess with with the suspense we already all have for hearing this freaking audio, okay? Listen here, Bill Gates. Not today. But you know what? Can we call the Geek Squad guy?
Jury will take a brief break. Then to escort you to the jury room.
Why? They're all scrambling now. Okay. The judge looks amused.
So for all of our advanced equipment, we need the repairman.
Call the Geek Squad in. And while they're there, let them testify about Wendy's demeanor, please, on the day when her TV was getting fixed. Can you imagine if that was like premeditated, meaning, don't worry, Wendi. Oh, so your kids threw what, a toy at the TV? There's something wrong with the TV? Don't worry, we're gonna get it all fixed up, not replaced. Let's make sure that you have an alibi for when you're at home. I'm just speculating, you know? Okay. So you know what? We are a whole 3 minutes behind. So we can skip forward 3 minutes. While we wait for Bill Gates to exit the building. Leave us alone. Okay, let me not jinx it. Don't touch my stream, Bill Gates. Please don't. Okay. Sure. I just can't wait to hear all of this. We've heard a lot of this before, but is there something new? That's what I'm excited. Not we as a community, because we didn't watch the other trials together, and I really wish we did. Okay, but some of them were before I even had a channel. Sorry about that. But anyway, if you've heard them before, sure. But I'm waiting to see, is there something new that they have against Donna? Because that's going to be interesting. You know, what did they find? Because she's not so tech savvy. I mean, she wasn't sure what a Pocket dial was, as we said before, what if they said butt dial? Well, she know what that is. And it doesn't matter. I'm not throwing shade at her for that. That's okay. But what did you Google? It's all good. But what did you Google? What did you look up? What do they have against you? What else? Okay, the court's on a short break. Todd with the heart says, leave Jim alone. Jim McIntyre, sham. Tobin says, does anyone else's cat wake up and then what, crawl over your laptop? Well, you're trying to watch? Yeah, that's why the cats are not allowed in here. No cats allowed in this office. Here and there, if I go out on a break, I just quickly pick them up to show you very carefully. But my goodness, they just love computer. They love keyboards, cables, and all of that. So yes, okay. Let's just go like this. All right. Do you think that they're going to have anything new that we'll hear that wasn't evidence in other trials? Roxy says, Harvey on the phone to new lawyers to try and save Donna from her current one. Oh, shame. Yeah, where's Harvey? And I wonder if all that scribbling that Donna was doing and Harvey also had his notepad, what was going on there? Maybe Harvey's like, man, like, this is not going well, Donna. Can I please watch from home? Who knows? Why doesn't he testify? Jen, Coco, thank you so much. True crime degenerates. I've been waiting for that all along. Like, Donna, are you going to take a plea deal? You said Donna might take a plea deal after today and give up Wendi. It is a very interesting trial. They're definitely talking more about Wendi. There's little breadcrumbs, you know, here and there. Are they going to arrest her? I mean, I don't wish that for her kids, but if she was part of planning this, damn, then they must for full justice, right? Molly says, any chance that a cat cam would love? Oh, hell no. The cats have privacy in their domicile. Rather not. And we don't want to jinx it either with Bill Gates, you know, by adding even more layers to this already very busy operation I have going on. Harvey's never testified. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Harvey has never testified in any of these trials, so interesting. It's also been interesting how they mention him here and there. But do they have enough to prove, to prosecute? I don't know. Charlie said Harvey's gone to unstaple his money. A lot of people ask, why would Donna wash and staple the money? The washing is probably to just get rid of fingerprints. Or maybe she just wanted the money real clean. You know, for the dirty, dirty deed that it was paying for. Maybe it made it feel better. But the stapling was probably just being organized, putting it in stacks of $1,000 and stapling it so that each little stapled stack they knew was 1,000 so they could count it quickly. I would say that's why. It's just so dumb that that was their business practice. And then they actually paid off the hitman like that. Like, really? Really? Yeah, Angela said, I don't think he's ever spoken to anyone, not even the police. I don't think so either. Smart, right? Albert's, oh yeah, true. Good point. You said he cannot be compelled to testify against Donna. But could he be for Wendi? If we ever get there? Or will this be the last trial in this case? I do wonder. Yeah, Elaine said Donna didn't want dirty money. That blood money had to be washed. Eye roll, everyone, eye roll, right? Jamel said, I can't remember the sushi restaurant conversation. Me neither. I know about the Dolce Vita one. I know about the bump and all of that. Yeah, thank you. Ashley said she can't in Donna's trial because of spouse rights. But in any of the other trials, Debbie says, has Charlie ever heard of binder clips? You like paper clips? Elastic bands? But I think it was Donna that did the stapling, right? Okay, so Hajo G5X said, I am quite new here on your channel. I like it very much. I would like to know, as I am much in aviation, if you miss flying. Hello from Germany, keep it up. Oh, you're asking about my former career. I don't miss it because I love this so much. I think this is my dream career, you know? So thank you all for being here and making that possible. But yeah, I was an airline pilot with South African Airways for 9 years. And then I left. And now I'm doing this. And I just love it so much. I left South Africa as well. I live in Switzerland now. I'm South African. I live in Switzerland. Right? So thank you so much for being here, for supporting the work that I do. You guys help me be able to do this full time. And man, I love watching trials with you. I like all the coverage we do, all the cases we talk about, the documents we deep dive, everything we do, right? But I really like watching trials with you. Molly the G said, I just keep imagining Donna trying to to dry the money with a hairdryer. Can you imagine? And she didn't even dry it properly. My goodness. Wow. So, yeah, so when I'm sitting here, when I talk about my little operation, I feel like I'm in a flight deck here because I've got like screens all around me. And I'm just, you always see me looking all over the place. I'm doing things on all the screens, right? Making sure. I want you to have the best viewing experience possible. And I'm not an engineer. So I try very hard to give you the best sound, the best visuals, as much as I can, right? Okay. Phoebe Meister said, yes, G, this is your calling. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, Max Collins said, you're our pilot and safer too. I am the captain of this operation here. So, okay. Paula said, we're so glad you have your feet on the ground here with us. You're the GOAT. Oh, thank you so much. Me too, me too. I love it here. And I've always loved keeping people safe. And to me, we learn so much from these cases. You know, not only just like what not to do and to spell it out to some people that, murder is not an answer. That's not how you solve problems. But there's a lot of safety lessons, you know, in most cases. So I like to focus on that. You know, what can we learn from this? How can we keep ourselves and each other safer? Yeah. Okay. Molly says, I work with 2 screens, so I can relate. I mean, if I could have more, I would. Okay. Now, Esme said, what if they're busy interviewing Harvey as we speak? Can you imagine? Where'd he go? Maybe he just got tired. I mean, it's really long days. It's really long days sitting in that courtroom on those benches. I mean, this chair that I have, look, I can go back. It's pretty comfortable, but damn, sitting on those in the courtroom like that. Harvey, I don't know his age now. He's in his 70s as well. Donna's 75, right? Sitting there like all day, like sure, without stretching much and all that. Even though they had a long lunch break today, I just think it's quite tough. Again, what a way to spend retirement, huh? After all that hard work that Harvey did.
Court is back in session.
Jurors ready?
Julie says, we are taking off, put your seatbelts on. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, they are back in session.
Please remember. And standing for the jurors.
It's a copy of 85 on your table there.
Okay.
Shame. You guys are saying you think Harvey's 81. Shame. I mean, I think it's tough for anyone to sit there in the courtroom all day on those hard benches. But, you know, like imagine being 81 and having to sit there all day, and then your wife is on trial and your son has already been L-whopped and the other son doesn't talk to you, and Wendi now apparently doesn't really either. Wendi did greet her dad nicely when she left, but she doesn't talk to Donna, so that's interesting. Snarky Grizzly Lurker says, return your trays to the upright position. Away we go.
Jury entering courtroom.
Donna, it doesn't matter how desperate you look at the jury. Like, she's just always... the pity eyes are not going to work on them, okay? You can't manipulate them. They're looking at the evidence, all right? Gaelic Magic said, finished your Bundy book, maybe Dharma next. Okay, not sure where you're getting them because I'm not selling them anymore because I feel like I've come such a long way since starting this channel. This is what I do now, you know what I mean? But okay, that's cool that you found them, that you're reading them. Thank you so much for your support.
Everyone can be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that. Agent Sanford, in front of you is a copy of State's Exhibit 85, the wire call summary. Can you tell us what is contained in that exhibit?
It's a list of calls that we selected, calls in a couple of text messages in a little bit of a timeline, and mostly it's chronological order.
The dates that the calls were made and who they're to and from, that sort of thing?
That's correct.
It just has fairly and accurately depict the identifying information for the calls contained in State's Exhibit 99?
That's correct.
Right. Judge, at this time I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 85.
State's 85 is entered.
May I have permission to provide copies to the jurors, Your Honor?
You may.
Madam Court Reporter, would it assist you to have a copy of the summary?
It's about to go down. Donna, buckle up. We're going to hear some potentially very incriminating evidence.
All right, we were about to listen to call 989. Judge, we're going to advance the call to 8 minutes and 56 seconds, but I thought we'd start just at the beginning to give the jurors an opportunity to put on their headsets. We provided headsets for each juror with a number, and there's an accompanying volume control in the front here, so my suggestion is just let everybody tinker with it and get settled, and then we'll move the call along.
But are we going to hear it?
For that, use your notepad still. I believe there'll be one copy that goes back later, but use your notepads.
Donna got an upgrade in headphones now. She'll be like, these are nice.
All right, start publishing.
I think they're testing their audio using the headsets.
Shame, they gave her economy class ones before. Now she's like, ooh, look, the original ones are around her neck here. They could have given her nice ones all along, but not for Donna.
Sir? She's right?
What's I don't know if I'll wear them for all of it, but just to make sure I can hear it properly. Properly so you can clearly hear. I think that might be your copy because that's his. Yeah. You aren't going to be left.
And guess what, Donna? Mine are even softer. Sony's. I think Donna's got headphone envy right about now.
In the dark.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just got home from work.
Oh boy.
I had some barbecue up in Jupiter. That's why I just wanted to avoid traffic.
Oh, okay. So you're done for the week? You're not working tomorrow, are you?
I actually am working tomorrow. Oh, I know. And then that was off Monday.
Yeah, that's true. That's right.
That's fine. I don't
Are you
care.
good?
Yeah.
Just trying to earn a living.
Tinker?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, let's go to 8 minutes and 56 seconds.
Yes, let's. Donna, did you hear that?
Because I'm in that demographic of guy I want to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, like, you put the Victoria's Secret model in budget at 37. I'm not asking for her a week. No.
So it's how unusual a guy can be.
Of course.
And especially
I have done.
I know.
And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit to, there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them to purposely do the opposite.
And she's going to screw her life because they're infinitely what can never do. They're infinitely enough to do.
What's that?
There's not going to be enough.
No. The reason why is I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice. But I can tell you this, the probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is
that's what she needs to do.
She understands what I don't ever offend her. Because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendi, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I could do it with a 25-year-old. I said, a 25-year-old is going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendi, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years. And 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself as a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can definitely ask her why she's not going out with David because she was there with her for experience better.
I know.
But it opens it to you.
Of course. But just hear me out. I can talk to Wendi differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it as saying, Wendi, in a million years I wouldn't date a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendi, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. And she knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So, all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it. She gets it. But, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends. Don't tell her that she deserved the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility of 2 kids who aren't his. Like, there's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys wanting to date her because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Only someone like him who's got to who knows what it's like, could understand it, and doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Let me give you an example. Ted Berman. You were a little fucking odd, had that crazy mom lived on the other street. The lawyer. Okay. Ted Berman got divorced with his wife. He engaged now. I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took, Warren Sapp, the football player. Yeah, he took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, like paid for everybody for like 20 people to go for the weekend to Atlanta. So we'll go there and spend like $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First. So anyway, so he's engaged now to a girl he's known forever. Okay. He has 3. I'm in that age group. I don't know.
I had her pause it for a moment to explain that beeping noise that we just heard. What is that noise?
That's the sound that it makes when the officer who's monitoring the call, he minimizes it. So he'll hit a button, it stops it, it makes that noise, and then when he presses it again to monitor again, it picks right back up on that same spot, basically.
All right, but we're gonna sort of
But
pop
jump-
in and out of the conversation when we hear that noise.
Exactly. There's not a big pause in between. You'll hear the noise, and then the conversation will pick back up.
All right, and am I correct that the people that are being intercepted do not hear the noise, the beeping?
That's correct.
That's
They
the
do
idea.
not.
Okay. All right, let's play a little more.
One. And I'm wondering if two that one. Honestly, yes, your kids are a blessing to you. They're real important. They're somebody else.
Yeah, that's right.
But, I mean, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to come home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid parks in my face? No, they're my nephews. I love them. But as far as dating someone, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go like, oh, we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them, what their schedule will look like? It's not just Wendi, it's Wendi and the three boys. It's three people you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't, and you can, trust me, I know what to say.
I know you do.
I mean, and I listen, and a part of me is because, you know what, someone gets handed a golden opportunity.
But that, you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get the gold ring, and I don't know if she's got her used to something or not.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch, and she is. But they're not, but guess what?
They're not living her life.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bother the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So, you can be a great guy, just doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick them out too?
This guy not only was crazy about her, but crazy about his baby. And he actually treats her, and that's what.
That's why. Not because the truth is, she can be a great guy. Those aren't his boys. And she just doesn't like them. What does she do? Get rid of them? He may treat her well, but he's like okay with the kids.
He'll tolerate the kids. He'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice to the boys on day one, but 3 years down the road, he's pretty much had enough of them. But right now, they're going through a tough time. I mean, I'm just saying.
Don't you know that she's been given an opportunity that she most likely will never happen again?
No,
She's thrown it away. She's not only throwing it away for herself, she's throwing it away for the kids that deserve it now.
But you don't understand. You could never say that to her. Well, you can. It was the same girl.
Yeah, I know.
You can say anything you want. It's America. I can tell you the end of the company. You can tell me the beginning.
If I what I could say, if you weren't here, that's what I would do. I would try. I would try.
Okay. You fuck it up, girl. No, I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her differently than you
I
can.
know. Charlie,
So,
believe me and embrace what you do. And really, you know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. I mean, listen, she's doing great with that, considering everything she's been through. I would just like.
You know what? She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that the two of you have each other. I really am.
Well, I am too. But I can tell
I
you
really am. And I appreciate what you do because
I go.
Who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say, "Hey, wake up"? This is not as a perfect art for you. It's glad to be doing. Thank God.
Listen, most people don't ever get an opportunity like this to begin with. Like the people saying, to begin with.
I'm shocked that you don't.
Because the truth, and that's what I did. Listen,
and after another day, it's the union going like, wake up.
Trust me, Mom. Believe. Let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her and then knocking her over the head.
Sure.
So trust me on this. So
and I will do my best, my best is very good. And you gotta understand, the way I'll tell her too is like, Wendi, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I talk to Jess all the time. Wendi, I wouldn't leave Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
She's no kid, and Jess totally wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has to, I go, but what's it about? So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto again. It's highly unlikely. So, and it's highly.
Okay, I think we get the idea.
We get the idea. That was freaking weird. So, Charlie was Donna's little manipulator. No wonder she likes him so much and lets him do whatever he wants. Because he's like Mr. Maestro, Mr. Player. He knows how to play the field. He knows things about dating. So he's there to manipulate Wendi for Donna. Or anyone, maybe. Clearly, Katherine Magbanua and the Hitmen too. Interesting. But this whole winning the lotto to objectify another person like that, damn, they're so shallow. You know what I mean? That's an understatement. They're talking about some guy called Dave that Wendi was dating after Dan Markel had been murdered. And Dave is just like the greatest guy to them. And I'm not throwing shade at Dave. I don't know who Dave is. Dave, though, they like, he is like on a pedestal. He's winning the lottery. She should be with him. She must be with him. She would never get this lucky again. He's also got 3 boys of his own. And so he can understand that she has 2 kids. And he's just going to be the greatest dad to the boys. How about not having their actual dad killed? Huh? How about that? Them having the actual dad. Oh my goodness. This is so crazy. Yeah, Cherry says first time hearing that one, I think. I think so as well, but let me know if not, right? Oh my word. Here we go.
We're 2 years out, right, from Dan Markel's murder.
That's correct.
Okay. And who is Dave? Did you identify Dave through the course of the investigation?
We did. He's Dave Atel. He owned he was a successful businessman and lived in South Florida.
And is this the only call that happened to be captured on the wire in which these two are discussing Wendi's love life?
No, it wasn't.
They talk about Dave quite a bit.
They did, several times.
All right, and they talk about Wendi's career options too, don't they?
They do.
And does the defendant, Donna Adelson, enlist Charlie to convince Wendi to do her bidding in reference to Wendi's career as well?
Correct, she does.
I'm going to publish call number 2873 at this time, Judge.
You may proceed.
Donna's writing now. She's writing.
Learn as much as you can from these people. Sounds like you're not learning much of anything.
No,
but I would take the course. The course is, you could do the courses 2 different ways. I think it's either 1 week and then you take the course, or you could go like every weekend for a month and then you take the test.
I'm not, but I'm not even thinking about that right now. Like I still, my house is being level good. Like, so I would be.
Is this 2873?
Yeah, I'm like, that is.
All right, we'll come back to that one. Sorry, folks, wrong call.
It was interesting nonetheless. Play it all for us.
All right, are you familiar with the bump in this case?
I am.
All right, what's the bump?
The bump is where we took an undercover agent and had him approach Mrs. Adelson with a plan. It was during the time of the investigation we had evidence that linked Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia to being the actual hitmen. So in 2016, we decided to created the bump to have an undercover approach her, pretending to be a former cellmate of Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera in 2016 was actually incarcerated in the Broward County detention facility and then went to another jail. So we wanted the undercover to pretend to be in a jail cell with Luis Rivera and pretend that Luis Rivera told him about the hit in Tallahassee with the Adelsons. Not with the Adelsons, but the hit that that was created, linking back because we had telephone calls going through, linking Luis Rivera to Sigfredo Garcia, then to Katherine Magbanua, then to Charlie Adelson, then to Mrs. Adelson here.
So it was a ruse.
It was a ruse.
Designed to generate chatter on the wire.
It was. It was 2 years after the homicide, and we started a wire, and we knew that they were not talking about the homicide anymore. So we wanted to we call it tickling the wire.
And was the goal to identify, if the pattern that we're seeing that we think is the members of the conspiracy, is that right? Who's a member of the conspiracy and what are their roles?
Yeah, we had Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia would talk, and then Sigfredo Garcia talked to Katherine Magbanua through the phones. Katherine Magbanua would talk to Charlie Adelson through the phones. Charlie Adelson would talk to Donna Adelson through the phones, and then it would go back, and it would always go back and forth in that order. It never skipped anyone, never, no one ever jumped over to the other person. It always went back and forth. So we had that in the phone records leading up to the homicide, but what we didn't have was the conversations.
So was it of interest to find out, if we approach Donna Adelson in this way, what's she going to do? Who's she going to go to?
Exactly. See what her reaction was.
Is she going to call Luis Rivera? What's she going to do?
Exactly.
Right? Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 113? Is that evidence? 113 contains the combined videos from both the body-worn camera of the officer that approached the defendant and also the angle from across the street.
That's correct.
Okay, and are these fair and accurate recordings of the bump from both those angles?
They are.
All right, moving to evidence, States 113, Judge.
Any objection? No objection. States 113 is admitted.
All right, and the undercover, the officer that played the gang member, I guess, said that he was instructed not to be aggressive or not to scare the defendant. Was that you that instructed him on that?
It was. We had we didn't want to cause concerns for the agent's safety. If he approached her being too aggressive and too scary, we didn't know how she would react, if she would possibly be armed at the time. We had no idea, so didn't want to create a hostile environment to make her become overly aggressive.
And is that a concern in every undercover operation, that you just kind of don't know what you're going to get? I mean, it's not specific to this defendant, right?
That's correct. That's in every case. We try to minimize the risk to the officer's safety and the people around.
Okay. Let's publish 113, please.
Black shorts. What is it? Yeah. Okay, bye. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. You're scared. No, don't be scared. Listen, I just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Puto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times, and we want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuzo. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
They showed it at other trials. Why can't we see it now?
Pause it, please. Does the defendant remain under surveillance for some time after this?
She does.
Okay, we see her take the paper from the undercover and fold it and put it into her purse. Does she ever take it out and look at it before she gets back into her building?
Not that we ever saw, no.
And does she make any phone calls once she goes back into her building?
When she goes back into her building, she does.
And who is the first person that the defendant calls after the bump?
Charlie Adelson.
Right, is that call A?
It is.
Okay, publish call A, please.
So there was the bump, and now there's the call to Charlie Adelson afterwards.
Hey, Hans.
Now everybody's deaf.
Tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I need to meet to people with you.
Okay.
Okay?
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to need to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay? So, I mean, I can even, I'll have to figure out something. Depends how late you'll be, wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Open Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in Thailand, Chile, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys who finished their piano lesson around 4-ish, and I've got the traffic over there, and they take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's is it IRS? Or?
You know, those IRS people, they kind of bother you sometimes, but, you know, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way. Okay? And,
Is Wendi down there? Is it involved Wendi?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and
What is it? Is that his health okay?
Yeah.
Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
Guilty. Right there. Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. Oh my.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're going to take the boys up there?
Maybe they can come home. Maybe we can get here till about 7 when Dad gets here.
So this morning did you talk to me today?
Tomorrow, and it's important.
All right. Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, so really late.
I'm just concerned that I just have to get up there and get back in time for Wendi to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier, but not coming out here.
Can I ask you a question? Whose paperwork is that from?
I see that, that's great. It was something that came hand to hand to me as I exited the building today.
And he does it rank, was it anonymous or?
No, oh no, it's not anonymous. It's not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it on the phone.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
Yeah, do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow after the day off?
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually works later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS.
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay? So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12. He starts at 1 there, so 12.
Aren't they just so smart, talking in code and all? And Charlie just can't read the room. Donna doesn't want to talk about this on the phone, but he's like, is it like anonymous? And like, what did they do? And what's on the paper? Like, what does it involve? Oh, the both of us, the two of us. Oh. He sure roped her into a lot of conversation she didn't want to have, which is very incriminating.
I'll come down after that. I think I'll leave and see you soon.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Love you coming by.
Would you describe the defendant's demeanor on this call as really calm?
Yes,
She says Dad's at work, fortunately.
she does.
Does she indicate that she's in fear on the call?
No, she does not.
She was handed a piece of paper that had an article about the murder of Dan Markel, right?
Correct.
That's what the interaction was about.
That's correct. That's what he handed her and made reference to it.
And when Charlie asked the defendant what it's about, what does she say?
She says the both of us.
Probably both of us. Probably the two of us.
And then the two of us. She said it twice.
Does she say the name Dan Markel on this call?
No, she does not.
Does she say the name Dan Markel anywhere on this wire?
No, not that I recall.
Did she report this incident to the police?
No, she did not.
Is there another call shortly after this one?
There is.
Tell us about the next call, call B.
Call B is on the same day. It's from Mr. Charlie Adelson to Mrs. Donna Adelson, and it occurred about, I want to say about 20 minutes after the call we just listened to, at 2:35 p.m.
It's published call B.
So the one incriminating call wasn't enough. They have to speak in code a little bit more. It involves the two of us, both of us, the two of us, Charlie. Come on, come over here after Dad leaves. Uh-huh. I'm telling you, the jury right now must be like, huh, wow, that just got interesting. Thank you so much, Apille, for your Danish krona. Thank you so much.
Please.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Good. Is it you're not paying the fund tax? I'm okay. No, listen, what was I going to say? Do you mind paying my Brown & Brown insurance?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Because I'm going to just stick with the same company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down to lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea to do that.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true that they can do what you said about putting it in the lower bracket.
Okay. So you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. Because they have to have it for, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And I was looking at do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so if someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
Okay.
So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews come in, and sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So,
So I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, it's whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Okay. It's probably not.
Yeah. Listen, people can always write. People can always say anything they want. Mm-hmm. It doesn't. If someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So. But anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually worked out perfect because I had the day off.
Okay.
So,
Charlie Adelson was apparently sued several times as a periodontist for whatever he did there. I don't even know. It seemed like quite the rabbit hole, Bonnie, thank you so much.
I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, if you take me out to dinner, I'm going to have to look probably a good idea, right?
Yeah. Was this? I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah. I'll see if I have money. I'll see what I can hear. Okay.
Was it? Can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
Well, that's always a good possibility.
Do you think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all?
It's going to be difficult because they don't finish the piano teacher doesn't leave till about 4:15. And even if I came up there and got there a little after 5:15, it would still be tough to necessarily get back here in time for you to pick them up.
Was this? Can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
I have a pretty good idea. But, let's walk in either, and I would like to, that's the trouble to do today. I will definitely, I just don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for them. We might not have enough people.
So whoever sent you a letter sent you an anonymous letter?
Not really anonymous.
Did they sign it?
It's hand-delivered.
So someone showed up. Was it like by a process server?
That's what I said it was.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, and I was right, and I put past both driveways with the icon.
Right.
And I walked in about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I can cross the street to pick up the guys this afternoon.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk. Yes. Okay, sweetie, so you stay right here then, okay? You stay right here. I'll look on the computer when Ben finishes, okay? Yeah, amazing. Somebody knew exactly who I was. Called me by name.
And he came over and was it a young guy, an old guy?
So probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face.
Really?
So I can wait for you a chance to go up there. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and when we say we're worried. I don't think it's a good idea for the girls to say we want to go so. You know?
All right.
And it's going to be a check for something that's happening.
Checks
Well,
in the office.
you have to get into the stuff with insurance. I mean, it's crazy that someone hands you a letter like that. I don't know.
Usually better just keep it tomorrow, about 12:15, 12:21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You're never going to have it interpret these things. So let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. But let's meet tomorrow afternoon.
All right. Let me ask you this: do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
No, not really. I'm going to do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, just some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Actually, it was an undercover FBI agent. Shame. These two. And they really just can't stop talking here. They just go on and on, thinking they're being, so discreet. There's so much code being used here.
How long was the letter?
No, it was just a copy of all of what was written in the letter. That was written in a copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
I don't think we should.
I mean, it's kind of sensitive. I'm kind of thinking if there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, I don't mean it's people threaten you gotta go to the police. But let me see what it is. Let me see what nonsense it is first.
So he says if it's a threat, you should go to the police. And Donna says, at this time, I don't think that's a good idea. Okay.
Well, it won't be the first time I've been threatened. But
I'd like you to just see what you think.
Yeah,
Right here, right up here. So let's do that. Let's make it, 12:20, 12:30 tomorrow. That would be ideal. Okay?
Okay. You got it.
I'm going to play with the boys a little bit, okay?
All right, yeah, no, I'll come down and see you.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
All right, if it's something serious, I'm going to recommend going to the police. So.
Oh, no, I know. That's what I'm supposed to do.
So, all right, that sounds good.
We'll talk tomorrow, okay?
All right.
On this call, we hear the defendant say that this is a particularly bad Yelp review. Is this an example of code talk?
Yes.
This doesn't have anything to do with the Yelp review, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so already in call 2, we've got code words being used.
That's correct.
And she indicates that Charlie should bring cash, and if he doesn't have it, she'll bring it, right?
She does.
Does she indicate she knows who sent her the letter?
She does in a way. She knows who the person was by seeing him.
She says, I have a pretty good idea who sent it.
Right.
He asks if she wants to send him a picture of what she received from the person. What's her answer?
And she didn't think that was a good idea.
He asks if there's a threat, we should go to the police. What does she say about that?
She says at the end, she finally says something like, We might do that, something around there.
Okay, but initially says not a good idea.
Correct.
And did anyone go to the police?
No.
Does she reiterate in this call no talking on the phone?
Did she indicate that?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. And is there a third call in which Charlie calls back and presses for more information again?
Yes, there is.
How soon after call B do we get that next call?
The next call is at 3 o'clock, so about 15 minutes after that call ended.
All right. Publish call C, please.
Donna's getting ready to listen to call number 3. I mean, the bump worked so well. They did. I'm sure they were just like, damn, these people are overachievers as criminals.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
What?
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First spoke to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. You could describe them to a T.
What's that?
You could describe them to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry? Or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
But if someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like you go to the police, but
I may have to, but I'd rather talk to you first and then.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, I know.
So
that's why, I just want you to see, because I don't want, not your father upset. So.
Don't say anything to Dad until I take a look at it, because Dad flies off
Absolutely.
On everything.
That's what I suggested, after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
Then it's clear what's wanted.
What is it? Kind of exactly what do they ask for?
I don't know. This TV is probably about 5.
They asked you for $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The TV's probably about 5. Mrs. Adelson, I don't know. The TV was probably around 5. I'm sure the jury's like, oh, the TV? Yeah, the TV. That's the code word. I'm just saying Wendi was also getting her TV fixed on the day that her ex-husband was murdered. Donna likes TV code.
Yeah, I
mentioned, like an ex-girlfriend.
Hi, Sandra. Good morning. Good. How are you? Okay.
That's crazy. Let me take a look at it, and I'll go from there.
Lincoln's on first. Okay, do that one. Yeah.
Okay. Let me take a look, and then I'll.
That's why if you want to go to dinner, we'll see where we go.
Yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon, and I'll take a look at whatever.
We'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's going to be nice tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Love you too, honey. Bye. Yes.
All right, so this call, Charlie says obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
One moment. What is the objection? His approach.
Oh dear. Donna, I don't know how Donna can sit there going through all this, but we've seen lots of defendants do this. Damn, they think maybe I've got a chance. This is very hectic.
obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place. And she says, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Why?
That's a good question.
Did you have the apartment bugged?
No, he did not.
Did the gang member have the apartment bugged?
No, he didn't.
And next, there's a statement, this TV is probably going to be about 5. Was there anything to do with the TV in this bump operation?
Yes.
Well, was the word TV mentioned to Donna Adelson when the undercover approached her?
No, not at all.
Did he say she was buying a TV for $5,000?
No.
Okay. So the TV, though, has significance in the greater context of your investigation?
That's correct.
How so?
Charlie Adelson had supposedly joked to several people about buying his sister a TV as a divorce present instead of hiring a hitman.
Right. And was that the same TV that also served as Wendi Adelson's alibi in the morning of the murder?
That's correct.
Nice. Good job wording it like that, Georgia Kappelman. Served as Wendy's alibi on the morning of the murder. Ooh, she said it just like that.
In this call that we just heard, Donna Adelson says that the person that approached her, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
I'm going to object again based on the same thing we discussed at sidebar.
Rule, please clarify the question, Ms. Katherine, so it's clear as the context.
When Ms. Adelson is talking on this call that we just heard, she says that the undercover, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Does she say the name of the ex-girlfriend?
No.
To Charlie Adelson?
No, she doesn't.
All right. Did the undercover say the name of an ex-girlfriend to Donna Adelson?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said Katie and Tudo.
Okay. And does Charlie have more than one ex-girlfriend?
Yes, he does.
He has a litany of them, right?
He does.
Okay. So when Charlie hears ex-girlfriend, does he, in fact, on the next call one of his ex-girlfriends?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And he has not been told Katie yet?
That's correct.
Okay. Who does he call?
He calls Katherine Magbanua.
Is that our call D, the next call?
Yes, it is.
Publish call D, please.
Remember, Katherine Magbanua was the intermediary between the Adelsons and the Hitmen. And I mean, Charlie, he had a lot of ex-girlfriends. He was a player, Mr. Maestro. So being like, ex-girlfriend, and then immediately like, Katherine. Now we're going to hear that.
Hello? Hey, what's going on? What's up? No, like, are you someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to me?
You can talk right now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't. It's like loud, like I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you right now. I can't even fucking get outside. Alright, leave it on. Alright. Somebody... Hang on, okay? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
See the call pattern. Donna calls Charlie. Charlie calls Katherine Magbanua. JP says, love your phone call noise. Katherine, guess what? Can you go somewhere quiet? I need to tell you something really shady about a TV.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on, but my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story, and I'm going to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
She didn't want to elaborate, but she said that someone approached her on the street, called her by name, handed her an envelope with something in it. Yeah. And somebody was, she really wouldn't go into detail. Listen, I I have no idea what this is in reference to.
Uh-huh.
But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, yeah. I'm like, first what you're saying, I thought it was like something involved in the IRS or a payment or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Yeah, just like bumped into it. Just like that. How dare they, you know? Doesn't he? Charlie said, I don't even know what this is about. The hitman, the hit that you arranged, that's what.
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine. They must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name. They handed her an envelope. And she said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they're making reference to my ex-girlfriend. I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And that they explained that they needed to be paid the money.
For what?
I guess probably didn't want to talk to me on the phone.
But like, did she see the person? Was she like, she should have like,
oh yeah, that's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly, you're
Right.
explaining you like that.
I said, yeah, do straight to the police. So she's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just wanted to see it in person. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
Was Rivera stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's about. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
Look what I do with my mom.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking. I don't know what.
No, but I feel for your mom. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't
know.
know.
Person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involved your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I'm calling you.
Well, they wouldn't want from her.
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly.
That's not his last girlfriend. He's just calling her because, you know, he has a hunch. But also he's mentioning envelopes. I think that they gave Donna a piece of paper, an article with $5,000 written on it and a number to call. But he's bringing up envelopes with Katherine Magbanua, so that's just more red flags.
Did she tell you? Like, what
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids, and was like, listen, just she just had the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if it had anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or if any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
Why not doing me? You have like
I don't know.
girlfriend.
Well, fuck, it could be anything, so I just assumed that.
Exactly.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even following, wasting your time. But if it
I
does,
just feel bad for
then
your mom. Like, what the hell? Like, I thought that was you. Would I call him right away? Be like,
I know. I said, Mom, was the guy wearing hat, glasses? Mom was like, no, I can take the person out one after the second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in the 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s. Came up there and who she was. Addressed her. So, but anyway, neither here nor there. I feel like an idiot if it was some other act. But anyway.
Yeah. Did you have any fight with him right over there or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it's involved. They mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm going to feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's the story?
Hope you feel like an idiot. They didn't mention Katherine Magbanua's name, but immediately it's like, what? They did what? They want money for what? An article clipping and then, huh? Yeah, I'm going to call Katherine Magbanua immediately.
Yeah, but you can always talk while you're there. Doesn't matter.
Alright, what time to finish work?
Thank you. Alright, let me know.
What time you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay.
How often it is. Like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna come to you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there.
So figure somewhere around 4-ish. I'll see you.
Okay.
All right. No worries, kiddo.
All right.
All right. Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Business.
In this call, Charlie Adelson tells Katherine Magbanua that the man that approached his mother said, quote, something regarding her son and his ex-girlfriend. Did the undercover say anything about Charlie Adelson or Donna's son?
No.
Did the undercover reference Charlie Adelson at all?
No, he did not.
When Donna Adelson relayed to Charlie what the undercover did she say they mentioned you?
No.
But he deduces that he misremembers that it's about him.
That's what it appears, correct.
Did he proceed after this call to call any of his other ex-girlfriends?
No, he did not.
Did he speak to anyone else about this other than the family members that we're going to hear in Katherine Magbanua?
No, he didn't.
Right. There was discussion of an in-person meeting between the defendant and her son, Charlie Adelson. Did that take place?
It did.
When did that take place?
The following day at about, I think it was around 1 o'clock.
Is this April 20th, 2016?
That's correct.
Where did the meeting take place?
It took place behind Mrs. Adelson's building. They actually met in the building, we believe, and then came out the back of it and walked down. There's a sidewalk along the water behind their building. And they walked along the sidewalk to a restaurant called Monty's, and there's a table out by the water, out by itself, just behind the restaurant, that they went and sat at and met there and talked.
What, if any, efforts were...
Ms. Adelson, if you need your hearing assisting device, please wear it so you do not miss any of the evidence. Please ask your question again.
What if...
Oh, the judge. The judge took notice. Oh, damn. Suddenly Donna doesn't need her normal $2 headphones. You know, because while she's listening to this, now she's just sitting there. What? He means, Donna, keep it consistent, okay?
Any efforts were made to surveil or record the meeting between Charlie Adelson and the defendant?
Yes, I had recording equipment brought in, and we tried to get as close as we could to them. They sat out away from anyone else across the sidewalk right by the water on one side of them and the sidewalk on the other, and we couldn't get very close to them without alerting them that we were there.
Were you able to record the contents of their conversation at that in-person meeting?
No, we tried, but it was inaudible. There was no audio.
Were you able to get any photographs of this in-person meeting?
I was.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 53.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 53 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Can you describe for the jury their demeanor, the way in which they were speaking at this meeting?
Yes, they were talking in very low voices, and Mr. Adelson is usually very loud, but he was not talking in a loud voice in this particular meeting. Even when they walked down the sidewalk, they were talking very low, leaning into each other, almost a whisper.
How long did the meeting last?
I believe around 30 minutes at the table.
Judge, I think this might be a good time to recess for the day.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to take our break for the evening. At this point, once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with anyone else or each other. Also, as well, do not seek out any information or news reporting concerning this matter. Just leave the items that you were handed in your chair along with your notepads. Please report tomorrow at 8:30, and we will continue with the examination of the witness. We anticipate getting started by 8:45. Have a good evening.
Donna? I wonder how Donna is feeling now, huh? Yeah. Okay, let me quickly set this time up for tomorrow. 8:45, huh? Yikes.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Kappelman, for the direct of Agent Sanford, how much longer do you believe that will take tomorrow?
It's going to take most of the day tomorrow. I do hope to get a couple more witnesses on for the end of the day.
Very well. Does either party need to be heard before we go into recess?
Judge, I'd like to be heard. I respect your ruling, although I thought that you had indicated that you were instructing Ms. Kappelman not to provide cumulative testimony when we returned.
Well, she is not testifying at all. This is about the form of the question that we're getting to.
One of my objections was is that in fact she is testifying, and I failed to mention that at sidebar. So the jury is getting to hear the recorded call. There's a highlighted transcript in front of them that they're leading and reading while we're going through the call. Then Mrs. Kappelman could have asked questions like, did Charlie say this? Was somebody's name mentioned? Instead, she's repeating again what's on the call, and that's not fair to my client. That's not following the rules of evidence, and I just want to make a record. Thank you.
Concerning that matter, I've already made my ruling. She is allowed to ask questions that go to context of what has been admitted. There's nothing more I have to say on the subject concerning this. Are there any other matters?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
I'll review the recording that the state provided, and I'll have an answer to the court and the state in the morning.
Very well, please report by 8:30. We will await the jurors, and then we'll continue with the examination of Agent Sanford. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, well, let's look at Donna's face quickly now. What do you think? Do you think I have a chance? I don't think so. Sorry. That's my opinion. I don't think so, Donna. I don't think it's going well for you. Oh dear. Well, that was quite a day, hey? Lots of evidence coming in. Lots of first, starting off with Sgt Corbitt and the phone evidence and all of that, but then it just got stronger and stronger, and here we are, where she's talking in code to Charlie right after the bump. Oh my word. If you want to see the bump, you can just type in Donna Adelson, the bump, and you'll see it come up, one of the first results on YouTube. It's on Law and Crime Trials, and go check it out. I'm not going to show that now again, because they actually do show the guy. It's not, his face is not blurred. So, but if you want to go see it yourself, go check it out. Also, wait, who said what? One Love said, see you later with Josh Ritter. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to redirect you to tomorrow's stream. If you have autoplay turned on, then it will automatically redirect you there. If you don't have that toggle on, then just click the link as I share it here in the chat, which will be for day 5. So starting, we're starting live with them, right? So day 5 over here. And yes, I will be in about 11, 12, 1, 2, 3 hours from now. I will be on Courtroom Confidential. Talking about this case with Josh Ritter. So I'll see you all over there. I hope so. And yeah, thank you so much for watching this with me today. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, mods. Really appreciate it so much. These are long days, and I really look forward to hearing more of this tomorrow. They said, how long will this direct examination be? All day, Judge, all day. Okay, we want to hear more of that, more of what you brought today. All right, so thank you so much for spending the day with me. I'll see you over later on Courtroom Confidential. Looking forward to look at your names in the chat there. And otherwise, if not, if you're in my time zone and sleeping when I'm not, then I'll see you tomorrow for day 5. Bye, everyone.